Chapter 1 One-Click Full-Level System. The border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Lightning. In the hidden cave, Konaha ninjas gathered here with more or less injuries. Everyone looked ashen. Damn Cloud Ninja, they attacked us when we were fighting with Rock Ninja and Sand Ninja. We only have 29 troops now, and the other side has at least hundreds of people, and the leader is the combination that is famous among the Cloud Ninja. That's the candidate for Raikage among the Cloud Ninjas, and the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. If we don't retreat now, once an encirclement is formed, I'm afraid we will die. The Konaha ninjas in the field were anxious. The Third Ninja World War began with the disappearance of the Third Kazekage. The Rock ninjas took the opportunity to break through the defense line of the Konaha Bridge and launched an attack on Konaha. The Land of Water launched a sudden attack, allowing Konaha to open up 3 battlefields on its own. I thought that the rear was stable, but I didn't expect that the Cloud Ninjas also lost their patience and sent out elite troops to attack in a roundabout way. For a time, Konaha could only forcibly withdraw personnel and open the 4th battlefield. However, facing the Cloud Ninjas, their ninja teams that were pieced together from all over were obviously unable to do their best. They had already lost most of their troops in the battle with the vanguard. Now the enemy deliberately spread the information about the combination, intending to defeat the enemy without fighting. Haven't you received a reply to the request for support? There is a reply. It is the Golden Flash Namikaze Minato who came in person. Minato-sama? Isn't he fighting in the decisive battle at Kikyo Mountain? I'm afraid that when the Cloud Ninjas arrive, Minato-sama won't be able to arrive. The excitement on everyone's face disappeared in an instant. Minato Namikaze was famous in the Third Ninja World War, and he made a great reputation. Unfortunately, distant water cannot save nearby fires. It would be difficult for them to defend this pass alone. According to the speed of the Cloud Ninja, they will arrive in 3 days. We are not the opponent of the Cloud Ninja in terms of individual combat power. If we add the combination, we will definitely lose. A Konaha ninja said impatiently. As soon as the voice fell, the eyes of the people in the field were all locked on the 2 men in the lead. This time, the coordination of the 4th battlefield was led by 2 senior ninjas sent by the route under Danzo. They were Aberame Tokujin and Yamanaka-fu. Let's take a look at the condition of the wounded first. If it is too serious, we will give up all of them. Yamanaka-fu said in a deep voice. This time, if the Achiha clan member assigned to our team is Shunshin Shisui, then we may not have to retreat. That Achiha Chinyu, his luck is too bad. He was directly detonated by the talisman array as soon as he entered the battlefield, and was directly seriously injured. I heard that his Sharingan is still a single Megatama. The noisy discussion came from the entrance of the cave. Chinyu, who was about 14 or 15 years old, opened his eyes in confusion. Looking at the wounded lying beside him, he couldn't help but be stunned. Damn, how did I really travel through time? And I traveled through time to become the Uchiha who will be exterminated sooner or later, and this seems to be the battlefield of the Third Ninja World War. Chinyu was stunned, and the crazy combination of memories in his mind made him feel inexplicably confused. It's a life and death battle at the beginning. Isn't this sending him to death? Moreover, the conversation just now seemed to be planning to abandon the wounded and retreat. Then he might really become cannon fodder. Asshole, I won't be the fastest person to die in the army of travelers, it's not my style to send heads at the beginning. Eating dang. The one-click full-level plugin has been activated successfully. Do you want to use it immediately? Hook, one-click max level. Chinyu was stunned. This happiness came too suddenly. No. It should be said that the Golden Finger is the standard of the Crossing Army, and it is too timely now. Turn on the one-click max level hook. Chinyu hurriedly ordered. Ding dang, congratulations to the host for the successful activation, and the database is being built. Host, Uchiha Chinyu. Ninja level, Chunin. Ninjutsu, Fire Style Great Fireball, Fire Style Dragon Fire Technique, Shadow Clone, Instant Body Technique, Single Megatama Sharingan. Looking at this simple attribute panel, Chinyu finally understood why the people outside looked disdainful. The Uchiha clan is full of talents, and this kind of strength is completely a drag. Scanning is completed. Does the host immediately use the one-click max level? Use it immediately. Chinyu hurriedly issued an order. This is a hot commodity, and it would be a waste if it is not used. Ding, Sharingan maxed out. Opened the main Jakaya. Sharingan successfully, congratulations to the host for obtaining hidden abilities, Amaterasu, Tsukuyomi, Susanoo. Ding, Great Fireball Technique maxed out. Ding, Dragon Fire Technique maxed out. Ding, Instant Body Technique maxed out. Ding, Shadow Clone Technique maxed out, activated Multiple Shadow Clone. Ding, Multiple Shadow Clone maxed out. A series of system sounds flashed through his mind. Looking at this scene, Chinyu was a little confused. This means that any ninjutsu Chinyu comes into contact with can be maxed out instantly. Whether it is Susanoo, Tsukuyomi or Amaterasu, they are all killer moves that can kill everything in seconds. Others have practiced hard for decades and spent countless efforts to achieve this achievement, but here, I can max out with one click. This cheat is really fucking cool. Chinyu felt the huge pupil power emerging from his eyes and couldn't help laughing. Chinyu, don't move. The wound on your body has just healed. It will be bad if it splits again. Shizun with black hair appeared in Chinyu's sight. She is the only medical ninja in the whole team. In this battle, death may be a relief, but living is a sin. At least, looking at Shizun's sweaty head and pale little face, it is obvious that she has consumed too much chakra and physical strength. Looking at the medical chakra in her hand that lit up again, Chinyu reached out to stop it. Don't worry, my body is almost healed. You should rest for a while. If you continue, I am worried that you will consume too much physical strength and pass out. Chinyu persuaded. Shizun shook her head stubbornly, biting her red lips and said, Tsunade-sama said that medical ninjas are the last guardians of life on the battlefield. If even I give up, then they will be abandoned. I am unwilling to accept this. If I can be as powerful as Tsunade-sama and summon Slug-sama to help everyone treat, they will not be abandoned. Shizun's eyes were red, she knelt on the ground, holding her trouser legs tightly with both hands. My parents have died in this war. I don't want those who are waiting for their parents to come back to be as disappointed as I am. I don't want to. They are still alive. Why should they be abandoned? I am unwilling. I am obviously a medical ninja, but I can't do anything now. The hot tears shattered on the back of her hand with a slight sob. The lips that were forcibly pursed were full of unwilling grievances. Or, this is the unwillingness of the doctor. Chapter 2. Let me show you what despair is. Chinyu, what do you say I should do? Jingyan raised her head hesitantly, tears already filling her eyes. Now she didn't look like an experienced medical ninja at all, but rather a helpless child. You've done well enough. Chinyu got up, gently wiped away Jingyan's tears and said, leave this matter to me. Feeling the warmth on her palm, Jingyan was stunned. On weekdays, Achiha Chinyu was a shy, or self-abased boy. Now, the feeling he gave her was completely different. The pair of eyes as firm as an eagle gave her an inexplicable sense of security. However, when she thought of the intimate and slightly amusing behavior now, Jingyan blushed slightly and quickly changed the subject. They are seriously injured. How to rescue them next? Unless they are transported back to Konaha, or there are more medical ninjas to support them, but they are now discussing retreating and abandoning these wounded. Don't worry, I'm here, they won't be abandoned, put an end to this war, and we'll go home together. Chinyu relaxed his body and stood up. Under Jingyan's confused look, he gave a slap on the center of his eyebrows and walked out. Hate. Jingyan rubbed his forehead subconsciously, but found that his tone of voice seemed a bit strange, and his cheeks couldn't help but blush. At the entrance of the cave, the battle meeting continued. As soon as Chinyu approached, he heard the final decision. Now, in the name of the captain, I propose to abandon the wounded and retreat immediately. Please raise your hands if you are willing. Shan Zhongfeng suddenly spoke. A barmaid Tone, who was standing by, raised her hand and agreed, I do. The transportation of the wounded and the treatment along the way will slow down the retreat of the main force, so it is right to abandon the wounded. I hope you will consider it carefully, and don't forget how the Konaha White Fang ended up. As soon as these words fell, the expressions of everyone in the field changed drastically. The death of Konaha White Fang Hotaki Sakumo was a huge loss for the Konaha ninja village. It's a pity that his death was despised by most people. People are selfish, they only focus on the results, but they care about what they sacrificed in the process. Now Baramaitajan's words have obviously forced their choice to a dead end. No need to choose, we are different from the roots, we will not give up teammates casually. Chinyu said lightly. It's Uchiha Chinyu, isn't his injury very serious, he woke up so soon? Many people were shocked. Thinking of Chin Yu who was rescued from the detonation array and covered in blood, they still have lingering fears. Abaramatajan and Yamanaka Feng's faces couldn't help but sink. Whether they are in the roots or in Konaha, they are also considered little geniuses. When have they been questioned in public and openly opposed to their decisions? Moreover, the idea instilled in the roots is that for the sake of victory, anything can be easily given up. Chin Yu, you are just a chunin, you are not qualified to participate in this decision, quickly step aside. Yamanaka Feng shouted in a deep voice. If you make random remarks and mislead people next time, don't blame me for military punishment. As soon as these words came out, the faces of the people in the field changed drastically, and they all looked at Chin Yu, who was completely different from the shy and self-abased Chin Yu in his usual days. Their intuition told them that Chin Yu might have hit his head and was stupid, daring to contradict Gen. Achiha Chin Yu, you dare to ignore the captain's order, you are looking for death. Shan Zhongfeng shouted angrily. Everyone's face changed involuntarily. Abaramagen also echoed coldly, don't forget, we are facing hundreds of cloud ninjas, and the combination. This is a world where the strong prey on the weak. You, a weakling who can't even reach the level of a jonin, have no right to speak at all. Now I give you 2 chances. First, shut up and roll aside. Second, die. The stern words made everyone in the field change their expressions drastically. Chin Yu, come back quickly. Jing Ian rushed out and said in a hurry, I'm sorry, Chin Yu's consciousness is still not very clear. Jing Ian, leave this to me. Chin Yu stretched out his hand to interrupt, looked up and looked directly at Abaramakujen and said, so what you mean is that companions can kill each other? Can I kill you too? The small voice swept through the cave, and everyone's face changed drastically. This is completely different from the Chin Yu they knew, who was always timid. Humph, what a Achiha Chin Yu, we have known for a long time that your clan is ready to move, but you are too naive. With your little strength, you actually threatened to kill me. Abaramakujen laughed disdainfully. Humph, a useless chunin who doesn't even have any strength. If you had stayed aside obediently, we might have taken you away, but now it seems that we can't. Shan Zhongfeng said coldly, you are committing treason and openly disobeying the captain's order. We have the right to kill you. Weak people should hide in the corner and tremble. Xiao Sha's aura locked onto Chin Yu at once. Everyone present knew clearly that as long as Chin Yu made the slightest movement, he would be waiting for a thunderous killing move. Yan Zhongfeng, we are companions, don't go too far. A purple-haired jonin stood out from the crowd, in this situation, we should calm down and discuss, and then there will be a solution. Humph, Mao Yu, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. This mission is entirely the responsibility of our roots. This kid is so weak that he is already a drag. Now he is openly disobeying orders. We have the right to kill him. Do you mean that you can kill people if you have strength? That's good, let me show you what despair is. Chin Yu smiled teasingly. The blood in the pupil was like a tide, instantly occupying the entire pupil, and the next moment, the 9 megatama became one. The surging pupil power, like a hurricane, exploded instantly with Chin Yu as the center. The black hair moved without wind, and the blood-colored pupil power made people feel a kind of throbbing that crushed the heart and soul. What kind of eyes are these? Achiha Chin Yu, isn't it a single hooked Sharingan? Now it's 1, 2, 3. 9 megatama. What's going on? In the Achiha clan, 3 megatama is already very powerful, and 9 megatama. The powerful pupil power oppression, and the blood-colored 9 megatama manjakaya. Sharingan. The expressions of the people in the cave changed drastically. The Achiha clan, as a well-known clan in the ninja world. The evolutionary pattern of the Sharingan has long been figured out. Single megatama, double megatama, 3 megatama. This is the most common change. It can be said that even within the Achiha clan, only a few people know about the Manjakaya Sharingan. Not to mention those who awakened it by chance. However, all this is not important. The most important thing is that they felt the taste of disaster from the pressure of this extremely powerful pupil power. Chapter 3, Open Susanoo at a disagreement. How is this possible? Isn't he a Chunin waste? How can he open the legendary Manjakaya? Abaramatajan's expression suddenly changed. He and Yamanaka Feng, as Danzo's confidants, are also the highest combat personnel of the route. Of course, they know a thing or two about the secrets of the Achiha clan. There is only one explanation for this pair of Sharingans that transcend common sense. Feng. Abaramatajan and Yamanaka Feng couldn't help but look at each other. Do it. Heart-to-heart technique. Yamanaka Feng was the first to jump up, and pressed his hands in the air, directly perform the secret technique of the mountain family. At the same time, the mouth of the oil girl moved, and a black mist was spit out from her mouth. Secret technique, poisonous dust technique. The sudden scene shook everyone's nerves. Jing Yan's face changed, and she shouted in a hurry, "Qin Yu, be careful, this black mist is a nano-level poisonous insect. Once it is ingested, it will definitely die. Don't worry." Qin Yu raised his head suddenly, and the 9 Magadama reincarnation eyes turned wildly. The chakra filled with the smell of disaster filled the surroundings, and the next moment it rolled back to Qin Yu's body like a raging tide. "Boy, you are too arrogant, as long as the poisonous dust is 1 meter away from you." The smile of the oil girl couldn't help but stagnate. The poisonous dust that blew towards him was blocked by the invisible scarlet aura 3 feet away from Qin Yu. The next moment, the pupil power that rolled all over the sky turned into a terrifying skeleton. The originally narrow cave was directly filled up. A pair of eyes with blood-red flames, exuding a fascinating smell. Puff! The poisonous insects that attacked him were instantly burned by the flames. It turned into dust and scattered on the ground. He opened Susanoo without saying a word. Looking at the creepy skeleton, the blood-red energy ribs, and the jumping flames in the deep eye sockets. Just looking at it, people feel a chill in their spine. "It's impossible, you are obviously controlled by Feng's secret technique." Abaramatajan's expression suddenly changed. Not only because of the Susanoo displayed by Qin Yu, but also because of the combination of his and Yamanaka Feng's unbeatable killing moves, which were broken without knowing how. "Haha, have you forgotten that our Uchiha clan is best at illusions in addition to fire escape?" Qin Yu sneered. "What?" Abaramatajan's expression suddenly changed, and she moved hurriedly, but found that her whole body seemed to be restricted by invisible shackles. "My body can't move. When did you cast an illusion on me? What's wrong? Are you scared now?" Qin Yu sneered and said, "It's too late." Roar! Susanoo roared, and his right hand with protruding bones slapped the two of them like lightning. "No. Since you want me to die, then you can die too." Abaramatajan's face was ferocious. Unlike Yamanaka Feng, his body was restricted, but he could still give orders to the parasitic insects. Secret technique, insect explosion technique. The poisonous insects all over his body became agitated instantly, and the surface of Abaramatajan's body quickly bulged. Boom! The poisonous insects exploded instantly, and a strong air wave swept away, and the dark green poisonous gas dispersed with the wind. "Everyone be careful, don't inhale these poisonous gases!" Shizun exclaimed. But soon they saw the whole world turning, and they woke up. They were still in the cave. However, this time, there was no trace of fighting in the cave, and there was no poisonous insect explosion. He hurriedly looked at Qin Yu, but found that Abaramatajan and Yamanaka Feng were kneeling on the ground and laughing like idiots. This weird look clearly showed that they were still deeply trapped in the illusion. What kind of illusion is this? It can instantly control the minds of all of us. The battle just now was an illusion. 2 senior ninjas were dragged into the illusion without anyone knowing, and now they have no way to escape. This is too terrifying. Some sharp-eyed people saw the clues instantly. However, looking at Yamanaka Feng and Abaramatajan who were grinning like idiots, they felt a little more scared in their hearts, and their spines were still cold. They knew very well that if Qin Yu was in a bad mood just now, he could easily kill them all. This is definitely not a problem. They were mentally prepared to go to the battlefield. However, death can be blazing, but this kind of death is unclear. They can't accept it. Well, those who kill will be killed. If they want to kill me, then I will kill them. That should be normal, right? Qin Yu seemed to have done something insignificant, and swept the whole scene with a scrutinizing gaze. Then he slowly walked towards Yamanaka Feng and Abaramatajan. Yes, Qin Yu is right. The people of Gen are too indifferent. They dared to kill their companions. Even if they were reported back to Konaha, they would not escape punishment. Instead of letting these 2 people stay in the team, like fish bones stuck in the throat, it is better to take action to get rid of them. Now Abaramatajan and Yamanaka Feng are difficult to convince the crowd, and the team is leaderless. Qin Yu, you are outstanding, and I beg you to lead the team." The ninjas in the field all echoed. Qin Yu couldn't help but smile. Fence-sitters are not lacking anywhere. But the only thing that satisfied him was that these people never proposed to give up their teammates and attack him from beginning to end. Otherwise, he wouldn't mind and would get rid of them. "Qin Yu, you can't kill them." Shizuan suddenly persuaded, "Danzo is very vengeful. Once Yamanaka Kaze and Abare Meitajin are killed, you will definitely be labeled as a traitor. I don't want you to get into trouble." As soon as these words came out, the expressions of many people in the field changed drastically. They have heard more or less about Gen's style of doing things. However, with Danzo's identity here, many people dare not speak out. Moreover, many people have seen Danzo's hostility towards the Uchiha clan. "You don't want me to get into trouble." Qin Feng smiled and looked at Shizuan. Shizuan's expression stagnated, a blush appeared on her cheeks, and finally gritted her teeth and nodded, "I don't want everyone to get into trouble." "So that's the case, it seems that I expressed the wrong feelings." Qin Feng laughed dryly and said, "Since you asked, Shizuan, I will let them go for the time being, but the death penalty can escape, but the living crime is hard to forgive, so I will lock them up first. Everyone praises me, so I won't refuse. Let's rest here for 3 days. After 3 days, we will take the initiative to attack and fight." Qin Yu looked at Jing Ian and said, "In my eyes, companions must never be abandoned. Unless they step over my corpse. Come on, take them away first." The calm voice shocked everyone in the field. In their eyes, Qin Feng was a shy and cowardly person. But now, because of everything in front of him, this label has been completely overturned. Whether it was using illusion to instantly defeat Shan Zhongfeng and Abare Meitajin, or taking the initiative now. In their eyes, Qin Yu stood up for his companions. This made them, as companions, feel an inexplicable sense of security. Chapter 4 I learned quickly. "Qin Yu, don't worry, this pass is an important strategic position for our fire country. Although we will not disobey orders, we will never give up easily. Otherwise, once the Cloud Ninja passes through the pass, it will be a huge threat to Konaha when it is broken into pieces." Mao Yu Kanggu, who had just spoken out to stop him, said in a deep voice. "Go and get ready." Qin Yu said as he looked at these people. The world of Naruto is all about the survival of the fittest, and the strength Qin Yu showed was enough to shock them. What's more, abandoning your companions, even for the mission, will also be despised when you return to Konaha. Moreover, once the Cloud Ninja passes this pass and enters Konaha, it will be a smooth journey, as if entering a no-man's land. It would be too difficult to continue to block them. "Qin Yu, you can rest assured." A group of ninjas echoed, intending to take their positions and be on guard. "By the way, who of you has a ninjutsu scroll with you?" Qin Feng suddenly remembered something important. He now has a one-click full-level system that can make all kinds of ninjutsu full-level. There are still 3 days of free time, and of course he can't easily let go of the opportunity to enhance his own strength. Moreover, the combination of the Cloud Ninja is not an easy character to deal with. Ninjutsu scroll. The more than 20 ninjas present were stunned. "Don't you have it?" Qin Feng didn't hold much hope. After all, who would carry a learning scroll with them in this wartime state? Moreover, there are concentrated ninjutsu scroll training rooms in the ninja village, and most of the ninjutsu is also passed down by teachers or guided by elders. Few people carry ninjutsu scrolls alone. If you lose on the battlefield, not only will your life be gone, but the scroll may also fall on someone else. Mao Yu Kengwu, standing out from the crowd, said, "Qin Yu, I don't know why you want a ninjutsu scroll. This is an A-level ninjutsu I prepared for my daughter, Thunder Release Thunderfall. I originally planned to give it to her as a gift to become a Chunin after the mission is completed. Now it's better to give it to you than to let it fall into the hands of the Cloud Ninja." "Your daughter?" Qin Yu raised his eyebrows, looking at the facial contours of the Jonin in front of him, vaguely with a familiar outline, and said, "Is your daughter Mao Yu Xi Yan?" "Haha, Mao Yu, your daughter is really outstanding, even Qin Yu has noticed it." A big man laughed heartily. Mao Yu Kengwu glared and said, "Shut up, you bastard. You always introduce your son to me, my precious daughter. I swear that he likes at least a special Jonin. Tisk, my son Inu Arashi will soon become a Chunin, and the special Jonin is just around the corner." Inu Feng retorted quickly. "Mao Yu, look at Qin Yu, his strength can definitely reach the special Jonin, and his illusion is something that even we old guys can't catch up with. The voice came out of the team unexpectedly. Shizuan's expression froze, and he said anxiously, "Don't joke around, give the scroll to Qin first, he may have some use for it." "Little Shizuan, why are you blushing? You can't fall in love with Qin, right?" As the laughter spread, the oppressive atmosphere in the cave was slightly dissipated. After looking Qin up and down, Mao Yukengwu patted Qin on the shoulder and said, "Good boy, your powerful illusion can indeed reach the level of a special ninja. This scroll is for you. If you can go back alive, I have a letter here. I hope you can pass it to my daughter. Qin, I also have something here. Please pass it to my son for me. I have it here too. I trouble you too." Looking at the ninjas who took out letters and personal items one after another, there is no doubt that Qin is the one who has the greatest chance of returning to Konaha alive. "Qin, can you help me return this kunao to Lady Tsunade?" Shizuan couldn't hold back her temper. "This is the gift she gave me as a disciple." For a moment, the smiles on everyone's faces concealed a hint of bitterness. "Do you think this battle is a sure death?" Qin said calmly, "Then why didn't you agree when Shan Zhongfeng and the others decided to retreat just now?" Everyone's expression froze. In their eyes, Qin strength was enough to reach the level of a special Jonin. However, the hundreds of cloud ninjas, as well as the Ab combination, could not be resisted by one person. Mao Yukengwu said anxiously, "Qin, don't get me wrong, we are not the kind of people who are afraid of death. When we became ninjas and took on the mission, we were ready to die. What's more, this pass is the main passage to Konaha. If the cloud ninjas pass through here and drive straight in, Konaha will be attacked from all sides, and our family and children will also be threatened. So, we would rather die than retreat." Inu Feng also nodded the head, said in a deep voice, "Qin, we have always underestimated you. We didn't expect you to be proficient in such a powerful illusion. We have already held the intention of dying here, but we hope that you can help us bring something back. Qin, just help them." Jingyan couldn't help but persuade, "Help me too." For a moment, everyone looked at Qin with a little more hope. "Sorry, I won't help you." Qin said lightly, "Take these things back, and hand them back yourself. Including this scroll, let's go back together." The small voice swept the whole audience like a hurricane, and at the same time shook everyone's soul. Mao Yukengwu couldn't help but clench his fists, his eyes slightly red as he said, "Okay, good boy, you are right, let's go back together. After I go back, I will definitely introduce my daughter to you." "Haha, Mao you are really disrespectful to your age. Humph, I see that you are now eager to have a daughter to introduce to Qin." Mao Yukengwu glared and said, "Qin, what do you want the ninjutsu scroll for? This is an A-level lightning escape falling thunder." Everyone couldn't help but look at Qin with curiosity. Facing a life and death battle, this A-level ninjutsu is very powerful, but it is obviously useless. "Nothing, I just want to learn 2 more ninjutsu to keep myself." Qin took the scroll. He has a 1-key full-level system, and for ninjutsu, the more the better. It's probably a bit late to learn ninjutsu now. Mao Yukengwu's expression stagnated, and he said, "It took me more than a month to learn this ninjutsu, and now there are only 3 days, it seems a bit too rushed." "Don't worry, I will learn it soon." Qin did not explain. "I can't tell them that I have a system and can reach the maximum level with 1 click. I'm afraid no one will believe this." "This?" Mao Yukengwu was stunned for a moment, and said, "Okay, I also understand this ninjutsu. If you insist on learning it, I can guide you." "Thank you, Uncle Mao Yu, I am enough." Qin shook his head and refused, holding the scroll and walked out first. Watching Qin back go away, many ninjas in the field sighed secretly. Chapter 5 Thunder Release Kirin 1-click max level. This Qin seems to be a little too arrogant. The difficulty of learning A-level ninjutsu is not small. Even the experienced Mao Yu took more than a month to learn it. How can he succeed in 3 days? Inu Feng couldn't help but said. "Okay, young people are like this. Just hit a wall." Mao Yukengwu patted Inu Feng's shoulder and said, "I hope Qin will understand that some things can't be forced." Outside the cave, a slightly remote basin. After Qin spread out the thunder release scroll, he immediately opened the main Jakaya. Sharingan. The Sharingan fell into Kakashi's hands, creating the reputation of the copy ninja Kakashi. For a ninja, there are two most important levels in learning ninjutsu. The first is getting started, and the second is mastering. However, Chinyu now has the main Jakaya Sharingan, which can be achieved in an instant, and as for mastering, it can be maxed out with one click. Now Chinyu can be said to be equipped with the original physical plugin and the invincible upgrade plugin. Damn it! Ding! The speed of the seal technique is found. Is it a one-click full level? Immediately full level. Qin Feng's hands flew quickly, and the chakra in his body was undergoing precise changes in nature. Thunder escape falling thunder. When the last seal fell, a low roar came from the sky. 9 lightning bolts, like a latent dragon emerging from the abyss, fell directly on the rocks 7 or 8 meters away with a sharp posture. Boom! The huge rock exploded. Under the splashing of lightning, the broken stones flew, and a large pit of more than 10 meters was blown out. Under the smoke, it was shocking. Looking at this scene, Chinyu couldn't help but be stunned. According to the description of the A-level thunder escape falling thunder on the scroll, once this ninjutsu is mastered, it can communicate with the free thunder elements of heaven and earth and perform a thunder attack. However, the scene in front of him was beyond this scope. Could it be because of the one-click full-level system? Chinyu raised his eyebrows. He remembered that Uchiha Madara once said in the original work that there is no weakest ninjutsu, only the weakest person. A fire style, Great Fireball can be used as a big move. Only Uchiha Madara can do it. Now, Chinyu's condition is probably because of the full-level ninjutsu. However, the previous blow still consumed 1/10 of Chinyu's chakra. Ding dang, lightning attribute chakra, one-click full level. Ding dang, lightning style, thunderfall, one-click full level. Ding dang, lightning attribute natural force sensing one-click full level. The system prompt sound coming from his mind instantly confirmed Chinyu's thoughts. Looking at the big pit struck by the thunder not far away, he suddenly remembered the awesome ninjutsu from Uchiha Sasuke in the thunder style. S-level, thunder style, Kirin. It can be said that if this ninjutsu does not require the help of the right time, right place, and right people to be performed, the destructive power alone can compete with Uzumaki Naruto's wind-style Rasen Shuriken. Unfortunately, in the original work, this thunder-style Kirin appeared to be awesome, but it was a short-lived creature in the later period. It has never appeared again. This is a regret for many Naruto fans. At present, the number of cloud ninjas attacking has reached hundreds, and there is also the Ab combination. This is destined to be a tough battle. Once it gets into a protracted war, with Qin Feng's current chakra level, even if he has the main Jakaya Sharingan, he will be exhausted to death. Therefore, this S-level thunder release Kirin may be the key to Qin Feng's reversal of the situation. It can use the power of thunder and lightning to greatly reduce the consumption of chakra and exert a speed of 1/1000th of the speed of light. As a large-scale killing move, it may be able to play an unexpected role. What's more, Chinyu also has a one-click full-level system. There is a great probability that the thunder release Kirin can be reproduced, and it is not bad to temporarily serve as a trump card. 3 days are just a blink of an eye. Ding dang, thunder release Kirin one-click full level. Hearing this familiar prompt, Chinyu breathed a sigh of relief. The slight connection with the accumulated thunderclouds in the sky was instantly cut off. The thunderclouds accumulated in the sky and the sky dissipated with a bang, and a huge pressure that was looming was like a flash in the pan. Fortunately, there is a one-button full-level system, and even the natural power of lightning attribute is also at the full level, otherwise the thunder release Kirin test would not be so successful. Chinyu dispersed the chakra in his body. The training during this period made him clearly understand the weakness of the Uchiha clan, the lack of blue. No wonder, the sage eyes and sage body were eventually exhausted every time they fought a protracted war. Even Uchiha Madara in the original work managed to transplant and devour the cells of the first generation of Hokage. It seems that after the matter here is settled, Chinyu still has to try to get the sage body. When Chinyu walked out of the secluded basin, the 27 Konaha ninjas who stayed behind had gathered. Everyone's face was solemn, and they were all ready for battle, and there was a hint of determination to die in their pupils. In their eyes, this war that could not be retreated, facing hundreds of cloud ninjas and the combination of UB, was more dangerous than good. However, after the pass was the flat land of the Land of Fire. Once this place is lost, not to mention the Konaha ninja village, even their families will be in an irreparable situation, so they can't retreat. Chinyu, Don't be discouraged if you don't master the A-level ninjutsu. Even Mao Yu, this bastard, spent more than a month. Inu Feng couldn't help but persuade. However, the cumulonimbus cloud that suddenly appeared just now seemed to have something hiding in the cloud, which made people feel depressed. We thought that the cloud ninja came to attack. Inu Feng, what pot is not mentioned, what pot is mentioned, can't you say less? Mao Yu Kangyu glared. Boy, don't put too much pressure on yourself. I still say that if you can't hold on, you take Shizun and run away first. A ninjutsu cannot be learned in just 2 or 3 days. Seeing Qin Yu's appearance, many people's expressions eased a little. After all, after seeing the powerful illusion performed by Qin Yu with their own eyes, they had a little more inexplicable conviction for this once unknown boy. Chapter 6 give you 2 choices. The time is just right. I have already learned that ninjutsu. Qin Yu said with a smile. Learn A-level ninjutsu in 3 days. Mao Yu Kengwu was stunned, and then patted Qin Feng's shoulder cheerfully and said, You good boy, you are still joking at this time. But this is also good, it eases the atmosphere a little. According to the report of the secret sentry 30 minutes ago, the large force of the Cloud Ninja has appeared 5 kilometers away. You give the order. For the doubt, Qin Feng did not explain, frowned, and said, 30 minutes ago. Didn't I stipulate that the intelligence update in wartime is every 15 minutes? Mao Yu Kengwu's face suddenly changed. Because they integrated the team and were in the depressing atmosphere of going to death, they completely ignored this point. Mao Yu, something bad has happened. Yamanaka Feng and Aberme Kujen are missing. A ninja in charge of guarding rushed over. As soon as this was said, everyone's nerves suddenly tensed up. These 2 things seem to have nothing to do with each other. If we think about it in depth, their sentries will be eliminated without making any noise, and there will be no time to issue a warning. Is it related to the 2 of them? Everyone, retreat to the cave. Qin Yu shouted in a hurry. The expressions of the people present suddenly changed. Haha, I just realized it now. I thought Konaha sent someone to resist our Cloud Ninja's attack this time, but it turned out to be a fool. The hearty laughter echoed without any warning. One after another, figures flashed in all directions, and there were hundreds of them. The leader, on a hill hundreds of meters away, was the combination that made all countries tremble. Oh no, we are surrounded. Inu Feng's face turned pale. Looking at the group of Cloud Ninjas blocking him, anyone who is not a fool would know that this is a trap. Hundreds of people, and the combination, and we were ambushed, we are basically dead. Matsuki Sr., what should we do? It must be Yamanaka Wind and Aberme Kujen, otherwise our defense line and secret sentries would not be discovered. The scene was in chaos, facing hundreds of people led by AI, who was hailed as the next generation of the Raikage of the Cloud Village, and Killer B, the 8 Tails Jinchuriki. This is undoubtedly a disaster. Calm down. Mao Yu Kengyu's face was also livid, and when he looked at Qin Yu, he couldn't help but be stunned. That calm face, as if he didn't take all this to heart. Is he scared silly? Haha, your panic really makes me happy. AI laughed unscrupulously and said, I really want to know, what are you going to do next, what are your plans? Surrender or let me kill you with my own hands. Kill, kill. Surrender or die. Hundreds of people shouted in unison, making all the Konaha ninjas nervous to the extreme, and the panic on their faces could not be concealed. The Cloud Ninja in front of him was playing to interpret the preemptive move. Qin Yu. Jing Ian's little face also turned pale, and she couldn't help looking at Achiha Qin Yu. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Qin Feng rubbed Jing Ian's head and said, Senior Mao Yu, you take them to retreat to the cave and hide in the barrier, and leave the rest to me. Qin Yu had expected all this. After all, the root in the original work would do anything to achieve his goal. Now that Shan Zhongfeng and the other 2 were seized by Qin Feng, they gave up their teammates in important strategic positions. Once Qin Yu and others were allowed to go back alive, it would probably have a negative impact on the route. Therefore, the only way is to strike first and kill with a borrowed knife. However, this is exactly what Qin Yu wants. The next time they meet, he will be able to attack the route without any scruples. There is one more excuse. Qin Yu, are you alone? Are you crazy? We won't watch you go to die alone. Mao Yu Kengyu's expression changed. He never thought that Qin Yu would give such an answer. Although they were facing hundreds of Cloud Ninjas and the terrifying combination, they couldn't let Qin Yu fight against them alone. Qin Yu, don't blame yourself too much. We will face it together. There will always be a way. Jing Yin persuaded in a hurry. Qin Yu, you really don't have to worry about it. We stayed here voluntarily. Yes, we are Konaha's ninjas, and we have long disregarded life and death. In the eyes of many people, Qin Yu's actions were because he made the entire team stay forcibly, so he felt guilty. Send to die. Qin Yu laughed dryly and shook his head and said, don't worry, I won't be stupid enough to die. You stay in the barrier, I'm just worried that I will have to rescue you later. I am the captain you elected, this is an order. The small voice was full of unquestionable flavor at this moment. Senior Mao Yu, what should we do? Jing Yin was anxious. Mao Yu Kangyu's expression changed continuously, looking at Qin Yu's indifferent face, gritted his teeth and said, everyone retreat into the cave, and support Qin Yu at any time. Don't forget that his strength is stronger than mine. As soon as these words came out, both the Konaha ninja and the Cloud ninja were stunned for a moment. However, when they thought of Qin Yu's use of illusion to kill two Jonins, Yamanaka Feng and a bear Meitagen, instantly. They were nervous, but they still retreated. They just swore in their hearts that if there was any accident, they would rescue them at lightning speed. Looking at the Konaha ninjas who retreated into the cave in an orderly manner, a Cloud ninja captain couldn't help but say, Lord Ai, should we stop them? If they enter the barrier, it might be disadvantageous to us. Humph, what disadvantage? A mere ragtag army, what's so worthy of attention? I thought the Uchiha clan sent out the instant body Shisui in the intelligence, but I didn't expect it to be just an unknown waste. Ai snorted disdainfully and said, according to the report, this young man is just a Chunin. These Konaha ninjas actually obeyed the command of a Chunin. I think they are either stupid or desperate. The captain heard this and smiled, Master Ai is right. These people are already in our pocket. As long as we break through this barrier, the huge fire country will become the place of our lightning country. The Cloud ninjas in the field showed joy. Konaha opened 3 major battlefields at the same time and failed to conquer them for a long time. It really made the Cloud ninja village feel threatened. It is a straw that breaks the camel's back. How can people not be happy? Are you done? Qin Yu suddenly spoke. Now I give you 2 choices. First, get out now. Second, I will kill you all. Chapter 7 The Big Move missed. The small voice swept the whole place like a hurricane at this moment. Arrogant and domineering? Or crazy talk? In the eyes of all the Cloud ninjas, and even the Konaha ninjas, it was undoubtedly the latter. The current situation, whether in terms of number or strength, is completely a trap. Now Qin Yu is talking nonsense, which is simply a contempt for their Cloud ninjas. You are indeed an ignorant child. Today we will see how you can kill us. Humph, kill him first and let him understand what the gap is. A Chunin, the first thing to do on the battlefield is how to judge the difference in strength and learn to survive. Kill him. A Cloud ninja roared, took out a kunai with his backhand, and rushed out first. The team following closely behind also moved instantly. For a moment, 7 or 8 people rushed towards Qin Yu at a galloping posture. Qin Yu, be careful. Jing Yin was anxious. However, the pupils of Mao Yu Kangyu beside him suddenly shrank. Facing the 7 people approaching quickly, Qin Yu did not have the slightest thought of dodging. His hands flew, and he formed a series of spells with an astonishingly fast posture. Mao Yu, that seems to be your thunder release thunderfall technique. Chuanfeng exclaimed. Is he crazy? Trying to use the thunderfall technique at this time. Mao Yu Kangyu was anxious and was about to jump out to support. Boom! A low thunderous sound rang out in the sky. The seals on Qin Yu's hands suddenly stopped. Thunder escape falling thunder technique. Bang 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 bang. 7 lightning pillars suddenly lit up in the sky. The next moment, at an extreme speed, they struck the 7 Cloud ninjas who appeared more than 10 meters away from Qin Yu. The speed was so fast and the number was so large that people could not react at all. Boom! The 7 Cloud ninjas were directly enveloped by it. The violent destructive force made the ground unable to bear the weight and cracked open. The light blue lightning illuminated the entire canyon. The rolling dust and flying gravel made everyone's heart tighten suddenly. When everything calmed down, the deep pit created by the lightning was as big as 7 or 8 meters. Every Cloud ninja was covered in blood, and some even had broken limbs. It was obvious that they could not die anymore. What kind of ninjutsu is this? This seems to be an A-level thunderbolt. Even some proficient jonin can only drive 3 thunderbolts. How could he, a chunin, kill 7 people accurately in 1 second? This kid is weird. Let's disperse quickly and don't let him succeed again. The scene suddenly became a little chaotic. A moment ago, they didn't take Chinyu seriously at all. They thought that a mere chunin could not pose a threat to them. Now Chinyu killed 7 people in 1 second. The result was different. However, compared with the Cloud Ninja, the ninjas of Konaha were more shocked. They knew clearly that Qin Feng had only started to learn this thunderbolt 3 days ago. Now he not only mastered this A-level ninjutsu, but also completely exceeded the state of proficiency. I'm afraid he has also comprehended the mystery of it, so he can instantly release 7 thunderbolts. AI, standing on the hill, said with a twinkling gaze, "Don't panic. The other party is just an unknown chunin. Maybe he has some talent for lightning release and has understood the essence of this ninjutsu. Sato, go and master the lightning release instant body technique and bring him back." The masked cloud ninja, who had been guarding AI, nodded and stepped out. However, his steps soon froze in mid-air. The hot air wave blew towards him. Chinyu's flying hands suddenly stopped. The moment the hot chakra was swallowed and spit out, he turned into a huge fireball of 20 to 30 meters. He crushed it in the air. What on earth is going on here? Am I dreaming? Is this still the great fireball technique? Puff! The air seemed to be pierced, and the distance of hundreds of meters was pulled apart in the blink of an eye. Wherever he passed along the way, whether it was rocks or trees, they burned instantly. Sato took a step forward, his face pale, and hurriedly pulled back. Even AI and Kiribi were suddenly tense, and subconsciously avoided the sharp edge. The oncoming fireball failed at the critical moment. No. It should be said that the angle was obviously off, and it went straight up to the sky at a 45-degree angle. Boom! The fireball of dozens of meters exploded in the void. The flames flew all over the sky, illuminating half of the sky. The sparks were scattered, as if a wonderful fireworks feast was staged. Everyone present was stunned, especially the Cloud Ninja, who was scared and ran away. Looking at the ground that was directly crushed by the huge fireball, a deep ditch was formed. There were also trees still burning around, with faces full of confusion, and they just couldn't react. Whether it was the thunder release and thunderfall technique just now, or the current fireball. What a powerful force! It's like turning a low-level ninjutsu into an S-level ninjutsu. When I think about it, if I get hit by a fireball several dozen meters long, I'm afraid I'll be wiped out. Humph, you bluffing kid, I thought you had some ability, but it seems that your chakra is too huge, causing your ninjutsu to mutate. AI snorted coldly. In this must-win situation, the Cloud Ninjas under his command have made fools of themselves in public one after another, so of course they have to save the situation. Looking at Qin Feng, who still looked the same, AI said disdainfully, "It's a pity that you only pursue power, that's your biggest weakness. A ninjutsu that can't even hit the target, no matter how powerful it is, will be like the fireworks just now, just for show." The turbulent Cloud Ninjas gradually calmed down. Lord AI is right. We should not lose our composure. A person who can't even control ninjutsu well can't defeat us Cloud Ninjas. Moreover, he has performed 2 ninjutsu that only pursue power. There is definitely not much chakra left in his body. I think he can only perform 1 more ninjutsu at most. As long as we take this blow, there will be no problem in taking him down. The eyes of the Cloud Ninjas lit up, and they looked at Chinyu with a little more covetous eyes. It's a pity that the previous blow didn't hit, otherwise it would definitely cause huge casualties among the Cloud Ninjas. I didn't expect Chinyu to hide so deeply that he could perform ordinary ninjutsu to this extent. Uzuki, what should we do now? Chinyu obviously has a special talent. In addition to powerful illusions, he can also easily comprehend the secrets of thunder and fire ninjutsu. If he is handed over to the 3rd Hokage to train personally, our Konaha will definitely have a more powerful existence in the future. The Konaha ninjas talked about it. For the last words, even Mao Yukengwu's heart was touched. After experiencing the tug-of-war on the 3-way battlefield, he knew very well that a genius fighting force could have a huge impact on a battle situation. For example, the popular Golden Flash Wave Feng Shui the Gate is the best example. If Uchiha Chinyu can grow to this point, it will be a powerful fresh blood for Konaha. Chapter 8 Killing the whole audience in seconds. A mess of thoughts flashed through Mao Yukengwu's mind. Looking at Qin Yu, who was still calm, his expression stagnated and he said, I feel that Qin Yu may not be that simple. The attack was obviously off target, why can he still be so calm? Mao Yukengwu said while looking up at the sky. The scene he saw almost made him burst his eyes. With the canyon as the center, it seemed that there was an invisible big hand, quickly rolling up the accumulated thunderclouds in the sky. Like a huge funnel. One after another, the hideous lightning snakes wandered in the clouds, looking more and more hideous. The gradually spreading oppressive atmosphere gave people a feeling of impending storm. He vaguely guessed that Qin Yu might have already learned the thunderbolt and hid in the basin for this attack. Can't say. Mao Yukengwu clenched his fists. He knew that the power of this attack would be amazing. Otherwise, Qin Yu would not have spent so much effort. Feeling his heart beating, Mao Yukengwu's nerves were almost broken because of nervousness. Why, Qin Yu could still stand outside as if nothing had happened. What a terrifying state of mind. Boy, you are not out of tricks, are you? AI sneered, is it because you don't have enough chakra? If it doesn't work, then it's our turn. Looking at Qin Yu, who was still indifferent, AI's face sank and he shouted sternly, go, surround him, I don't believe he can make any big waves. Kill him. Dozens of cloud ninjas suddenly jumped up. The thunder escape and the fireball just now made them lose face. Now Qin Yu's chakra is insufficient, that's a good opportunity to beat the fallen dog. 300 meters, 200 meters. 10, 30, 50, 70. Qin Yu silently calculated all this, feeling the change in the nature of the chakra in his body, and resonating with the thunderclouds in the sky. The accumulated thunder power made even Qin Yu feel his heart tremble. Go to hell, you mysterious kid. A cloud ninja arrived first. However, it should be said that dozens of cloud ninjas came from all directions, and each of them seemed to be staring at the fat in the basin. Thunder escape, thunder spear. Thunder escape, earth walk. Thunder escape, stab. The continuous roars echoed wildly between heaven and earth. The dazzling lightning turned into various attacks and stabbed Qin Yu head on. Looking at Qin Yu, who seemed to be unaware, Jingyan couldn't hold back her breath and stepped out in a hurry. We're here. Everyone, hold up the barrier with all your strength, or we'll all die. Mao Yukengwu shouted. Everyone was stunned. The next moment, Qin Yu, who was under attack, disappeared like a ghost with a flash of lightning. It's the thunder escape instant body technique. Someone with sharp eyes saw through it instantly. AI's expression tightened, and he hurriedly looked up at the top of a small hill not far away. The scene he saw shook his nerves. Oh my god, there's something wrong with the sky, run away immediately. AI roared in a hurry. In the clouds, he felt a feeling that even he was terrified. At this moment, he finally understood why Qin Yu stood there in a daze without any reaction. This is a trap. You can't escape. My chakra is indeed not enough. To catch you all in an instant, I need a large range, strong destructive power, and a speed that people can't avoid, so I thought of borrowing the power of thunder. Qin Yu stood on the top of the mountain. The lightning that was lurking all over his body was not hidden at all at this moment. The swirling thunderclouds and the lightning flashed, and a huge thunder unicorn squeezed out. Goodbye, silly and cute cloud ninja. As soon as the voice fell, Qin Yu moved. He pressed his right hand down suddenly, and the lightning that was accumulated in the sky, the incarnation of the unicorn, roared to the sky. The thunder tore the sky and the earth, and the lightning occupied the pupils. Boom! The unicorn swooped down, and the speed was so fast that the cloud ninjas could not recover at all. Bang! The lightning splashed, and the power was so great that it was comparable to the tailed beast ball. The whole canyon was instantly submerged by lightning, whether it was trees or rocks, they were directly crushed. The lightning that soared into the sky also directly pierced the accumulated clouds. It took several minutes for everything to recover. The huge canyon became a mess. No. It should be said that everything in front of us no longer had the shadow of the canyon. It was completely flat and burnt red earth. The so-called trees and rocks disappeared one after another, and some hills were razed to the ground. As for the so-called cloud ninja, not even the bones were left. Some of the slightly lucky ones were able to use defensive measures in time, and perhaps they could still leave an arm or a leg. The huge battlefield looked in a mess. Am I dreaming? If there was no cave, we would probably be dead. Are you blind? Where is the cave? If it weren't for Senior Mao Yu who discovered the clues in advance and asked us to frantically bless the barrier, I'm afraid we would also die. Even the barrier that could resist the attack of the Cloud Ninja for 2 days was directly broken. The lightning escape just now was the most terrifying and powerful I have ever seen in my life. Forbidden technique. All the Konaha ninjas looked like they had survived a disaster. They knew very well that this attack was aimed at the Cloud Ninjas. However, after witnessing the shocking scene with their own eyes, they were still terrified. Especially when they saw the Cloud Ninjas who were directly blasted into pieces, their backs were already soaked with cold sweat. Asshole, you bastard, you dare to set up a trap to kill my men. AI and Killer Bee rushed out of the ruins. They were a little embarrassed, but not hurt much. Some of the Cloud Ninjas who were close to them did not participate in the encirclement, so they were also rescued in time. However, including AI and Killer Bee, there were only 7 people. Compared with the mighty posture when they came, there was a huge gap. If you don't see it with your own eyes, who would be willing to believe that with such a huge gap in the number of people? In the team led by the combination, the Cloud Ninjas were killed by a Chunin in an instant, killing hundreds of elites. Those who kill will be killed by others. Don't they deserve to die? Qin Yu said with a smile. Looking at this warm smile, whether it is the Cloud Ninja or the Konaha Ninja, they felt cold under their feet. Good, very good. AI said twice with a gloomy face, and shouted sternly, I will fall into the trap once, and I will never fall into it again the second time. After performing 3 such powerful ninjutsu, you can trademark hold out for long with your amazing chakra. Today I want to see what else you can do to defeat me. As long as you fall into my hands, I will crush your bones and let you know how powerful and majestic the Cloud Ninja is. Chapter 9 Unbreakable Defense. The dignified voice echoed over the ruins. Seeing Qin Yu kill hundreds of people in one move, Mao Yu Kangyu and others did have hope. However, when they thought of the combination, which had already become famous in the Cloud Ninja, and was still eyeing them, their nerves were tense again. Mao Yu Sr., should we help? Shizun was anxious. Mao Yu Kangyu looked at Qin Yu and said, Ekin Yu, we trademark LL help you. No need. Qin Yu smiled warmly and said, you guys come together. I also want to know how strong I am. Ahaha, you are really arrogant, I think you are strong on the outside but weak on the inside, and you dare to say such arrogant words. AI laughed unscrupulously, and then his face was covered with gloom. I will make you live a life worse than death. Bang! AI stepped heavily, and the lightning chakra dormant in his body rushed out like a raging tide. As soon as he made a move, it was a ninjutsu. Lightning chakra mode. If Minato Namikaze was golden lightning, then AI was blue lightning. When his footsteps fell and the ground cracked, AI had crossed 100 meters and appeared in front of Qin Yu. The speed was so fast that the pupils of Mao Yu Kangwu and others suddenly shrank. In their eyes, Qin Yu did not move at all, still standing there, watching everything quietly. As if he was shocked by the scene in front of him. Boy, you can trademark even keep up with my speed, and you still dare to be presumptuous, go to hell. AI smiled grimly, clenched his 5 fingers suddenly, and lightning splashed up. Without any fancy moves, a heavy blow came head-on. Thunder Fist. Bang! The air was instantly pierced, and the huge fist chased Qin Yu's cheek. Looking at Qin Yu who still had no reaction, the remaining Yunren couldn't help but laugh. At this moment, they seemed to have seen the scene of Qin Yu being killed. Boom! A dull thunder-like collision sound suddenly sounded. The sharp and unparalleled thunder fist, with a heavy posture, fell a few feet away from Qin Yu. It was like hitting an invisible iron wall and was blocked in an instant. The lightning and scarlet air waves swept over, forming a huge impact. AI's expression suddenly changed, as if he had hit an iron plate. Seeing Qin Yu's eyes instantly swallowed by blood, and the moment when the 9 megatamas were spinning wildly, AI almost cracked his eyes. Ribs made of scarlet chakra blocked Qin Yu's way. What is this? Isn't this a monster that appeared in the illusion? It's the Sharingan. No, this pattern is completely different from the Uchiha clan's single megatama, double megatama, and triple megatama Sharingan. What on earth is going on? Seeing Qin Yu's aura change, the aura full of disaster permeated, and there was an inexplicable depression in his heart. 9 megatama Manjakaya. Sharingan. Qin Yu's chakra is not much, but his pupil power is basically zero loss. Facing the lightning chakra mode known for its speed and power, Susanoo is the best way to deal with it. It's my turn. Chinyu suddenly spoke. The moment the 9 Megatama Sharingan spun wildly, the scarlet pupil power filled with the taste of disaster swept out like a frenzy. A huge wave of air burst out with Chinyu as the center. Puff! A scarlet skeleton arm suddenly appeared on the ribs, looking very creepy. Without any fancy moves, it slapped AI like lightning. Be careful! Kiribi shouted anxiously. AI sensed the danger, and the lightning on his body instantly surged to the extreme. Without any fancy moves, he stomped heavily on the ground and retreated straight back. Boom! The ground was instantly shattered, and under the splashing of rocks, another arm chased AI. The sudden scene made everyone feel caught off guard. Looking at the Susanoo behind Chinyu, which quickly condensed and was as high as 12 or 13 meters, and the whole body was like a jumping flame. His face was full of horror. Bang, bang, bang. The two arms took turns to smash down, and rolled up a sharp gust of wind. AI, who was wrapped in lightning, dodged quickly under the attack, looking extremely embarrassed. Hehe, you only know how to dodge. Chinyu smiled faintly. It must be said that in the world of Naruto, there are very few people who can use chakra to this extent. Ninjutsu. In addition to having the ability to accurately control the change of chakra attributes, you also need a physique as strong as a beast to be able to bear the lightning chakra mode. Even in the huge Cloud Ninja village, only a few strong people have learned it. This really made Chinyu think about it. For outsiders, the lightning chakra mode may be difficult to learn. But for Chinyu, who has a one-key full-level system, it is not a big challenge. The difficulty lies in how to get the lightning chakra mode in AI's hands. Arrogant boy, don't think you can be invincible by hiding in the tortoise shell. AI's voice came suddenly. A figure wrapped in blue lightning suddenly appeared above Susanoo. Heavy flow. AI roared, and the lightning in his right hand suddenly surged, like a battle axe, smashing towards Susanoo's head. I saw it. Chinyu's eyes suddenly turned. He had maxed out the Manjakaya Sharingan with one click. But it was the first time to use it, and it would take some time to really use it freely. However, AI's speed was amazing, but Chinyu could still see through it. If he used his body to counterattack, he might not be able to keep up with AI in the lightning chakra mode, but Susanoo took action instantly as soon as he thought about it. The huge palm suddenly reached forward, and the roar was endless, and it collided directly with AI's hand ribs. Bang! A thunderous explosion suddenly sounded, and lightning splashed, as bright as fireworks in the sky. A figure flew backwards and landed more than 10 meters away. It's Lord AI. He used the heavy flow, but he was still at a disadvantage. Oh my god, that monster, there's not even a crack. AI rolled over and fell to the ground, directly cracking the ground, and there was a slight stinging pain in his right hand. Looking at Susanoo, which was only slightly damaged, AI's face turned pale. This gave him an illusion that it was impossible to break. I told you a long time ago, let you team up together, otherwise you have no chance of winning. Chinyu said with a faint smile. In the original work, the Susanoo performed by Uchiha Madara was difficult to break even by the 5 cages working together. Now Chinyu may not be as energetic as Uchiha Madara, but the Susanoo performed by the full-level Manjakaya Sharingan has a strong defense. Humph, arrogant boy, your tortoise shell is indeed very strong, but you can't keep up with me in speed, which means you are doomed to lose. AI shouted coldly, I'll see how long you can hold on. Whoosh! The sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded, and AI's figure shook, like a ghost, and appeared in front of Susanoo again. Chapter 10 Unextinguishable Flame. Thunder Abuse Level. AI's right hand instantly turned into a hand knife, and under the violent lightning splashing, it burst into a sharp posture, and even the air was slightly distorted. Break it for me! AI roared repeatedly. The hand knife fell on Susanoo in a posture that could not cover his ears. Bang bang bang! The blue lightning flashed wildly, making people feel dazzled. In just a few seconds, the two fought 12 or 13 times. However, facing AI's fierce offensive, Susanoo was still indestructible. Crazy! Seeing this scene, the cloud ninjas in the field turned pale. Even AI, who is known for his unparalleled attack and speed, can't break this defense, so who else can do it? After playing for so long, it's my turn to attack. Qin Yu smiled faintly and looked at AI who had just stood firm. AI's expression was extremely gloomy, and lightning crackled all over his body. He shouted sternly, "I can't break your defense for the time being, but you can't keep up with my speed either. Let's see who can hold on longer and who will be the winner." "So you are thinking about this question?" Qin Yu's face showed a hint of amusement, and he said, "Unfortunately, you thought wrong. Amaterasu." The 9 Magatama Sharingan turned in vain, and an inexplicable aura of death quickly spread in AI's heart. "Brother, be careful!" Killer Bee shouted. A huge octopus tentacle instantly wrapped AI in it. Before he could react, the dark flames suddenly jumped up. The black flames were like a tide, carrying an inexplicable heat, causing the temperature of the ruins to suddenly soar. The most unimaginable thing was the speed at which the black flames spread. It was so fast that in the blink of an eye, it occupied most of the hundreds of meters of octopus arms. "Is this fire escape? Hurry up and use water escape to put out the fire." Water escape water dragon bullet. A cloud ninja who was proficient in water escape quickly formed a seal with both hands, and the water element floating between heaven and earth was instantly drawn. With the condensation of the water dragon, the next moment he rushed towards the black flames. Boom! The water dragon instantly shattered, and under the steam, the black flames became more and more vigorous. The strange scene made everyone's face change drastically. This is a flame that cannot be extinguished," the Cloud Ninja exclaimed. "Awoo!" The 8-tailed Jayaki let out a roar that soared into the sky, and violent chakra burst out of his body and rushed straight into the sky. The sudden scene made Qin Yu also show a trace of envy. It is indeed different to have a tailed beast. This is a capital for squandering. "Xiao Bie, don't be impulsive." Killer Bee's face changed slightly. Unfortunately, before he could react, Qin Yu's 9 Magatama Sharingan suddenly turned. Moon reading. Killer Bee instantly felt that the world was turning. The whole sky was occupied by blood, and the scarlet 9 Magatama Sharingan quickly appeared in the sky. 1, 2, 3, 100. The dense posture made people feel a tingling scalp. However, no matter how Killer Bee struggled, he was on the cross and couldn't move at all. The figures that emerged one after another around him, there was even a familiar face. "It's me." Killer Bee's face changed drastically. Unfortunately, before he could react, the countless figures approaching, holding scarlet blades in their hands, stabbed him directly. "Ah!" The screams echoed between heaven and earth, sounding very miserable. This seemingly tedious scene was just a blink of an eye in the outside world. Looking at the suddenly dazed Killer Bee, AI's face changed in an instant. "This is an illusion. Lord AI, quickly cut off the tentacles of the 8 tails, otherwise, the black flames will swallow Lord Killer Bee." A Cloud Ninja reminded him urgently. AI didn't have time to think about it, and the lightning flashed in his right hand, turning into a hand knife, and directly fell on the tentacles. Puff! A large puff of green liquid rushed into the sky, and the tentacles fell to the ground and were quickly swallowed by the black flames. Looking at the black flames that even burned the ground, whether it was the Cloud Ninja or the Konaha Ninja, their spines were a little cold. "Remove the illusion." AI didn't care too much, and quickly formed seals with his hands, roaring loudly. However, after trying 7 or 8 ways to remove the illusion one after another, Killer Bee, who was trapped in the moon reading, remained indifferent. "Lord AI, what is going on?" In Konaha, the Kurama clan and the Achiha clan are proficient in illusions, but we have tried so many ways to break them and can't break them. What should we do? The scene was in chaos, and the remaining 5 Cloud Ninjas wanted to retreat. With one move of Kirin, hundreds of elites were killed in an instant. I thought that with the combination of A and B, I could make up for the disadvantage, defeat Qin Yu in one fell swoop, and win. However, the methods one after another refreshed their cognition. Facing such an unsolvable opponent, how to break the deadlock? Now we can only forcibly break the illusion. The first is to kill the caster, and the second is to use more powerful chakra to impact the body. AI's face was extremely gloomy. However, after seeing Qin Yu with an indestructible tortoise shell, AI instantly gave up the first choice. As for the second choice, facing Killer Bee, the 8 tails Jinchuriki, AI asked himself whether he should compete with him in chakra. This is totally impossible. What's wrong, can't you make a decision? Qin Yu smiled warmly. The solution is very simple, as long as you stay away from me, the caster, the illusion will be lifted soon. Tsukuyomi is one of the strongest illusions that have appeared in Naruto. But the duration of the illusion is related to the caster's pupil power. Kakashi was able to escape that day because Uchiha Ataka's pupil power was insufficient. However, Kakashi was still in a coma for 7 or 8 days before he recovered. Thinking of that scene afterwards, he still felt a lingering fear. Of course, I won't let you escape so easily. The smile on Chinyu's face became even bigger. Ai's cheek twitched, and he said, "Boy, don't be too arrogant. I have seen through all your tricks. I can't break your defense, but you can't kill me either." "You are right." Chinyu did not deny it, and said with a smile, "So, I want to make a deal with you. As long as you give me the training method of the lightning chakra mode, I can remove the illusion. I forgot to tell you that in this world of illusion, a second may have passed for several days and nights." As soon as these words came out, everyone's face changed drastically. Whether it was Konaha or Kumo Ninja, even AI did not expect that Chinyu was plotting against his lightning chakra mode. "Lord AI, you must not hand over this technique. This is the secret technique of our Cloud Ninja village. If the people of Konaha get it, it will be a huge threat to our Cloud Ninja village. Lord AI, please think carefully. We Cloud Ninjas are indomitable and are not afraid of death." Chapter 11, Fight Again After Becoming Hokage. No, compared with Killer Bee, this secret technique is not worth mentioning at all. AI took out a scroll from his body and threw it out directly. Moreover, this secret technique is not something that everyone can learn. If you are not careful, you may not be able to control your chakra and explode and die. At this point, AI looked at Chinyu and said, "You don't mind me saying this, do you?" Chinyu did not expect AI to carry the scroll with him. After taking it, he did not even look at it. He smiled warmly and said, "Thank you for your reminder. I hope you won't be surprised when we meet next time. I'll remove the illusion first." As soon as the voice fell, Chinyu's 9 Magatama Sharingan suddenly stopped. The 8 tails, which had been trapped in the illusion, roared. "I broke through, damn kid, I'm going to kill you. Kirabai, why did you faint? I still want to fight." The moment the illusion was released, Killer Bee only had time to open his eyes slightly before he fainted. Chinyu was not surprised by the scene. In fact, as long as AI delayed a little longer, the 8-tailed Jayaki would also break through the Tsukuyomi, and Killer Bee would be out of trouble. After all, Chinyu instantly opened Susanoo, Amaterasu, and Tsukuyomi. He also had to keep Susanoo all the time, which consumed a lot of his pupil power. Moreover, Tsukuyomi mainly acted on Killer Bee. "Boy, Killer Bee will be fine." AI tried several methods, but failed to wake up Killer Bee. This is a severe loss of consciousness. If Killer Bee had not been completely compatible with the 8-tailed, I am afraid that the tailed beast would have rioted the moment Killer Bee lost consciousness. It's just mental overdraft, and you can recover after a rest for a while. Chinyu raised the scroll in his hand and said, "Thank you, you can go." "Chinyu, this is a good opportunity." Ian Yu Feng was anxious, but was interrupted by Mao Yu Kengwu with a look. AI sneered disdainfully and said, "A bunch of cowards, if it weren't for the Uchiha clan's new genius, you would have been killed by me long ago. Damn Anbu, they didn't even collect such important information." In AI's eyes, if they had known about Uchiha Chinyu earlier, they would never have suffered such a serious loss. "However, if you can't stay in Konaha, you can come to the Cloud Village to find me, I welcome you anytime." AI took out a scroll and threw it out again, saying, "This is the information scroll that betrays you. I hope you can return to Konaha safely. By the way, they all say that the person in Konaha who has the best chance of becoming the 4th generation Hokage is Namikaze Minato, but I think you are also qualified, Bloody Ashura." After saying this, AI supported Kirabi and turned away. "Next time we meet, I hope we will fight as shadows. I will break your turtle shell." As AI left, the remaining 5 Cloud Ninjas were unwilling to give up. Still hurried to catch up. For a moment, the huge ruins became empty. "We won. We actually blocked the large army of Cloud Ninjas, as well as the combination. Tisk, what nonsense are you talking about? Chinyu killed them all in 1 second and repelled the combination. It was Chinyu's credit alone. I didn't expect that in the Uchiha clan, in addition to the instant body Shisui, there is also a genius like Chinyu. The Kylan move just now made me shudder." The Konaha ninjas in the cave were overjoyed instantly, with smiles on their faces after surviving a disaster. They had already despaired of facing the attack of the Cloud Ninja. Especially after knowing the betrayal of Yamanaka Wind and Abermatagen, in their eyes, this was a dead end. However, the result in front of them overturned their cognition. When I think of it, the Kirin that killed hundreds of people instantly. The unbreakable Susanoo. The black flame that is as black as ink and cannot be extinguished. And the powerful illusion. All this is completely beyond the definition of a Jonin. According to AI's statement, Chinyu has now reached the level of Cage Candidate, commonly known as the existence of the half-shadow. Did you hear it just now? AI actually agreed with Chinyu to become the queen of the film and fight again, and also gave him a nickname, what bloody a luo. It's bloody Ashura, you idiot. Hey! Looking at the Konaha ninjas who were talking at once, Chinyu breathed a sigh of relief. The moment the 9 Megatama Sharingan dissipated, the Susanoo on his body also disappeared. Chinyu, are you injured? I will treat you immediately. Jingyin rushed up quickly, with a trace of anxiety on her pretty face. Silly girl, he couldn't even break the defense, how could I be injured? Chinyu smiled and scratched Jingyi's nose. The lover is eager, Chinyu, you can't blame Jingyin. Mao Yukanggu also walked over with a smile, but there was more sigh on his face. Good boy, I didn't expect you to hide so deeply. Thanks to you this time, we will be saved. As for other things, we will definitely support you after returning to Konaha. In Konaha, the Uchiha clan's position is very awkward. It has always been deeply involved in the undercurrent of power between the Anbu, the Root and the Guard. In Mao Yukanggu's understanding, Chinyu, as a genius, has been holding back, just to avoid these troubles. Of course, Chinyu would not point out Mao Yukanggu, who started to make up his mind and make excuses for himself as soon as he appeared. After taking a look at Shizuan, who was blushing, Chinyu opened another scroll. Their deployment and the specific location of the secret sentry were clearly recorded on it. Asshole, our deployment and secret sentry are changing every day. Only Yamanaka Feng and Abermatagen know it so clearly. Inyafu and his group also walked over quickly. Seeing the information on the scroll, their faces turned pale. If Chinyu hadn't taken action this time, I'm afraid we would have died. When we return to Konaha, we must report this matter to the Hokage, otherwise how can we convince the public? Earth people of the Root are so hateful, even if Danzo is here, what can they do? Ekin you, Don trademark T worry, we will definitely support you. Looking at the surging crowd of Konaha ninjas, Chinyu did not say much. In this world, the strong are the kings, and the weak are just puppets of the strong. Now in Konaha, Danzo does have a certain status and can stir up trouble. However, Chinyu has a one-click full-level system, as long as he is given time. He will be able to grow up soon. Lien Chinyu didn't even take Uchiha Madara, one of the bosses behind the scenes, seriously, and he was afraid of a mere Danzo. Once he got angry, he didn't mind killing a few more people. Okay, Chinyu is tired, let him rest for a while. Shizuan, you go and see if Chinyu needs help. Mao Yukanggu stopped the others. Issues involving Konaha's high-level officials and the Uchiha clan should not be commented on casually. At least, they couldn't make a conclusion casually before Chinyu spoke. Otherwise, making Chinyu unhappy was not what Mao Yukanggu wanted to see. Chapter 12 Lightning Chakra Mode. Watching Chinyu leave, the scene boiled again. Mao Yu, those eyes just now were simply unbearable to look at. Ian Yu Feng couldn't help but move closer. Powerful lightning ninjutsu, super strong pupil technique and illusion technique are simply beyond people's reach. The next successor of the Reikage of Lianyun village, AI, also claimed that Chinyu has the qualifications to inherit the Hokage. Who do you think is more certain between him and Namikaze Minato? As soon as these words came out, they instantly attracted everyone. Mao Yukangwu's expression changed slightly, looking at the curious people, he sighed helplessly. The current situation is not as simple as you think. Yamanaka Feng and Abermatagen fled back to Konaha. With Danzo's hostility towards the Uchiha clan, he will definitely protect the two. If Danzo knew that we were not dead, I am afraid he would kill us. The joy on the faces of Inyaho and others froze instantly. Mao Yu, are you thinking too badly about the situation? What should we do now? Do we need to remind Chinyu? Inyaho said anxiously. Mao Yukangwu shook his head and said, Ian Yu Feng, do you think that a person who hides so deeply would not know about this kind of thing? According to my inference, Chinyu may have already had a countermeasure. Everyone present was silent and looked at each other. Thinking back to the battle just now, it was still vivid in my mind. With such a strong strength, he has been dormant in Konaha for so long. I am afraid that what he is planning is definitely not small. However, if the Cloud Ninja can be repelled this time, Chinyu will have the greatest contribution. Once it is reported back, the Konaha high-level officials will definitely not sit idly by. Then Chinyu is also amazing. Not only can he defeat the combination, but he also took advantage of the opportunity to extort the ninjutsu of the Cloud Ninja village. If this Thunder Release Chakra mode is handed over to Konaha, it will also be a great achievement. Everyone in the field talked about it again. After all, this battle was too shocking. You think Chinyu is proficient in the Lightning Release Ninjutsu, will he try to learn the Lightning Release Chakra mode? Kun Feng said suddenly. Everyone's nerves suddenly tensed up, and Mao Yu Kengwu's face froze, saying, maybe it's really possible. However, I still don't believe that he can comprehend the mystery of falling thunder in 3 days and develop a lightning release Kirin that can be ranked among the S-level ninjutsu. Mao Yu, you say this, are you not because you have lost face? Chuan Feng said with a smile, why don't we take a gamble? Okay, if Chinyu can really do it, I will let my precious daughter date Chinyu. Mao Yu Kengwu patted his chest and said. Tisk, Mao Yu, is this a bet? It's just an excuse to send your daughter to Chinyu's arms. Count me in, I want to bet too. If Chinyu really learns it, I'll let Chinyu choose between my 2 daughters. Old man Mu, you are so careless. How can your 2 daughters, one is 30 years old and the other is as big as a giant bear, be put on the table? If Chinyu really likes them, he is blind. Asshole, what are you talking about? I want to duel with you. If you lose, you can date my daughter. In the cave, Chinyu didn't know that he had dozens of future fathers-in-law. As he walked, he stared at the scroll that recorded the lightning chakra mode. Chinyu, are you really not injured? Shizuan blushed and spoke again. Chinyu rolled his eyes helplessly and said, you have repeated this question 10 times. If you don't believe me, why don't I take off my clothes and show you? As he spoke, Chinyu pretended to unbutton his body. Chinyu, you are being a hooligan. Jing Yan's cheeks turned redder, and after glaring, she turned and left. After watching her leave, Chinyu was free. He had consumed a lot of chakra and pupil power now, in other words, his body was already empty. He had no physical strength or impulse to do anything. After finding a good corner, he sat cross-legged and began to try to practice this lightning chakra mode. In the previous battle, Chinyu had already used the Manjakaya Sharingan to secretly check the moment when AI entered the mode. After comparing it one by one with the explanation recorded on the scroll, it was found that there was no omission. It seems that AI had never thought that he would have a Waterloo. He did not do anything with the secret scroll. After reading it again and again, Chinyu put the scroll away, entered a state of meditation, and slightly restored the chakra in his body. After a long time, Chinyu opened his eyes, and the sky outside began to darken. After the battle during the day, the ninjas of Konaha were clearly doing their own jobs. Some were reassigned to guard the secret sentry posts. Therefore, Chinyu was still the only one in the huge cave. The chakra in my body has recovered almost completely, and I finally understand the pain of Hitaki's lack of blue. Chinyu sighed helplessly. Get up. Using 3 big moves consumed 2/3 of the chakra. If it was a protracted battle, he would be disarmed in the middle. That would be a nightmare. Forget it, let's think about increasing chakra later. Now let's learn the lightning chakra mode first. Chinyu put aside his thoughts. His eyes slowly closed, and all the explanations on the scroll emerged in his mind. After 3 or 4 seconds, Chinyu suddenly opened his eyes, his hands flew quickly, and formed a series of seals. Under the roar of the chakra in his body, strands of arcs emerged on the surface of his body. The next moment, Chinyu's mind flashed all the information copied from AI by the Manjakaya Sharingan, and the seal in his hand suddenly changed. The chakra, which was originally as steady as a trickle, changed its properties instantly, like 1,000 horses galloping, and a low roar came out of Chinyu's body. Countless violent blue arcs rushed out of Chinyu's body, illuminating half of the cave. However, the lightning arc just appeared, and it dissipated between heaven and earth in an instant. The changes in the chakra properties in the body dissipated directly and returned to normal. Chinyu's face flashed a trace of relief, and he said to himself, fortunately, the chakra changes were cut off in time, otherwise the property changes that became agitated at that moment would probably make me explode and die in an instant. No wonder that guy handed this secret scroll to me so easily. Ding dang, I found that the host has learned the lightning escape chakra mode. Do you want to reach the maximum level with one click? Immediately reach the maximum level. After trying, Chinyu also gave up self-study. If you don't use the system, that would be self-torture. Congratulations to the host, the lightning escape chakra mode has reached the maximum level. As the system's prompt sound dissipated, Chinyu exhaled a deep breath, and his mind moved again, and the chakra in his body changed again. Under the crackling sound, blue lightning arcs splashed out on Chinyu's body surface. In an instant, under the stimulation of these lightning arcs, Chinyu felt that his cells and body were quickly activated. Chapter 13 Konaha Reinforcements. This feeling is really strange. Chinyu's face flashed with joy. Even if a person is used to his own weight, sometimes he will feel like he is carrying a heavy weight. However, now that Chinyu is performing the lightning chakra mode, his whole body is as light as a feather. However, the consumption of chakra in his body is also not slow. With Chinyu's current chakra, he can only support it for 20 minutes at most. If he performs any more ninjutsu, the time that the lightning chakra mode can support will probably be further shortened. It is probably for this reason that AI developed the ninjutsu to reduce his own chakra loss. Try the speed first. Chinyu took a step forward. With a puff sound on the spot, except for the remaining lightning arcs jumping, the whole person shot out of the cave like a blue electric light. The Konaha ninja stationed not far outside the cave was startled at first, and then couldn't help rubbing his eyes. What happened to you? Inyaho and Mao Yukangguya walked slowly. We seemed to see a blue light flash just now. But before we could see it clearly, it disappeared out of thin air. Blue light? Inyaho and Mao Yukangguya were stunned at first, and then asked in a hurry, does that feel the same as AI's lightning chakra mode? Matsuki Sr., now that you put it that way, I feel it is a bit similar. Matsuki Sr., do you mean that the Cloud Ninja has returned and is back for revenge? A trace of nervousness flashed across the faces of the two slightly younger Chunins. The battle had just ended not long ago, and they had Chinyu as their backbone. But the Cloud Ninja suffered a big loss last time, and I'm afraid they won't be hit again this time. No, I would rather the Cloud Ninja come back to cause trouble than believe the guess in my heart. Mao Yukangguya and Inyaho looked at each other. The two obviously thought of the same thing. Go check the cave to see if Chinyu is still inside. As soon as these words came out, the two younger Konaha ninjas suddenly realized what was going on. If the lightning flash just now was exactly the same as the lightning chakra mode, the person who performed this secret technique was not AI, the successor of the Reikage, then it was probably Achiha Chinyu. Now it was only half a day before the battle was over and the scroll containing the lightning chakra mode was obtained. If Chinyu really learned the secret technique, then what else could he be described as? Genius? Evildoer? Monster? Or the god of ninjutsu? Chinyu, who was thousands of meters away, did not know that his actions would bring such a great shock to them. In the lightning chakra mode, his speed completely reached the subsonic level. In the blink of an eye, he could cover hundreds of meters. Moreover, under the activation of cells, Chinyu's nerve reaction, attack power, and 5 senses were greatly improved. Even the sound of insects hundreds of meters away could be clearly heard. Stop, we are Konaha's ninjas. An urgent cry came. Chinyu instantly locked onto the source of the sound. Although he did not have abnormal perception ninjutsu, Chinyu still recognized the approximate number of people through the sound. 7 people besieged 2 people, it's interesting. Chinyu smiled slightly. With a flash of his body, he decided to go and see what happened to the Konaha ninjas. In the forest, in an open space, 2 thin figures stood back to back and looked at the ninjas wearing various hideous animal masks who were staring at them. We are Konaha ninjas, this is our identity card. A pale-faced man, the boy, who was only 12 or 13 years old, couldn't help but say. Behind him, was a girl with purple hair and a beautiful face. Judging from the identification cards they wore, these 2 people were newly promoted to Chunin. Of course, in the peaceful era in the original work, the Chunin examination and the evaluation of the daimyo of each country were required to enter this list. Unfortunately, in the Third Ninja World War, most of the Chunin were forcibly promoted. First, the simultaneous opening of 3 major battlefields has already squandered the backbone of Konaha. Second, the protracted war is the consumption of personnel, and with the limited combat power in Konaha, it is impossible to last long. Third, the forced promotion to Chunin is to deceive the enemy, and it is really strong on the outside. According to Chinyu's memory, this is the Chunin assessment method. As long as you complete a B-level mission in your team and come back alive, you can apply to become a Chunin. Chinyu clearly remembered that in the Third Ninja World War, Obito, who was the last one in the group, was promoted to Chunin, with Kakashi as the captain, to perform special tasks without even opening his Sharingan. This is enough to prove how much water there is in Chunin. Xian, you stand behind me, you must be careful, this place is not far from the pass station, these Anbu just misunderstood our identity, it is the enemy's impersonation, as long as I explain it clearly. Moonlight Gale couldn't help but explain. A trace of nervousness appeared on Mao Yuxian's face. This was her first time to officially set foot on the battlefield after graduating from the Ninja Academy. All along, she only took some small tasks, such as looking for cats and dogs, guarding Konaha Ninja Village and other relatively simple tasks. At the same time, she participated in some harmless battles to gain some experience. 3 days ago, she was suddenly promoted to Chunin. Mao Yuxian knew clearly that this was the reason for the emergency on the front line. As a result, the battle force had to be urgently drawn from the rear of Konaha for support. Originally, Uzuki Yujao was still thinking about how to avoid going to the battlefield. Unfortunately, when she heard that the Cloud Ninja launched a sneak attack, her father Uzuki Sogo was just joining the battle. In order to urgently deliver the Golden Flash and Namikaze Minato's Flying Thunder God Kunao to the battlefield, she personally asked for the battle. As for Moonlight Gale, it was because of that strange feeling in his heart that he couldn't help but accept this task. After 3 days of continuous rushing, they were not far from the pass. I thought I could arrive smoothly, but I didn't expect to be stopped by Konoha's Anbu at such a critical moment. Dear seniors, I am Konoha's new Chunin, Moonlight Gale, and my father is Moonlight Hei, one of Konoha's 8 colors. This is my family's token. Moonlight Gale quickly brought out his backer. Unlike Uzuki Sogo, Moonlight Gale's father Moonlight Hei is one of Konoha's 8 colors. He has Konoha's 3-day moon swordsmanship and blood limit. On the battlefield, he is a terrifying assassin. Looking at the entire Konoha, his strength is also outstanding among the Jonin. According to Moonlight Gale's calculation, now he only needs to find out his identity and bring his father out. These Anbu ninjas will be amazed. They will also let them go obediently. If they are not careful, they may escort them to the base. Chapter 14 The Prodigal Son. Kill them. The leading Anbu ninja suddenly spoke. Moonlight Gale's smile froze instantly, and even Uzuki Yujao standing behind him was no exception. Swoosh. The sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded, and the 2 root ninjas moved instantly. With a flicker of their bodies, they appeared directly in front of Moonlight Gale. In their eyes, dealing with just 2 watery Chunins is just a piece of cake. The sudden scene made Moonlight Gale's expression stiff. Looking at the 2 short swords that were rapidly enlarged in his pupils, he actually made a fatal mistake on the battlefield. Distracted. The 2 root ninjas who attacked had a smile in their eyes. Half a day ago, they were stationed in a secret base belonging to the root dozens of miles away. After receiving the order from Yamanaka Wind and Aberme to kill all Konoha ninjas, they hurried over. Before they arrived at the pass base, they ran into 2 rookies. For the task of bullying rookies, they would not miss this kind of fun. Konoha-style swordsmanship 3-day moon shadow dance slash. A crisp cry sounded, and a pretty shadow suddenly flashed out, attacking from behind Moonlight Gale. The ninja sword in his hand flowed a weak chakra fluctuation. The next moment, he instantly turned into 3 and attacked the 2 Anbu head-on. The sudden scene made the 2 Anbu feel caught off guard. Of course, they had heard of the Konoha-style swordsmanship that Moonlight Dark Knight possessed in Konoha. Facing the attack with hidden murderous intent in the illusion, he didn't have time to think about it, and quickly retreated and temporarily distanced himself. Seeing this, Mao Yuxian pulled Moonlight Gale behind him and threw several shurikens with his backhand. Gale, if you have a chance, you should escape first. As long as you rush to the pass stronghold to ask for help, we will have a chance to be saved. I escape alone. Moonlight Gale was stunned and said, how can I leave you alone? If we die together. Mao Yuxian's expression changed slightly, and she looked at Moonlight Gale with a resolute face, and she couldn't help but feel a little more moved in her heart. It can be said that in this life and death situation, people who can still say such words are also in trouble. However, this thought just flashed through her mind, and a big hand instantly reached out from the ground. "Gaspelandid, watch your step!" Mao Yuxian almost shouted, and quickly jumped up. At this moment, she realized that the attack of the two Anbu ninjas just now was just a detailed attack. The leading team leader had already found the opportunity, lurking underground, and launched a sneak attack. However, what disappointed Mao Yuxian was that Moonlight Gale was still standing there as if stunned, at a loss. Originally, Moonlight Gale did not notice the existence of the other party, but after Mao Yuxian's reminder, he was already a beat slower. Now he is still like a wooden chicken, obviously unable to escape. Earth Escape Soil Beheading Technique. The Anbu ninja grabbed Moonlight Gale's ankle. The ground around him rolled rapidly like flowing water. Moonlight Gale suddenly woke up, and when he wanted to break free from the attack, he found that he had been dragged into the earth flow. The next moment, when the chakra dissipated, only a head was left protruding. The sudden scene made Mao Yuxian's face change drastically. She never thought that Moonlight Gale would be captured after a meeting on the battlefield. At present, there are 7 people on the other side, and she is the only one. The only way to save Moonlight Gale is to escape to the base for help. "Little girl, now is not the time for you to lose your mind." A sneering voice suddenly came. I saw 2 ninjas swung their hands back, and 2 shurikens attacked her in a roundabout form. There are also special ropes on the kunao. If you miss it a little, you may be tied up directly. However, Mao Yuxian had no way to dodge in mid-air. There are also Anbu ninjas around who are eyeing them. If there is any flaw, they may be killed directly. Looking at the rope approaching quickly, Mao Yuxian's face can't help but show a trace of inexplicable bitterness. Looking at the pass not far away, with a bitter smile, a shuriken suddenly shot out from the dark. Bang! Sparks flew, and 2 kunao were knocked away in an instant. The sudden scene made everyone in the field change their expressions drastically. What a wonderful shuriken technique! With just 1 shuriken, 2 kunao were knocked away. The captain of the Anbu lurking in the soil exclaimed in amazement. Without time to think about it, he quickly scanned the surroundings and gave orders at the same time. Immediately detect the enemies around, and kill them immediately once they are found. The stern voice uttered, and the captain of the Anbu thought that his men would act instantly. However, when he saw the fear in their pupils, his nerves suddenly tensed up. "Are you going to kill me?" The playful voice came from behind, and the captain of the Anbu changed his expression drastically, and hurriedly performed the earth sneak, intending to get away. However, as soon as he got into the soil, a chilling breath of death instantly spread all over his body. "I found you!" As soon as the words fell, the fist wrapped in lightning, like a battle axe, mixed with the sound of wind and thunder, smashed directly to the ground. Boom! It exploded like a dry thunder. The moment the fist landed on the ground, the solid earth collapsed. Spiderweb-like cracks spread rapidly around. The head of the Anbu team leader who had just dived into the soil exploded like a watermelon. The hot blood splashed down, like a dazzling firework, but it made people feel shocked. "Run, let's run quickly!" The remaining 6 Anbu ninjas panicked instantly. With a flicker of their bodies, they were about to step away. However, during this process, they kept an eye on Qin Yu's figure. But with a slight movement, the terrifying figure disappeared out of thin air. Thunderbolt Blade! Qin Yu's right hand turned into a hand blade, and at the speed of subsonic, he instantly appeared in front of the first escaping Anbu ninja in the mode of lightning chakra. Without any fancy moves, he swung his right hand towards his neck, and blood splattered. Before the look of horror had time to dissipate, the huge head was thrown directly into the air. The sudden scene shook everyone's nerves. Unfortunately, facing Qin Yu, who seemed to have turned into the god of death, all defenses seemed pale and powerless. 5 flashes, they only had time to see the blue lightning. By the time they reacted, it was too late. In their minds, they only had time to emerge a figure wrapped in lightning, and the huge head was thrown out with blood. When Qin Yu stopped, the 6 heads fell to the ground. Like rain hitting banana leaves, large pieces of hot blood splattered. Mao Yuxian had just stood firm, and looking at the man in front of her, Qin Yu, who was bathed in lightning and had a warm smile on his face, like a boy next door, she couldn't help but take a half step back. Now it's your turn. Qin Yu laughed playfully. You are a pretty girl, why don't you let me have some fun? The small voice made Mao Yuxian and Yu Guangjifeng's expressions stagnate. They never thought that the person in front of them was not the savior, but a prodigal son. Chapter 15 Running Faster Than a Rabbit. You, what do you want to do? Mao Yuxian subconsciously took a half step back. After witnessing Qin Yu instantly kill 7 Anbu. Hearing this frivolous remark, she would rather face those Anbu. It's better to be frivolous than to be killed. I don't say it, you should know it very well. Qin Yu smiled playfully and looked at Yu Guangjifeng. Light Gale. I'll give you a chance to live now. Are you willing to let us go? Moonlight Gale showed a happy expression on his face, and hurriedly said, My father is Moonlight Knight. As long as you let us go, I will definitely reward you handsomely afterwards. As he spoke, Moonlight Gale thought about taking Mao Yuxian away. You seem to have made a mistake. What I mean is that only one of you can leave alive. Qin Yu suddenly spoke. Moonlight Gale and Mao Yuxian's expressions could not help but stagnate. Isn't this a fight between their lives and death? Don't worry, you decide who goes and who stays. Of course, I will do the killing. Qin Yu laughed teasingly. If you think you can be stronger than the 7 Anbu, just come and die. The small voice echoed in the forest, making the atmosphere in the field more inexplicably depressed. Mao Yuxian couldn't help but look at Moonlight Gale. The scene she saw made her stunned. Xian, wait for me. This place is only a few thousand meters away from the base. I am faster than you and will definitely bring the reinforcements back. Moonlight Gale said this and turned around and ran away. The speed was so fast that he was holding back all his strength. After a few ups and downs, he plunged into the forest and disappeared. You said, is it only when people are in trouble that their microcosm explodes? Qin Yu said with a smile. Mao Yuxian's face turned slightly pale, and he took out a kunao from the ninja tool with his backhand and stabbed it directly at his throat. Bang! Qin Yu threw out a shuriken with his backhand, and instantly knocked the kunao in Mao Yuxian's hand away. Mao Yuxian's expression changed, and she shouted in a hurry, Didn't you say that there is only life and death? Can't I do it myself now? Of course. Qin Yu said seriously, but I just want to scare you. I didn't expect that kid to run faster than a rabbit. Let's go, otherwise Uncle Mao Yu will worry about you. After saying this, Qin Yu turned around and walked towards the base. Mao Yuxian was stunned. She had already held the intention of committing suicide. Who would have expected the result to be like this? Looking at Qin Yu's receding back and Yu Guangjifeng who had just fled, there was a trace of self-mockery on his face. Help, Uncle Mao Yu, go and save Xian quickly. Yu Guangjifeng was detected by the secret sentry before he set foot in the base. Qin Yu's battle just now was also detected by the perception ninja. So Mao Yu Kingwu and Xuanfeng had already led people out. Jifeng, why are you here? Mao Yu Kingwu's expression changed, what were you talking about just now? What happened to Xian? Uncle Mao Yu, something bad has happened. Yu Guangjifeng explained in a hurry, Xian and I were ordered to bring Senior Minato's Flying Thunder God Kunao to accurately locate the senior's space jump. However, Xian and I were ambushed by the Anbu route several thousand meters away. At the critical moment, a young man with lightning arcs wrapped around his body killed the people of the route. However, he coveted Xian's beauty and asked one of us to leave. I was faster than Xian, so I came to ask for help. Looking at Yu Guangjifeng who was anxious and panicked, everyone looked at each other. Damn guy! Mao Yu Kangwu threw backhanded. Snap! A crisp slap suddenly sounded. Moonlight Gale was startled, covering his cheek and said, Uncle Mao Yu, why did you hit me? Go and save Xian quickly. There might be a chance if you go now. Fuck you. Mao Yu Kingwu almost kicked him. 2 lives, 1 lives, you ran away first. If Xian didn't meet Qin Yu this time, I would definitely kill you if something happened to her. Even if your father is Moonlight Black Knight, I don't care. In Mao Yu Kingwu's eyes, Moonlight Gale and Mao Yuxian are childhood sweethearts. Moreover, Moonlight Black Knight also taught Mao Yuxian the Konaha-style swordsmanship. So, I still admire Moonlight Gale. If this situation lasts a little longer, Mao Yu Kingwu may let them develop. Now it's good. When faced with a life and death decision, they run faster than rabbits. This makes Mao Yu Kengwu feel blind. Uncle Mao Yu, what did you say? Xi Yan is still in the hands of that lunatic. Moonlight Gale's expression froze. Hey, are you looking for me? I saw two young men when I was taking a walk just now, so I saved them. A familiar voice came floating. Moonlight Gale was startled and hurriedly looked in the direction of the voice. What he saw was the face that killed people without blinking an eye. What Moonlight Gale didn't expect was that Mao Yu Xi Yan was walking slowly with a cold face. How come you are okay? Moonlight Gale looked at Mao Yu Xi Yan and couldn't help saying. You are so funny, you ran faster than a rabbit just now, and now you are asking me if I did something to Xi Yan. Qin Yu said with a smile. I am still young and don't understand that thing. Moonlight Gale was angry, and he could still remember the wretched look on Qin Feng's face just now. Xi Yan, listen to my explanation. Moonlight Gale hurried forward. Snap. A crisp slap suddenly sounded. There seems to be nothing to explain between us, Jai Feng classmate. Mao Yu Xi Yan said coldly. Dad, I'll hand over the task. Well, let's go in and talk. Mao Yu Kengwu looked at Yu Guangji Feng coldly and said, Girl, you have to be more discerning in the future. Some people will not show their true colors until the critical moment. Once you make the wrong choice, there is no turning back. Looking at without any lingering feelings, Yu Guangji Feng walked away directly, and Yu Guangji Feng's face turned pale. Your name is Qin Yu, I want to fight you. Yu Guangji Feng covered his still stinging cheek and shouted in a hurry. Want to duel with me? Come on, I just can't kill enough. Qin Yu laughed teasingly. Duel? Qin Yu, just take it, so that we can open a bet. But your odds are very low. Looking at the situation that suddenly became noisy, Yu Guangji Feng's face flushed, thinking of the 7 root ninjas who were killed instantly, he was completely discouraged. I'm leaving, I'm going to hand over the task now. Yu Guangji Feng turned around and left neatly. Once again, everyone laughed. Qin Yu, have you really learned the lightning chakra mode? Yu Feng suddenly spoke. Chapter 16 Being sold and still helping count money. In the huge ruins, there was an inexplicable silence, and everyone stared at Qin Yu. No. Qin Yu said nonsense seriously. No. Yu Feng rolled his eyes and said, You are really good at hiding. I'll tell you secretly, Mao Yu made a bet with us. If you learn the lightning chakra mode, he will let Xi Yan go on a blind date with you. You are all 14 or 15 years old, and it's time to get married and start a family. Qin Yu almost vomited blood. According to Yu Feng, he was sold just now, and he helped count money. In the cave, Mao Yu Xi Yan handed the flying thunder god Kunao in his hand to Mao Yu Kengwu. Dad, according to the description of the 3rd generation, after bringing the flying thunder god Kunao, as long as you activate the technique on the Kunao, Senior Minato will be able to sense the coordinates and perform space jumps. Mao Yu Xi Yan said anxiously. The Cloud Ninja Army is coming. According to intelligence, it may be led by the UB team. Facing such an enemy, only Senior Minato can fight against it. As he spoke, Mao Yu Xi Yan opened the scroll to activate the flying thunder god Kunao. Xi Yan, it's not necessary. Mao Yu Kengwu stretched out his hand to stop it, and said with a wry smile, You are too late. Dad, what are you talking about? Didn't we catch up? Mao Yu Xi Yan said anxiously. This time, the Cloud Ninja Army has hundreds of people. AI in the UB team is also the next successor designated by the 3rd Raikage. Once they invade, we can't stop them here. Now time is running out, let's activate it quickly. Xi Yan, it's really not necessary. Mao Yu Kengwu patted the back of Xi Yan's hand and said, Qin Yu has repelled them. No, it should be said that they were killed. At this point, even Mao Yu Kengwu couldn't help but show a trace of awe on his face. Mao Yu Xi Yan's expression froze, and she said in a hurry, Dad, what happened? You just said that the person who solved the Cloud Ninja was that Qin Yu. Is it his own credit? Yes, it's his own credit. Mao Yu Kengwu mentioned that battle, and his voice trembled a little. If you saw it with your own eyes, you would definitely be the same as me. He faced the Cloud Ninja Army alone, with the help of the Sky Thunder, and cast the S-level Thunder Release Kirin, killing hundreds of Cloud Ninjas in one blow. He cast a powerful pupil technique, summoned a blood shura, an unextinguishable black flame, and a powerful illusion that instantly suppressed the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. Mao Yuxian was stunned. It was the first time she saw her father, like a child. He admired a teenager so much. However, as Mao Yuqingwu described, Mao Yuxian's mind couldn't help but emerge with the vague picture of that battle. Dad, according to what you said, Qin Yu hid so deeply, could he be a genius hidden by the Achiha clan? Mao Yuxian said in a deep voice, with this strength, I am afraid he can compete for the position of Hokage. By the way, when AI left, he also said that the next decisive battle will be held as a shadow. Mao Yuqingwu said excitedly, he also called Qin Yu the Blood Ashura. Mao Yuxian's face also changed. Of course, she had heard of the Cloud Ninja combination. Among them, AI is also the successor to the next Raikage. Now Qin Yu has received such a high evaluation and the recognition of the next generation of Raikage. If you say that he is not qualified to be a Hokage, it would be a lie. By the way, Xian, I have something to discuss with you. Mao Yuqingwu rubbed his hands and said with embarrassment. Mao Yuxian frowned and said, Dad, you were so excited just now. You won't do anything to let me down, will you? Ahem, Xian, don't say that. Dad just thinks Qin Yu is good and plans to introduce him to you for a blind date. Mao Yuqingwu coughed dryly. Dad, you actually betrayed me. Mao Yuxian's face turned pale. She never thought that Mao Yuqingwu would make such a decision for her on the battlefield as soon as they met. This guy was sold out, and he helped count the money. Xian, don't be so excited. You also saw that Ji Feng, the kid, actually gave up on you and ran away alone at the moment of life and death, but Qin Yu was different. When the Cloud Ninja attacked, he fought against him alone. Who is stronger and who is weaker? As long as you are not blind, you can tell who is stronger and who is weaker. Mao Yuqingwu's face showed anger. When she thought about it, if Mao Yuxian met someone other than Qin Yu this time, she would probably be waiting for a dead end. Get out of the way, get out of the way, I want to see Xian. The voice of Moonlight Gale came from outside the cave. Xian, I'm going to get rid of him, don't bother with him anymore. Mao Yuqingwu's face darkened, and he was about to stand up. Dad, let me go, this is my business. Mao Yuxian reached out to stop him, and walked straight out of the cave. Facing the noise of Moonlight Gale, the people around were obviously attracted. Get out of the way, I want to see Xian, I have something to say to her. Moonlight Gale shouted urgently. Unfortunately, no matter how he shouted, the two Konaha ninjas guarding outside the cave remained indifferent. Moonlight Gale, don't make a fuss here. Ian Yu Feng persuaded in a deep voice, this is an important place. You, a Chunin, cannot enter without a message. Hurry up and step aside and don't hinder others. Uncle Ian Yu Feng, who am I hindering? I just want to explain to Xian. I was just eager to save people and planned to come back for help. Moonlight Gale hurriedly turned his head and looked behind him. What he saw was an unexpected figure. You blocked me. Qin Yu stretched and said, it's getting dark. I want to go back and have a good rest. Remember to tell me when you finish your meal. Qin Yu, don't worry, we won't miss your share. The two Konaha ninjas who were originally indifferent quickly put on a smile. Watching this scene, Moonlight Gale was stunned. Uncle Inyaho, didn't you say that this cave is a key place and Chunin can't go in casually? Why can he? Moonlight Gale said in a hurry. As soon as this was said, the Konaha ninjas present instantly became unhappy. Inyaho was no exception. He looked at him coldly and said, Moonlight Gale, sometimes you have to stop when you are satisfied. If Qin Yu is also considered a Chunin, then there may be no Hokage in this world. Yes, if you are a coward like me, if it weren't for the fact that you are also a Konaha ninja and Moonlight Dark Knight is one of the 8 colors of Konaha, we would never let you in. Moonlight Gale, if I were you, I'd better stay aside and stop embarrassing myself here. Moonlight Gale was stunned. All along, because of Moonlight Dark Knight's backing and his bloodline limit, he has always been regarded as a genius. Chapter 17 Who is faster? Are you deliberately isolating me? Xian and I are childhood sweethearts. She will definitely listen to my explanation. A trace of madness flashed across Moonlight Gale's face, and he said in a hurry, let me in, Xian will definitely forgive me. Moonlight Gale, you've had enough. The voice of Ozuki Xian came out in the cave. Soon two figures came out from inside. This time, it has nothing to do with me. Qin Yu shrugged helplessly and said, he was the one who yelled and wanted to explain to you, go and solve it yourself. Seeing Qin Yu, the instigator, turn around and leave in a chic manner, Mao Yu Xian was startled at first, and her eyebrows were frowned. Qin Yu, can you stay for a while? I stay. Qin Yu glanced at Mao Yu Kengwu suspiciously. He instantly smelled what was going on. Xian, why did you keep him? Go to the bushes over there, and I will explain it to you alone. Moonlight Gale hurriedly reached out to grab Mao Yu Xian. However, before he touched her, Mao Yu Xian avoided her. Moonlight Gale, please don't do it in front of my object, otherwise I will sever the relationship of ordinary friends with you. Mao Yu Xian suddenly spoke. As soon as these words came out, everyone present couldn't help but stagnate and looked at Qin Yu. Qin Yu was helpless in an instant. He finally understood what it meant to be shot even when lying down. Xian, what else do you say? Who is your partner? Moonlight Gale was anxious. It's Achiha Qin Yu. My father has agreed to let me date Qin Yu, so please don't bother us in the future. Mao Yu Xian said coldly. Him. Moonlight Gale was stunned and said, it's impossible. I don't believe you. You said this to make me angry. You and Achiha Qin Yu don't know each other at all. Among the younger generation, they have always been instilled with the idea that the Achiha clan is the root of rebellion. In order to avoid suspicion, many people will take the initiative to avoid people from the Achiha clan. Moonlight Gale, you've had enough. A trace of disgust appeared on Mao Yu Xian's face. In her eyes, the former Moonlight Gale was a sensible, talented, and responsible genius. She never thought that she would encounter such a thing when she first walked out of the village. No, I'm not good enough, give me a chance to explain. Moonlight Gale begged anxiously. Doglicker. Qin Yu rolled his eyes helplessly and said, if she finishes explaining, will you stop making trouble? Yes, as long as Xian finishes explaining, I will leave obediently. Moonlight Gale looked stubborn. Well, you watch. Qin Yu put his arm around Mao Yu Xian's waist, and with a sudden force of his right hand, he pulled her into his arms. Without any hesitation, under the stunned eyes of everyone, he kissed her directly. This was a light kiss. However, it still made Mao Yu Xian's mind roar, and it went blank directly. You, what are you doing? Moonlight Gale suddenly woke up. This was the first kiss he had been eyeing for 7 or 8 years, but he couldn't get it. Now it was stolen by Qin Yu in the blink of an eye, how could he accept it? Isn't this an explanation? Qin Yu spread his hands and said, give up now. If there is nothing else, I will go back and rest first. Watching Qin Yu, who turned around and left after the forced kiss, Moonlight Gale's expression was it twisted instantly. Without any hesitation, he took out a kunai from his waist and stabbed it into Qin Yu's back. The close distance made everyone's face change drastically. They never thought that Moonlight Gale would be so crazy. However, facing all this, Qin Yu seemed to be unaware. Puff! The kunai instantly pierced into Qin Yu's body, and a white mist immediately rose, which made the crazy Moonlight Gale stunned at first. Idiot, I'm behind you. Qin Yu's right hand turned into a hand knife and chopped directly at Moonlight Gale's neck. Moonlight Gale's expression changed drastically, but in this situation, he had no time to dodge. He could only wait for the attack to fall. Whoosh! A golden flash suddenly appeared. Before everyone could react, an unexpected figure appeared in front of Qin Yu. He reached out and clasped Qin Yu's wrist. The sudden appearance of the figure made everyone's pupils shrink suddenly. The golden hair made Qin Yu smile. Minato, you have been hiding for so long, I thought you didn't want to come out. It's the golden flash Minato Namikaze, he actually arrived. Only the time and space ninjutsu can cross the two battlefields and rush here in such a short time. Tisk, you might as well say that only Minato Namikaze's speed can stop Qin Yu's attack, otherwise Moonlight Gale will definitely suffer. Humph, this stinky boy, if he doesn't suffer a little, no one can swallow his anger, but let's forget it now. Faced with Moonlight Gale's behavior of abandoning his companions on the battlefield, many people were dissatisfied. Especially the willful behavior just now, which attracted the hostility of many people. This is a battlefield, not a place for impulsiveness and mixed with children's private affairs. I actually didn't want to show up. After I found out that the attack of the Cloud Ninja was repelled by you, I thought about returning to the land of Earth. Unfortunately, if I hadn't taken action just now, this kid might have suffered a little. Namikaze Minato said with a wry smile. Mitsuman, it was him. He was the one who teased me in the forest just now, which made Xian misunderstand me. You must take care of it for me. Moonlight Gale said hurriedly. Chinyu smiled and shook his head and said, Minato, you also saw it. If you want him to calm down, you still have to suffer a little. Besides, you can't stop me from teaching someone a lesson. Bang! A burst of white mist emerged from Chinyu's body, and the next moment the whole person disappeared out of thin air. Is it the shadow clone technique? Namikaze Minato's expression changed. Without time to think about it, he turned around and looked. At the same time, he swung his right hand back, and the kunao with the Flying Thunder God technique seal instantly flew out of his hand. Chinyu, who had just appeared behind Moonlight Gale, smiled, and with a flicker of his body, he moved half an inch sideways like a ghost. The Flying Thunder God kunao barely brushed past him, and the attack missed. It's coming! Someone exclaimed. Everyone's nerves suddenly tensed up, and there was a hint of urgency in their eyes. Flying Thunder God technique. Minato Namikaze did not make any moves, and disappeared in the next moment. When he appeared again, he had already arrived above the Flying Thunder God kunao. He reached out his hand directly to Chinyu's shoulder. I caught you. A smile appeared on Minato Namikaze's face. He hadn't met anyone who dared to challenge his speed for a long time. Chinyu's actions now undoubtedly made him want to compete. Really? Chinyu smiled and said, but you think too naively. A small voice suddenly spread. The next moment, crackling arcs of lightning bloomed on Chinyu's body. Under the violent lightning, Chinyu, who was about to be caught, disappeared out of thin air. When he appeared again, he was already behind Moonlight Gale. The hand knife transformed by his right hand was as fast as thunder and chopped directly at the back of his neck. Chapter 18 Can only be friends, not enemies. Bang! A dull collision sound suddenly sounded. The hand knife fell directly on Moonlight Gale's neck. Under the huge force, his eyes rolled back and he fainted and fell to the ground. The sudden scene made everyone in the field stunned. Looking at the lightning dissipated from Chinyu, his face was full of disbelief. If they speculated whether Chinyu had mastered the lightning escape chakram mode from Moonlight Gale's one-sided words a moment ago. However, seeing it with their own eyes now has a different meaning. It has only been half a day since the repulsion of the Cloud Ninja. Chinyu then learned the lightning chakram mode, which is known as one of the most difficult secret techniques in the Cloud Ninja village. What words can be used to describe this speed? Horrible? Monster? Indescribable? More importantly, there is no comparison and no harm. Facing the so-called Golden Flash, Minato Namikaze, Chinyu was able to teach Moonlight Gale a lesson. This means that he is probably even better in terms of speed. Hehe, Minato, I'm sorry, no one can stop the person I want to teach, not even myself. Chinyu laughed dryly. If it were the former Achiha Chinyu, facing the legendary Konaha's pride, he would definitely be like a pug and kowtow. But now that he has a one-click full-level system, he wants him to bow down. Then he'd better go to bed. Chinyu is too serious. You can show mercy. For Moonlight Gale, it's already the best lesson. Minato Namikaze is a new generation of peaceful ninja. And with Uchiha Fugaku and Fugaku have a very good personal relationship, and they call each other brothers in private. He has always been very concerned about the problems of the Uchiha clan. He and Uchiha Fugaku both hold the mentality of peaceful resolution. Otherwise, Uchiha Fugaku, who has already awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, would not have taken into account the relationship between him and Namikaze Minato. He firmly believes in Namikaze Minato's ideas and may have rebelled against Konaha. Unfortunately, counting on fingers, the Third Ninja World War is now nearing its end. A year later, Namikaze Minato died, and a series of things broke out under the manipulation of high-level officials such as Danzo. Of course, Chinyu didn't care about all this at all. With the system added, there is no place to hide in the world. If he is really forced into a corner, he can throw 2 or 3 big moves at will, pat his butt and run away, and no one can stop him. Okay, if there is nothing, I'll go back and rest first. It's really hard to lack mana. Chin-yu patted Namikaze Minato on the shoulder. Under the stunned gaze of the crowd, he walked into the cave. In their eyes, Minato Namikaze was an unattainable existence. He was known as the most qualified to inherit the identity of the next Hokage in Konaha, and he was treated respectfully on weekdays, even the older generation was no exception. When have you ever seen someone as big-hearted as Chin-yu, who had no awe at all? After watching Chin-yu leave, Mao Yukengwu smiled bitterly and said, Mr. Minato, don't blame Chin-yu. This time, we were able to repel the Cloud Ninja and the Combination, all thanks to him. Besides, he is only in his early teens and doesn't know much about etiquette. Compared with Minato Namikaze who was in his early 20s, Chin-yu could be called a junior. Moreover, compared with Minato Namikaze's long-standing and prominent status, Chin-yu did lack some etiquette. Senior Kangyu, you call me sir again. Namikaze Minato shook his head helplessly and said, I like Chin-yu more than I do when I'm with you guys. However, according to my understanding, Chin-yu was originally a junior who was not very outstanding in the Uchiha clan. When he came out, Fugaku asked me to help him take care of Chin-yu. It seems that he is very capable. Everyone in the field sighed at this remark. When he thought of the Kirin that fell from the sky and the Mangekaya Sharingan, his feet were still cold. Sir Minato, your status is different now. You are qualified to let us old immortals call you like this. Mao Yukengwu said with a smile. However, we have one thing to report. Chin-yu may not want to get involved in the dispute between Konaha and the Uchiha clan, so he deliberately hides himself. As Mao Yukengwu narrated, Namikaze Minato, who was originally smiling warmly, became solemn. Senior Kangyu, you said that Chin-yu has a powerful lightning ninjutsu, a special Sharingan, and a natural talent for learning ninjutsu. Minato Namikaze couldn't help asking. Looking at the people nodding their heads in unison, Minato Namikaze couldn't hold back any longer. Senior Kangyu, I'll leave Moonlight Gale to you first, and I'll go find Chin-yu. Lord Minato, don't worry, but in the Cloud Ninja Village, the next successor to the Thunder Shadow, AI, once said that Chin-yu has the qualifications to become the next Hokage. I hope you don't mind. Uzuki Kangyu said after hesitating for a moment. This time, Danzo's confidants Yamanaka Feng and Aber Meitajan not only escaped, but also leaked our base information to the Cloud Ninja. If Danzo knows that Chin-yu ruined his subordinate's business, he might target Chin-yu. We hope Lord Minato can help at a critical moment. In the eyes of Uzuki Kangyu and others, external enemies can still be eliminated by powerful means. But facing the internal struggle, it is easy to avoid the open spear, but difficult to guard against the hidden arrow. Senior Kangyu, don't worry, I know what to do. Namikaze Minato nodded and said, wait a minute, I will report the matter here to the third Hokage. With the third Hokage, Danzo will also restrain himself. Uzuki Kangyu breathed a sigh of relief. This is the arrangement for the time being. The next defense will rely on everyone's concerted efforts. Namikaze Minato patted Uzuki Kangyu on the shoulder and said, I'll go talk to Chin-yu first. After watching Namikaze Minato leave, Uzuki Zian finally lost her temper and said, Dad, are you saying that once Chin-yu returns to Konaha, he may be hit by the root? What's wrong? You care about your little lover so soon? Inu Fengqu said with a smile. Mao Uxian glared and said, who is his lover? I just don't want Konaha Ninja Village to lose such a strong man. This kind of person is like a companion, an absolutely powerful backing, but if he is an enemy, it is too terrifying. Mao Yukengwu suddenly said. As soon as this was said, everyone's expression changed. As Mao Yukengwu said, facing the existence of Chin-yu, the only thing you can do is to be a friend, not an enemy. Even if you can't be friends, you can only be a passerby. Chapter 19 Calculating Namikaze Minato. In the cave, Chin-yu sat cross-legged and restored the chakra in his body. At the same time, he was thinking about how to solve the problem of lack of blue in a short time. After these two battles, his chakra was consumed. If it weren't for the confidence of Tong Lizhou, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to be tough in the face of the enemy. After thinking about it, Chin-yu finally summed up two methods. Make a contract with Mayaboku Mountain, then learn Sage Mode, and absorb the power of nature. Can quickly restore blue. Second, find a head-tailed beast to be the Jinchuriki. This is the quickest way Chin-yu can think of at the moment. However, the summoning contract of Myaboku Mountain has always been worn by Jiraiya. Since Orochimaru rebelled and escaped from Konaha, Jiraiya has also become a nanny and has been following and guarding Orochimaru. It may be difficult to find Jiraiya in a short time. As for finding a head-tailed beast to be the Jinchuriki, looking around the entire ninja world, except for the three-tailed beast, the other 8-headed beasts are all living in the body of the Jinchuriki. Now in the war period, every ninja village is very cautious about the protection of the Jinchuriki. For a moment, it seems more unrealistic than the first one to use this method to solve the problem of lack of blue. Thinking of this, Chinyu sighed helplessly. It's too difficult for me. Chinyu, if you have any problems, you can tell me if you don't mind. The voice of Minato Namikaze came suddenly. Seeing Minato Namikaze coming, Chinyu's eyes lit up. Minato Namikaze's ninjutsu can be said to be the 3 great ninjutsu. He starts with Flying Thunder God, and his killer move Raise Nan cannot defeat Kai Shigi. In addition to these 3 ninjutsu, in Chinyu's impression, Minato Namikaze has not used many other ninjutsu. However, among these 3 ninjutsu, Chinyu pays more attention to Flying Thunder God. The lightning escape chakra mode can greatly increase Chinyu's speed. But when it comes to running away and killing the enemy, and surprise, I'm afraid no ninjutsu can compare to Flying Thunder God. Chinyu, are you worried that Danzo will do you any harm? Minato Namikaze said tentatively. Chinyu raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect Minato Namikaze to automatically fill in the blanks. He was originally thinking about how to trick Minato Namikaze into teaching him Flying Thunder God. Now he saved a lot of time to explain, and then he said, this is just a small matter. If Danzo really wants to attack me, I will not go back. This world is so big, there will always be a place for me to hide. Namikaze Minato's expression froze. This is what he is most worried about. According to the description of Mao Yu Kengwu and others, Chinyu's strength is enough to reach the level of Jonin. It is possible to surpass this. If coupled with the amazing ninjutsu talent. Once Chinyu leaves the Konaha ninja village, it will be a huge loss and there will be hidden dangers. Chinyu, don't think too badly about things. Fugaku and I have a good relationship. I will never let Danzo target you unscrupulously. Namikaze Minato hurriedly persuaded, and I will report this matter to the 3rd Hokage in advance. With his wisdom, he will definitely deal with this matter fairly. Just feel free to follow me back to Konaha. Chinyu also had some understanding of Namikaze Minato in the original work. As the saying goes, good people are short-lived. So Chinyu didn't doubt Minato Namikaze's intention, but his goal was to get Flying Thunder God. If he was dismissed with just a few words, it would be a complete waste of his intelligence after 2 lives. I want to go back, but unfortunately I don't have many means to protect myself. If you are willing to teach me the Flying Thunder God technique, I might consider it. Chinyu said with a smile. Minato Namikaze was stunned, and then smiled bitterly and said, so you have been thinking about this from the beginning. It seems that you don't take Danzo seriously at all, but this Flying Thunder God technique is a forbidden technique developed by the 2nd Hokage. Even if I want to teach it to you, I need the consent of the 3rd Hokage. Minato Namikaze said helplessly. If you really want to learn, I can teach you the ninjutsu I developed. You mean, Raise Nan? Chinyu rolled his eyes helplessly. For Minato Namikaze, a man of one family, it would be more difficult to get him to teach Flying Thunder God privately than to kill him. It seems that we can only think of other ways. You also know about the Raise Nan. Namikaze Minato said with a happy face, this Raise Nan does not require hand seals, and the amount of chakra required is average. I have also developed a systematic learning method. I will show you now. Raise Nan. Namikaze Minato said, and the 5 fingers of his right hand were slightly tightened. Under the chakra, blue air waves were quickly generated, and a blue chakra ball was formed in an instant. It looked like a blue starry sky. Of course, if you judge a person by his appearance, you will underestimate this Raise Nan. I am afraid that it will often become the finale. In the original work, there is a teasing joke. There is no enemy that the Raise Nan cannot deal with. If there is really an opponent that cannot be solved by 1, use 2. If it still cannot be solved, change the way of rolling the ball, and you can always roll out the finale. Did you see it clearly? Minato Namikaze dispersed the Raise Nan in his hand and asked, I will demonstrate it for the 2nd time now. With your qualifications, as long as you practice well and control the movement of chakra, you should be able to learn it in a week. Looking at Minato Namikaze with enthusiasm, Chinyu couldn't refuse. Moreover, Naruto's wind-style Raise Nan in the original work is indeed awesome. It is also less complicated than the use of thunder-style Kirin. Feeling the chakra in Minato Namikaze's body moving again, Chinyu's Mangekyou Sharingan started to work. In Naruto, Sharingan is a local plug-in, and it's useless to use it. Minato Namikaze, who was always paying attention to Chinyu, felt as if he was seen through at this moment. The moment he raised his head, his pupils couldn't help but shrink when their eyes met. The chakra condensed in his hand also collapsed with a bang. Is this your Mangekyou Sharingan? Namikaze Minato couldn't help asking. Chinyu was not surprised by Namikaze Minato's revelation. Mangekyou Sharingan is not the first time in Konoha's history. At least all the information about Uchiha Madara will be completely recorded by the second Hokage. And Namikaze Minato, as the one who has the greatest hope of becoming the fourth Hokage. In order to solve the Uchiha clan's affairs, he is particularly concerned. Knowing the existence of Mangekyou Sharingan is not surprising. Isn't it strange that an unknown junior has Mangekyou Sharingan? Chinyu had no intention of hiding it. In the face of absolute strength, all conspiracies and tricks are nothing. Namikaze Minato exhaled deeply and nodded. I finally know why they say you have the talent to learn ninjutsu. Chapter 20 Mist Ninja Attack. The Uchiha clan's Sharingan originally has the ability to copy ninjutsu, although not everyone can do it. Namikaze Minato looked at it for a while and then looked away. However, in Konoha's secret intelligence, the description of the Uchiha clan's Mangekyou Sharingan says that once awakened, it will gain special pupil skills. If I'm not mistaken, the huge Shura ghost, black flames, and powerful ninjutsu are all caused by this pair of eyes. Chinyu had already expected Namikaze Minato's speculation. From the beginning, he decided to repel the Cloud Ninja and Ab combination, and used Susanoo, Amaterasu, and Tsukuyomi, knowing that this matter would not be hidden for long. Zhu nodded and said, "You are right. You are worthy of being the hot candidate for the next generation of Hokage." Hearing this, Minato Namikaze smiled bitterly and said, "There are many outstanding people in Konoha, including Fugaku, Shisui, the three ninjas where the teacher is, and you. I am just active on the front line, and I have no political background, which makes it easier for people to accept me. If we really want to compete in strength, Jiraiya, Fugaku, Shisui, and others are more suitable." Looking at Minato Namikaze with a humble face, Chinyu couldn't help but roll his eyes and said, "Show when you should show, otherwise why become so powerful? Hide it from people? That's so meaningless. People are selfish. I can't keep secrets even if I become a hero." Minato Namikaze smiled bitterly and said, "I didn't expect Chinyu that your insights on things are really enlightening. Although I cannot teach you the Flying Thunder God technique, I will ask the third Hokage for permission when I return to Konoha. He should agree. Let me demonstrate the Raise Nan for the second time." As he spoke, Minato Namikaze gathered the chakra in his body again. However, before the Raise Nan was formed, there were hurried footsteps outside the door. "Minato-sama, something bad has happened." The sentry reported that the whereabouts of the Mist Ninja appeared 3 kilometers away. There are quite a few of them. The leading ninja is not known for the time being. Uzuki Kangyu rushed in. Seeing the Raise Nan in Minato Namikaze's hand, he realized that the timing seemed a bit wrong, and a trace of apology appeared on his face. "Chinyu, I'm sorry. I will demonstrate the Raise Nan when I come back. You just participated in the battle and consumed a lot of chakra. Now rest in the base first. Let me deal with those mist ninjas." Minato Namikaze left these words and rushed out in a hurry. After Uzuki Kangyu cast an apologetic look at Chinyu, he quickly followed him. After the two left, the huge cave returned to peace again. "I didn't expect that even the Mist Ninja would send people to attack in a roundabout way. It seems that they all want to beat the drowning dog." Chinyu smiled playfully. "Originally, I was planning to find a tailed beast as a chakra cache machine. If I can catch a small leader, I may be able to find out the whereabouts of the three-tailed beast. However, I'd better try it now and learn the Raise Nan. Maybe there will be unexpected surprises." Chinyu thought about it, and recalled the scene of Minato Namikaze performing the Raise Nan for the second time under the copy of the Mangekyo Sharingan. The few remaining chakras in the body roared and quickly gathered in the right hand. The difficulty of the Raise Nan was that even Naruto, a slacker, could learn it as long as he practiced systematically. Now Chinyu used the Mangekyo Sharingan to thoroughly analyze the operating structure of the Raise Nan, so it would be more efficient to operate it. Raise Nan. Chinyu slightly tightened the 5 fingers of his right hand, and the blue chakra that was released quickly gathered in the palm of his hand. The next moment, accompanied by the sound of high-frequency chakra circulation, the Raise Nan condensed instantly. Ding dang, A-level ninjutsu Raise Nan was discovered. Can the host reach the maximum level with one click? Chinyu couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when listening to the system's voice. This Raise Nan could have been transformed to the extreme by Minato Namikaze. If it can continue to reach the maximum level, what will happen next? Immediately reach the maximum level. Chinyu did not hesitate and immediately issued an order. Ding dang, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Big Ball Raise Nan. Ding dang, the host's Thunder Attribute Chakra was detected, and the Thunder Release Raise Nan was obtained. The two voices that sounded in succession made Chinyu confused. Originally, he just planned to imitate the original work, and after learning to roll the balls, he would do a wind escape shuriken. Unexpectedly, with the system's one-click full level, he also made a Big Ball Raise Nan and a Thunder Release Raise Nan. As for why no other attributes appeared, I'm afraid it's because the system can't detect the chuck in his body. Pull has other attribute changes. It seems that I have to make a sage body in the future and rub all the balls with changed properties. Chinyu put away his thoughts. Outside, facing the sudden mist ninja, everyone's nerves were tense. As soon as Minato Namikaze left the cave, he issued a few strict orders and led a small team to the place where the target appeared. That was the closest place between Konaha and the Land of Water. Unfortunately, Minato Namikaze was sent to the battlefield of the Land of Wind and the Land of Earth early in the morning, and did not leave the Flying Thunder God technique in the neighboring area of the Land of Water, otherwise a space jump would be able to reach the destination as soon as possible. When Minato Namikaze and his group left, the guards of the base, which originally had only 26 people, were instantly reduced to 12. This is still due to Izuki Yujeo and Moonlight Gale. Dad, do I need to do something? Mao Uxian couldn't help but say, the number of enemies is unknown now, I'm worried that they will attack the base in a roundabout way. After these words came out, the diligence in the field became a little solemn. The people who stayed here also suddenly tensed up. However, just as this worry came to his mind, Mao Yukengwu looked back at the cave where Chinyu was, and he secretly breathed a sigh of relief, patting Mao Uxian's shoulder and said, "Silly girl, don't worry. The base is short of manpower, and Lord Minato is not here, but don't forget Chinyu." At this point, Mao Yukengwu looked at the awakened Moonlight Gale, and warned in a deep voice, "Gale, I hope that the next time you meet Chinyu, don't mess around again. He is not someone you can compare with." Moonlight Gale's face sank, and he clenched his fists in anger, and raised his head stubbornly and said, "Uncle Mao Yu, don't worry, my intelligence escort mission has been completed. With that Chinyu here, it's not much use for me to stay here. I will leave the base now and go back to Konaha to report." After leaving these words, Moonlight Gale walked out of the base. However, just after taking 3 or 4 steps, a huge black shadow fell from the sky. Without any fancy moves, it hit him directly. Bang! Moonlight Gale was pressed to the ground. Feeling the warmth and blood on his face, he struggled a little and looked up. The scene he saw made him pale. Chapter 21 The 7 Ninja Swordsmen. Yes, it's a corpse. Moonlight Gale almost cracked his eyes, looking at the Konaha ninja who was so close and dead that he couldn't be deader. As his feet shook, there was an inexplicable wetness and heat, which made his pants gloriously wet. The smell of urine made the Konaha ninjas around him alert, and they looked at Moonlight Gale with a little more disgust. Of course, Moonlight Gale can't be blamed. The first time he went to the battlefield, he experienced the pursuit of the Anbu, the coercion and teasing of Chinyu, and now he is looking at the dead body. Not being scared to death, this is already very good. Figures flashed in all directions. After learning that the Cloud Ninjas had failed to attack the pass, the Mist Village immediately mobilized its troops and planned to launch a second wave of attacks. In their eyes, there were only 2 possibilities for the Konaha ninjas to withstand the first wave of attacks. One was to pay a heavy price. The other was to have a powerful ninja as a pillar. When they saw that Minato Namikaze, who was known as the Golden Flash in Konaha, had left, the so-called important pass only had a dozen or so Konaha ninjas left. For the Mist Ninjas, this was completely undefended. So, from the beginning, they used the strategy of luring the tiger away from the mountain. Use some ordinary ninjas as bait to lure Minato Namikaze away. Then, mobilize the elite to raid the pass. They thought that Minato Namikaze would not be easily lured away. However, the current result was beyond their expectations. As long as they broke through this pass, they, the Mist Ninjas, could march straight in and attack the rear of Konaha. At that time, Konaha will be attacked from all sides, and its formation will be disrupted. The three major battles will be the first to break the balance. Most importantly, this time, in order to ensure the smooth progress of the mission, the ninjas sent by the Mist Village are not as strong as the Cloud Ninja of combination. But the leaders are 2 of the 7 ninja swordsmen who are feared by the ninja world. As the product of the Blood Mist, the 7 ninja swordsmen are all fierce elites who have fought in the Sea of Blood. Facing a pass with only 12 or 13 people left, it is just a piece of cake. Be alert, everyone, be alert, this time there is an incredible existence. Mao Yu Kangyu looked at the 2 ninjas who led the way, and his face turned pale. 7 ninja swordsmen, same had a watermelon mountain puffer ghost. 7 ninja swordsmen, Black Horega. As the 2 names fell, all the Konaha ninjas couldn't help but take a breath. Behind them, there were 50 elite mist ninjas. Ziguishin is more than 2 meters tall, fat, and looks honest. However, in the Mist Village, all the ninjas who came out of the Blood Mist era have psychological changes. This is a ruthless character who can even sell out his companions for the sake of profit. As for Heichu Leye, he is thin, has black hair, wears a black robe, and holds 2 sharp blades in his hands with electric light flowing. Scarlet blood drips down the blades. The secret sentry just now was obviously killed by him. Hehe, it's all some trash, especially the kid over there, even wet his pants. Leye laughed jokingly. Facing such an opponent, for them who are always bloodthirsty, there is no challenge at all. Well, don't forget that there is also a tricky Namikaze Minato. We must destroy this pass as soon as possible. Even if he rushes back later, it will be useless. Ziguishin looked around coldly. Chapter 22 Rei's Nan is rampant. On the huge ruins, the Mist Ninja, which is several times larger than Konaha, stared at everything in front of them. The atmosphere in the field added a few inexplicable depressions. Especially looking at Ziguishin and Leye, who were leading the 7 ninja swordsmen. The heart seemed to be tightly grasped by an invisible big hand. Hurry up, let Chinyu come out to deal with them, otherwise we will all die. Moonlight Gale hurriedly climbed up from the ground. Chinyu? Leye raised his eyebrows and said with a joking smile, who is this person? Why haven't I heard of him? You are not desperate and want to find someone to fool us. However, we are different from the Mist and Cloud ninjas. We are scared. As soon as these words fell, unbridled laughter rang out in the field. Ziguishin's honest face also showed a playful smile, saying, okay, let's not scare them, and get rid of them quickly. However, it's really surprising that there is such a little beauty on this front line. I will leave her to you later, and you go to deal with others. Mao Yuxian's pretty face turned pale. Facing Ziguishin's words, she was completely unexpected. Xian, I will stop them later, you go to the cave to inform Chinyu quickly, now that Lord Minato is not here, only he can save us. Uzuki Kangyu shouted sharply. Brothers, open the barrier immediately. The remaining Konaha ninjas had already tensed their nerves. Facing Uzuki Kangyu's order, without any hesitation, they immediately formed a seal to open the barrier. It's too late to act now. Ziguishin smiled grimly. A white mist blew up without warning and instantly surrounded the entire battlefield. Without any fancy moves, Ziguishin was the first to burst. Although his body seemed fat, his feet were extremely flexible. In the blink of an eye, he crossed more than 10 meters and appeared in front of Uzuki Xian first. It's the silent killing technique that the Mist Village is best at. Uzuki Kangyu's face changed drastically. Feeling the air flow around him, he shouted in a hurry, Xian, be careful. Haha, it's too late to think about being careful now. Ziguishin laughed unscrupulously. I want this woman. In the mist, Uzuki Yujao's face turned pale, and she tried to dodge in a hurry. Unfortunately, in the dark, there was no place to hide. However, just as the look of despair climbed onto her face, a blue sphere as dazzling as the starry sky passed by her side. A slight wave of air stirred up the mist in the sky, and Ziguishin's face was full of teasing. However, after seeing the oncoming Rei's Nan, his smile froze instantly. Without time to think about it, he quickly pulled out the same hata on his back, and without any hesitation, he directly crossed it in front of his chest. Bang! The raised nan instantly hit same hata. The huge impact force rushed out like a frenzy. Boom! The thunderous explosion suddenly echoed. The hurricane caused instantly dispersed the surrounding mist. Zigwashan's huge body flew backwards like a cannonball. Some of the mist ninjas who rushed out were directly smashed and flew away wherever they passed. Finally, they smashed heavily on a tree 100 meters away and barely stopped their bodies. However, under the huge impact force, the tree was also cut in half. The sudden scene made everyone's expression stiff, even Leia was no exception. He knew Zigwashan's strength very well. And under the silent killing technique, their mist ninjas were like fish in water. Zigwashan was successfully ambushed at the critical moment. This was beyond his expectations. Chapter 23 Big Ball Raise Nan. Enemy attack, defend quickly. Don't panic, this kind of attack is not a big problem for Zigwashan, cancel the silent killing technique. Seeing the big tree cut in half, Heichu Leia shouted in a hurry. The fog that enveloped the surroundings quickly dissipated. Originally known as the strongest silent killing technique among the mist ninjas, now it has turned around and facilitated the enemy. If this matter gets out, it will definitely bring shame to the mist ninja village. When the fog cleared, the ninjas of Konaha were also panicked, but when they saw Zigwashan lying in the ruins, his life or death unknown. There were also traces of destruction left on the ground, and a trace of joy appeared on their faces. Yes, it was Qin Yu, he must have taken action. With him, we will definitely be saved. Idiot, don't forget that hundreds of cloud ninjas were killed instantly by Qin Yu, and even the AB combination was forced to retreat by him. Looking at the originally panicked Konaha ninjas, they all showed joy. The faces of those mist ninjas couldn't help but change. Lord Lei, are we going to retreat? A mist ninja couldn't hold back any longer. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Rhea swung his sword back. Puff! The huge head flew up, and the blood splashed, giving people a shocking feeling. Disturbing the morale of the army, looking for death. Leia seemed to have done something ordinary. When the body fell heavily on the ground, he said sternly, "The guy who hides his head and shows his tail, get out if you have the courage." "Are you looking for me?" Qin Yu walked out slowly. He glanced at Mao Yuxian and said, "No one can tease my girlfriend. Those who speak rudely are all dead." Fair-headed boy. Heichu Leia was stunned for a moment, and then laughed unscrupulously, "I thought it was someone who attacked us, but it turned out to be just a Konaha Chunin. Zigwashan, don't pretend to be dead. With same hata here, you can't bear much damage at all." "Haha, Leia, can't you keep the secret for me? This will scare away the great hero of Konaha." Zigwashan, lying in the ruins, stood up with a trembling body. The same hata, which was originally wrapped in bandages in his hand, has been completely exposed. Looking at the ferocious blade, people feel inexplicably suffocated. "Dad, are these the 7 ninja swords in the Mist Ninja?" Mao Yuxian can't care about the verbal dispute now. Mao Yukengwu nodded, and said solemnly, "Qin Yu, you should be careful. According to the information, the ninja sword in Zigwashan's hand is called Same Hata, which has the characteristics of predatory chakra. Your attack just now was most likely absorbed by it. But, Qin Yu, how did you learn the Raise Nan of Minato-sama? In the Konaha ninja village, who doesn't know the 3 major ninjutsu of Minato Namikaze? Are you talking about Raise Nan?" Qin Yu looked at Same Hata and smiled knowingly, "I just learned it. Just now, I was thinking about how to solve the problem of lack of blue, but I didn't expect to ignore the existence of Same Hata. I just lack a handy weapon." The voice was not loud, sweeping across the scene. Whether it was Konaha or the Mist Ninja, they all looked at each other. "Is this considered a blatant robbery?" "Haha, kid, this is the funniest joke I've ever heard." Zigwashan laughed unscrupulously, "Let me tell you, your attack just now had a good impact, but those chakras were completely plundered by Same Hata. If I say that all the chakras from your heroic attack just now became my possession, what would your expression be?" After the voice fell, Zigwashan showed off and let Same Hata feed the chakra back to him. Watching this scene, many eyes in the field fell on Qin Yu. "It seems that you enjoy my chakra very much." Qin Yu smiled warmly. "But I hope you can still laugh after a while." The inexplicable words made people startled. The next moment, Chinyu's body lightning arc surged, and the lightning escape chakra mode instantly unfolded, turning into a lightning light. Almost at the same time, the lightning flashed, and Chinyu had appeared behind Zigwashan. The sudden scene made people's nerves tense suddenly. "Zigwashan, be careful!" Leia shouted and reminded. Zigwashan's reaction was not slow. His fat body did not seem to be slow at all. He clenched the same hata in his hand, intending to block again. However, the scene he saw made his pupils shrink suddenly. Big ball raise nan! Chinyu tightened the 5 fingers of his right hand, and the chakra like 1,000 horses galloping was poured into his hand frantically. A raise nan with a diameter of a meter was condensed in an instant. With a violent posture, he shot directly at Zigwashan. Boom! A thunderous explosion sounded suddenly. The frenzy of chakra airflow, like a hurricane, instantly swallowed Zigwashan and same hata. The huge impact force exploded instantly. Zigwashan, who was the first to bear the brunt, flew backwards with the big ball raised nan like a cannonball. The ground along the way also forcibly tore out a shocking gully. All the trees collapsed and finally hit the rock wall 1,000 meters away. Boom! The rock wall exploded, and cracks like spider webs spread rapidly. The sky-high air waves broke the surrounding trees in half. Zigwashan, sir, was knocked away again. Looking at Zigwashan who was knocked away again, the group of mist ninjas couldn't laugh anymore. This attack was at least 10 times stronger than before. Heichu Leiya's face was livid, and he said, "Zigwashan, get up quickly, you have same hata by your side, this kind of attack can't hurt you at all." The hurried words echoed in the forest. Unfortunately, as the voice faded, Zigwashan, who was lying in the ruins this time, did not stand up for a long time. Just when Leia couldn't hold his breath, a lightning flash appeared on the ruins without any sign. "It's that kid. He's really fast. When did such a powerful person appear in Konaha? His speed is probably not much slower than the golden flash of Konaha." The expressions of the mist ninjas in the field changed. Originally in their eyes, this was a one-sided war. But the boy who suddenly appeared in front of them overturned everything. "Sorry, he seems to have been choked to death by chakra." Chinyu smiled warmly and picked up same hata who fell to the ground. Watching this scene, Leiya's pupils flashed a hint of joy. "There is a flaw, thunder release falling thunder." Leia instantly raised the thunder sword in his hand. Under the infusion of chakra, it pointed directly to the sky. The lightning arc flowed, hooked with the thunder of the sky, and a light blue lightning instantly struck Chinyu's body. As one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, he knew that these 7 swords had their own characteristics. Sex. Among them, same hata is definitely the most wild and difficult to tame. Chapter 24 First time using, a little unfamiliar. Boom! A thunderbolt tore across the sky, and at the same time, Leia took advantage of the situation and collided with his 2-handed thunder swords. Arcs of lightning shot up into the sky. The sky thunder accumulated in the clouds was pulled. Instantly turned into 7 or 8 falling thunderbolts, and struck Chinyu directly. The power of thunder arrived instantly, looking at Chinyu, whose retreat was completely blocked by 7 or 8 falling thunderbolts. A hint of joy appeared on the faces of those mist ninjas. "It's just right to test the sword." Chinyu smiled warmly. The same hata in his hand slashed towards the sky. The moment the ferocious giant mouth opened, the sky full of lightning was directly shattered by a sword. Boom! Thunder exploded, and there were arcs of electricity splashing. The sudden scene made Leiya's face change drastically. "It's impossible. Why didn't same hata attack you?" As one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Leia knew clearly that same hata's wildness was enough to attack anyone who wanted to control him. Even if he had a strong strength, he would be attacked for the first time. Now Chinyu could use same hata as if nothing had happened, which was completely beyond his control. It's weirder than his son now. Qin Feng looked up suddenly. Under the 9 Megatama Sharingan, even the tailed beasts could be easily subdued, not to mention a handful of same hata. Feeling that the little chakra that had just passed through the lightning was fed back to his body. After performing the big ball raise nan in his body, the chakra that was slightly weak was obviously a little more. The quantity is a little less, but it's really a good weapon. Chinyu looked at Leia and said, "If you, the 7 ninja swordsmen, don't even have a ninja sword, what do you think you will be called? Asshole, you dare to take our ninja sword." Leia's face sank and said, "I finally know who you are, how dare you be so arrogant." With the word Sharingan and super fast speed, you are the world of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Shisui. Chinyu couldn't help rolling his eyes. No. It should be said that everyone in the field couldn't help rolling their eyes. Lord Riga, you seem to have made a mistake. Uchiha Shisui is called Instantane Shisui, and he is best at Instantane Jutsu. Moreover, his Sharingan and age do not match this boy. Shut up. If you don't speak, no one will think you are dumb. Lord Riga is absolutely right to say that it is Instantane Shisui. Riga's cheeks were shaking. Looking at Chinyu who suddenly appeared in the distance, he said sternly, "Boy, who are you?" "Who am I?" Chinyu smiled warmly and said, "I am the one who kills you." As soon as the voice fell, the lightning on Chinyu's body surged. He took a step forward, and the whole person rushed out like thunder. "Here you are, all of you, perform defensive ninjutsu for me." Riga roared. Since becoming the 7 ninja swordsman, when has he been despised like this? Some of the 30 or 40 mist ninjas around him quickly formed seals. As the hand seals flew down and the chakra was agitated, they shouted in unison. Water style wall. Water walls gushed out from all sides in an instant, forming a 100-meter-long defensive line. The remaining mist ninjas looked at each other, and it was obvious that they were the personal guards under Riga. As the seal fell, a large amount of river water spit out from their mouths. Water style, waterfall technique. Streams of water spewed out, and with the water wall separating them, they quickly rolled back to the surroundings. A huge wave formed, and it hit head-on, instantly flooding the terrain of thousands of meters in radius. Mao Yukengwu and others had already reacted, and activated the barrier of the station to block the river water outside. Looking at the mist ninja who changed the terrain in a few seconds, the Konaha ninjas present had a solemn look on their faces. The ninjas who came out of the blood mist in the land of water were indeed not comparable to those of other ninja villages. Whether it was the amount of chakra or teamwork, the timing was very accurate. If they were to face each other, I'm afraid they would definitely lose. Kid, where are you running to? Are you afraid? Leia smiled grimly. He raised the thunder blade in his hand suddenly, triggering the accumulated thunder in the sky. Boom! A blue lightning fell from the sky. It instantly struck the river. The crackling lightning suddenly increased in power when it encountered water. Like arcs as thick as bowls, they swept around like fangs and claws. Mao Yukengwu and others changed their faces drastically, and shouted in a hurry, "Increase the chakra output, don't let the barrier be broken." The light of the opened barrier was very bright. However, the incoming arcs still hit the barrier like a heavy whip, causing it to vibrate violently. "Haha, if you don't hide, then I will break this barrier and let you wag your tail and beg for mercy." Leia laughed grimly. As the lightning of the thunder blade in his hand flowed, the lightning arcs accumulated in the clouds also became manic. Thunderbolts fell like a rainstorm. After being enhanced by water, they turned into 7 or 8 lightning bolts, which quickly hit the barrier supported by Mao Yukengwu and others. "Senior Mao Yu, we can't support this kind of attack for long, you should think of a way quickly." Chunin couldn't hold his breath. They don't need to face the attack directly, but they keep sending out chakra to enhance the defense of the barrier. Force. For them, the consumption was also not small. The sweat falling down the cheeks shattered on the ground drop by drop. "Hurry up, don't hold back, otherwise we will all die." Mao Yukengwu suddenly spoke. His face was pale, and he looked at the distant eyes with horror. Everyone's nerves suddenly tensed. He hurriedly raised his head and looked in the direction of his gaze. Chinyu was in mid-air, and the raised nan in his hand burst into purple and blue. Lightning arcs flowed, ravaging the surrounding space. An indescribable sense of danger was generated from the heart. "Sorry, it's my first time using it, I'm a bit novice, and I wasted a little time. Now I pray for you." Chinyu smiled warmly. The raised nan in his hand was thrown out instantly. Puff! The air seemed to be torn apart, and under the raging lightning, it was like a meteorite falling from the sky. It hit the water below directly. Boom! The crazy accumulated lightning exploded in an instant. The shape was compressed to the extreme, coupled with the all-pervasive lightning attribute. The tiny lightning rods, like cow hair, became lightning rod bombs under the powerful explosive power of the raised nan. With the help of the strong conductivity of water, the area changed by the mist ninja instantly became a sharp weapon in Chinyu's hand. Chapter 25 3 Balls to Solve a War. Boom! The sound of thunder shook the sky, giving people a feeling of tearing eardrums. The blue electric light illuminated the entire world and took away everyone's vision. The violent explosive force instantly pierced the water shield wall formed by dozens of mist ninjas. The lightning rods, as thin as hair, pierced their whole bodies directly. The powerful electric current volts, coupled with the fierce tearing destructive power. The entire body structure was instantly shredded. The next moment, it exploded into a blood mist and merged into the sea water. Dozens of mist ninjas turned into blood mist at the same time. This scene almost made people's eyes pop out. The only thing that made people feel fortunate was that the lightning release Ray's Nan was mainly used to attack the mist ninjas. Otherwise, the four-sided barrier of Konaha alone would probably be pierced in an instant. The river water, which lost the support of chakra, could hardly maintain its original state. The next moment, it collapsed on the ground and flowed away directly. When everything was restored to its original state, the ruins where the battle with the cloud ninjas had been fought had a huge deep pit with a diameter of hundreds of meters. There were countless small holes on the edge of the deep pit. These were all puncture marks left by the lightning rod. 2 lightning swords were inserted obliquely into the ruins. As for the mist ninjas, they had already turned into flesh and blood and washed away with the river water. The Konaha ninjas who witnessed this scene had already dropped their jaws. It was only half a day after the Cloud Ninja invasion not long ago. The last time a Thunder Release Kirin killed hundreds of Cloud Ninjas in an instant. Now he encountered dozens of Mist Ninjas, and a Thunder Release Ray's Nan killed them again in seconds. With such a casual statement, he disintegrated the 2 waves of attacks. Is this still a war? Qin Yu landed in the ruins, watching the arcs flowing on the 2 thunder blades, which continued to seep into the soil, and a playful smile appeared on his face. Raya, you are the only one left now, why are you hiding and not coming out, where did your confidence go just now? Qin Yu said. A pale hand stretched out from the soil of the ruins and grabbed the thunder blade. Soon everyone saw Raya, who was in tattered clothes and stained with blood. As soon as he appeared, he roared with a ferocious face without any hesitation. Damn boy, I'll fight you. The chakra dormant in Raya's body was madly poured into the thunder blade without regard for his life. He knew very well that facing this young man who was probably as powerful as a shadow, the only thing he could do was to fight his way out. Good chakra, I just need some mana. Qin Yu's smile widened. He took out the same hata that was sucked on his back with his backhand. Without any fancy moves, he chopped towards Leia head-on. Tear. There was a sound of cloth tearing, and the chakra that was gushing out of Leia's body was instantly bitten away by same hata. The lightning flashed for only a moment after the thunder blade lost its chakra, and then disappeared between heaven and earth. The sharp thorns of same hata were like dozens of sharp blades, instantly cutting his chest. The blood splattered, and the eerie white bones made people feel shocked. The sudden scene made Leia stunned. As one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, he never thought that he would eventually die on the ninja sword. You are definitely not an unknown person, who are you? Leia said intermittently. The one who killed you. Qin Yu said with a playful smile, dead man, you are not qualified to know my name. You. Leia spat out a mouthful of blood, and finally died, lying on the ground with his back to the sky. With the dust stirring, the dazed Konaha ninjas finally reacted. Qin Yu put away the thunder knife with his backhand and said, this is for you. If there is nothing, I will go back to rest. After leaving these words, Qin Yu seemed to have done something insignificant. On the other hand, Namikaze Minato led Inyaho and others to dozens of kilometers away and found the place where the mist ninja was. After a hard search, they finally encountered a few mist ninjas. Puff! The kunao in Namikaze Minato's hand instantly cut the throat of the last mist ninja. Looking at the mist ninja who fell to the ground and died, his expression could not help but sink. Mitsuman, this is also a chunin, the route according to the traces, there should be hundreds of mist ninjas here, but now we only encounter 8 chunin. After looking at the dead mist ninjas on the ground, Inyaho couldn't hold back his temper. Not good, this is probably a trick to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Namikaze Minato's expression suddenly changed. Inyaho was stunned and said, Mr. Minato, are you saying that the mist ninjas intend to lure our main force away and then send people to attack the stronghold? However, Qin Yu is in the stronghold, so we don't have to worry too much. After witnessing the battle with the cloud ninjas, Inyaho and other Konaha ninjas felt full of security about Qin Yu. No, Qin Yu just fought a big battle, and his strength is very good, but I'm still a little worried. Namikaze Minato showed worry on his face and said, "Here is my flying thunder god Kunao, you take it, if there is anything, use chakra to activate it, and I will come immediately. I'll go back to the stronghold first to see if the mist ninjas have taken action." After saying this, Minato Namikaze instantly disappeared from the spot like a ghost. With the help of the flying thunder god technique seal left along the way, Minato Namikaze made several jumps and finally appeared in the base. "Be careful, there is an enemy attack." Mao Yu Kengwu shouted urgently. Kunao whistled towards Minato Namikaze in an instant. The sudden scene made Minato Namikaze startled at first, but he disappeared from the spot again and appeared beside Mao Yu Kengwu. He was about to pat his shoulder to indicate that he was relieved, but the huge deep pit in front of him made his pupils shrink suddenly. The attack missed instantly. Looking at this familiar space ninjutsu, the Konaha ninjas present couldn't help but be startled. "It's Lord Minato." Mao Yu Kengwu came back to his senses, looked at the shocked Minato Namikaze, and a trace of pride appeared on his face, saying, "Lord Minato, you missed it again. Not long after you left, the Mist Ninja led a surprise attack, with a total of 40 or 50 people, led by Zigwashan Pufferfish Ghost and Heichu Leia from the 7 Mist Ninjas. You didn't see that as soon as Chinyu appeared, he directly smashed Zigwashan away with a raise nan. Then, Zigwashan stood up as if nothing had happened, and Chinyu added another super large raise nan to smash him to death. Then, Leia asked the Mist Ninja to change the terrain, and Chinyu used a raise nan of thunder release to blast them into a bloody mist. Looking at Mao Yu Kengwu, who was chattering non-stop and even spitting everywhere, Mao Yu Xian glared at him and said, "Don't be offended, Lord Minato, my father's vulgar description. Just now, Chinyu only used 4 moves to deal with the Mist Ninja. According to my understanding, the first move is Minato-sama's raise nan, the second move is a super large raise nan, and the third move is a raise nan with a changed lightning attribute." When Chinyu used up all 3 moves, only the seriously injured Kuroki Rega was left on the battlefield. In the end, he was killed by Chinyu with same hata when he fought desperately. After listening to this explanation, Namikaze Minato was confused. He knew very well the power of the raise nan. At best, it was an A-level ninjutsu. From his point of view, it had been developed to the extreme. But he never expected that as soon as it was passed on to others, people would use it in various ways. Moreover, 3 balls resolved a war, which was too shocking trademark. Chapter 26 Konaha Reinforcements. "Ozuki, where is Chinyu?" Minato Namikaze said in a hurry. At first, he was still doubting Chinyu's talent for learning ninjutsu. The talent he showed now was not only able to learn the raise nan in an instant. He also thought that the form change had been honed to the extreme, but he didn't expect Chinyu to not only improve the form to a higher level. He also incorporated the change of properties. If someone saw it with their own eyes, Minato Namikaze would definitely not want to believe it. "Lord Minato, Chinyu is resting in the cave." Mao Yu Kengwu was stunned for a moment. When had he seen Minato Namikaze, who was hailed as the most likely to become the 4th generation Hokage of Konoha, lose his composure like this? "I'll be back soon." Minato Namikaze dropped this sentence, and directly performed the Flying Thunder God technique, disappearing on the spot. In the cave, Chinyu just stretched his waist, his expression condensed, and the 5 fingers of his right hand slightly bent. Under the crazy infusion of chakra, it instantly condensed into a raise nan. Without any fancy moves, he smashed it directly behind him. As soon as Minato Namikaze appeared, he saw the raise nan rapidly enlarged in his pupils. His expression changed, and he hurriedly jumped in time and space again, appearing 7 or 8 meters away. "I didn't expect you to have so many Flying Thunder God techniques." Chinyu dispersed the raise nan in his hand. Minato Namikaze smiled helplessly and said, "You kid is really perverted. Not only did you learn the raise nan, but you also honed the form change to a further level, and even the property change was integrated into one. Do you want to learn?" Chinyu smiled playfully. Namikaze Minato shook his head and said, "Forget it. I have been thinking about it for so long, but I still can't hone the raise nan into its ultimate form. It seems that it is more suitable for you. However, I still know some common ninjutsu. Do you want to learn it?" Chinyu did not refuse this suggestion. Since he could not learn the Flying Thunder God technique for the time being, it was not a bad thing to master other ninjutsu temporarily. 3 days passed in a flash. Wind escape big breakthrough. The wind escape chakra in Chinyu's mouth suddenly expanded, and it was swallowed and spit out the next moment. The hurricane was like a tide, turning into wind blades, bringing a sharp sound of breaking through the air, and instantly cutting off the trees along the way in the blink of an eye. Directly cleared the woods in the open space in front of him. Pervert, you learned the wind escape so quickly. Namikaze Minato shook his head helplessly. Back then, it took him 3 days to learn this ninjutsu. Now Chinyu only took half a day. This is too shocking. Of course, this half a day was deliberately created by Chinyu. Otherwise, if Namikaze Minato knew that he learned this ninjutsu and reached the maximum level in just a moment, he would probably drop his jaw in shock. Ding dang, detect the wind escape chakra attribute in the host's body, whether it is full level in one click. Yes. Chinyu hurriedly gave the order. In these 3 days, in addition to learning some basic ninjutsu, he also studied various attribute changes. In addition to wind escape, there are fire escape and water escape. Various rays nan have already been developed by Chinyu. However, in order to avoid being too shocking, Chinyu did not show it. Congratulations to the host, the wind chakra attribute change has reached the maximum level. Congratulations to the host, the wind chakra shuriken has been activated to the maximum level. Chinyu smiled knowingly after hearing the familiar prompt of the system. Chinyu, Mr. Minato, the reinforcements of Konaha have arrived. Mao Uxian glanced at Chinyu. A trace of worry flashed in her pupils. The reinforcements of Konaha. Chinyu smiled warmly, do you want to see me by name? It seems that the visitor has bad intentions. Minato Namikaze's expression changed slightly. He stayed here for 3 days because he had received the task of guarding the pass from Konaha. Originally, after discovering Chinyu's existence, he could leave early. However, for Chinyu's matter, he decided to stay. Chinyu, wait a moment, I will come forward if there is anything. Minato Namikaze reminded. For the Konaha high level, whether the ambiguous way of doing things will change with the appearance of Chinyu. Minato Namikaze dare not bet. After personally witnessing Chinyu's extraordinary learning ability, Namikaze Minato has attributed it to the special Sharingan, which has a powerful ability to copy and extend ninjutsu. Only then can he learn the ninjutsu he taught in a short time. He secretly reported this matter to the third Hokage 3 days ago. Now that Konaha has reinforcements, Namikaze Minato hopes that it represents the will of the third Hokage. In the cave, in the moonlight night, Achiha Fugaku and a senior ninja wearing an Anbu mask, arrived with 50 Konaha ninjas. After Namikaze Minato sent the information back, the third Hokage immediately issued an emergency call-up order to recall Moonlight Night, one of the 8 colors of Konaha. At the same time, Achiha Fugaku, who was originally responsible for the captain of the Konaha Guard, was also summoned. The purpose of the third Hokage is very simple, since Uchiha Chinyu has opened the special Sharingan. Only Uchiha Fugaku, the current head of the Uchiha clan, is qualified to check. He understood the mystery of the Naoba Sharingan even more. No matter how carefully this was done, the deployment of the large forces. The pass was not breached, which led to the route led by Danzo also knowing about this. He intervened directly and sent out the ninjas of the route. In the name of helping to guard the pass, the real intention is unknown. Uzuki Kangyu, where is Chinyu, why is he gone? The ninja of the route suddenly spoke. Uchiha Fugaku's expression stagnated, and said, someone has already notified him. I heard that he is with Minato. Let's wait a little longer. Uchiha Fugaku, as the captain of the Konaha Guard, has some power. However, outside the Uchiha clan, these powers are not taken seriously. At least, as the Anbu root under Danzo, they have always been hostile to the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Chinyu's purpose and identity are unclear, and the importance of this pass is of paramount importance. He left the pass without permission, which is ignoring the safety of our Konaha and playing with his duties. The ninja of the root snorted coldly and said, what if he has any intentions and takes our important information about Konaha and surrenders to the foreign enemy? The expressions of the ninjas present changed drastically. For a village, the most important thing is loyalty. Whether it is the second generation Hokage or the current high-level officials such as Danzo. The Uchiha clan has always been regarded as a rebellious clan. It is precisely because of this reason that the Uchiha clan was excluded everywhere and the gathering place of the Uchiha clan was moved to the edge of Konaha village. In order to guard against the rebellion of the Uchiha clan. Chapter 27 False Accusations. Yamano Ryuya, your words seem to be a bit too much. Uchiha Fugaku frowned. Chinyu is with Minato, and he is a junior who I personally watched grow up. He has absolutely no ulterior motives towards Konaha, and will not leak information about Konaha. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Chinyu are uncle and nephew. Uchiha Fugaku has always put a lot of effort into cultivating the Uchiha clan. Unfortunately, in his eyes, Uchiha Chinyu is just an ordinary clan member at most. If it weren't for the uncle-nephew relationship, perhaps he wouldn't have reminded Namikaze Minato to take care of him at the critical moment. But Uchiha Fugaku never thought that Chinyu would hide so deeply, not only awakening the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan. He also possessed such a powerful eye technique. What's more, it was Chinyu who suddenly showed this kind of powerful and unparalleled power. It is so different from the mediocrity of the past that many high-level officials of Konaha have made remarks. Among them, Danzo even concluded that Chinyu had ulterior motives. Humph, Chief Fugaku, are you speaking from the perspective of the chief or as an uncle to defend Uchiha Chinyu? Yamanaka Ryuya snorted coldly and said, if I were you, in order to make things look more fair, I advise you to return to Konaha Ninja Village now to accept surveillance inspection, and at the same time give up participating in this matter and hand Chinyu over to our route for investigation. If Uchiha Chinyu really has no problem, we will not embarrass him. Uchiha Fugaku's face turned pale. These words undoubtedly mean that Danzo intends to bypass the third generation of Hokage and detain Chinyu in advance. Given Danzo's prejudice against the Uchiha clan, whether Chinyu can come back after falling into his hands is another matter. Captain Yamanaka, I, Mao Yukangyu, am willing to guarantee with my life that Chinyu has absolutely no ulterior motives. He not only repelled the Cloud Ninja at the critical moment, but also repelled the invasion of the Mist Ninja. Mao Yukangyu couldn't help but speak. So, we, the Konaha ninjas present here, are willing to use the forehead protectors on our foreheads to guarantee Chinyu. As soon as these words came out, the Konaha ninjas who were originally stationed in the pass and rescued by Chinyu all agreed with solemn expressions. Uchiha Fugaku and Moonlight Kuroyuru's expressions also changed. They never thought that in just 2 or 3 days, Chinyu's prestige would rise to this level. Assholes, are you planning to rebel? Yamanaka Ryuya shouted coldly. Whether Uchiha Kainu is guilty or not is a matter for the top leaders of Konaha. You are not qualified to intervene. If it happens again, I will take you back to Konaha for investigation. I don't want to hear such words for the second time. Mizuki, don't forget that your family has just joined our Konaha ninja village. Don't let your recklessness lead to any unfair treatment of your family. Mao Yukangyu's expression changed. Their family has actually always been in alliance with Konaha. They are almost like mercenaries. Unfortunately, under the constant wars and the sneak attacks of the Avengers, the population of their family has gradually decreased. With the declining combat power, they can't protect themselves at all. Finally, they joined Konaha Ninja Village and became one of them. For the Mao Yu family, which only has 3 or 5 members left in real combat power, the top leaders of Konaha certainly don't take it seriously. Moreover, this is a critical moment in the war. The opening of the 3 major battlefields makes Konaha more urgently need combat power. So Mao Yukangyu's joining naturally became a senior ninja. Now, as soon as Yamanaka Ryuya opened his mouth, he threatened with his family, which made Mao Yukangwu instantly powerless. Hey, what's wrong, can't you say anything? Yamanaka Ryuya snorted coldly and said, go and escort Uchiha Chinyu back now. Before we figure out his purpose, let us take care of this matter. Everything is for the safety and stability of Konaha Ninja Village. As soon as these words came out, no matter Uchiha Fugaku, even Mao Yukangwu's expression was stiff. Yamanaka Ryuya's behavior was undoubtedly to beat 30 boards before interrogation. Chinyu was directly convicted. Haha, I didn't expect the root to be so powerful. Just after 2 bastards ran away, another old bastard came. A frivolous voice suddenly came from outside the cave. Chinyu walked over with big strides, followed by Namikaze Minato. They were outside, hearing all of this, especially Namikaze Minato's face, which was extremely livid. When he passed the information back to Konaha village, he repeatedly emphasized that he must use a conciliatory policy towards Chinyu. Even if they cannot become friends, they must not become enemies. Unfortunately, Minato Namikaze never expected that Danzo would force his way in at such a critical moment. You bastard boy, you dare to speak rudely. It seems that you have been lurking in Konaha village for a long time and you really have ulterior motives. Yamanaka Ryuya was instantly angry. Go and catch him. 4 of his root ninjas rushed out and walked towards Chinyu. Get out! Chinyu shouted coldly, and a huge scarlet chakra burst out like a torrent. The faces of the 4 ninjas in the Anbu suddenly changed. He groaned and took 2 or 3 steps back. Moreover, this breath not only affected the 4 Anbu. Even the entire cave was filled with this catastrophic power. Feeling this huge breath, the expressions of Yamanaka Ryuya, Achiha Fugaku, and Moonlight Dark Knight changed drastically. They had guessed how powerful Chinyu was. However, the breath that burst out now was completely beyond their expectations. They never thought that a boy of 15 or 16 would have such power. It is indeed the power of Shiba recorded on the stone tablet. Uchiha Fugaku muttered to himself when his expression changed. According to Uchiha Madara's description, the direct awakening of the Mangekyou Sharingan is called Shiba. It means tracing the origin of the pupil power and having the opportunity to awaken the eye of the Sharingan. However, the powerful pupil power exuded by Chinyu now not only has the feeling of Shiba, but also has a more ominous taste than the tailed beast. This feeling will only appear when facing the 9 tails. Arrogant man, we are the captains stationed at the pass this time. You are just a chunin, dare to disrespect us. Yamanaka Ryuya's expression also changed. This is a violation of military discipline. He should be taken into custody immediately. Minato. Namikaze, Fugaku Uchiha, why don't you hurry up and catch Chinyu? As soon as he spoke, he was accused of a false crime. This familiar feeling was undoubtedly rehearsed. Or, Danzo had arranged it this way from the beginning. Chapter 28 No one can save. Minato Namikaze and Fugaku Uchiha looked stiff. This Yamanaka Ryuya obviously saw that they had a good relationship with Chinyu. This order was specifically issued to limit Chinyu's resistance. At the same time, he didn't have to let his men take action, reducing the casualties of the route. This is a good plan to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Haha, the people of the route are really shameless. You gave me a crime of rebellion. Then, did you kill Yamanaka Feng and Aberme who sold the base information to the Cloud Ninja, or did you hand them over to the 3rd Hokage for punishment? Chinyu said with a smile. Or maybe you guys at the route dealt with the crime yourself and detained them. The expressions of the ninjas of Konaha changed drastically. They had also heard about the fact that Yamanaka Feng and Aberme Tajin sold out the base intelligence. Originally, according to their calculations, hundreds of elite cloud ninjas, led by the combination, would easily break through the pass and kill Uchiha Chinyu. As long as everyone in the base was dead. What they did was done without anyone noticing. However, they never expected that Chinyu, a variable, would appear at this critical juncture. Not only did he have a powerful Sharingan, he also killed hundreds of cloud ninjas in seconds and repelled the combination. When this matter was reported back to Konaha, it was a great shock. Moreover, AI, the next generation of the cloud ninja Raikage successor, obviously suspected Yamanaka Feng and Aberme Tajin, and gave him false information, and threw the scroll to Chinyu. Of course, if this is really a plot to lure someone into a trap, it would be a great achievement for the route. But AI obviously misunderstood the intentions of Yamanaka Feng and Aberme Tajin, so he handed the scroll to Chinyu. A small questioning voice echoed in the cave. Yamanaka Ryuya's face was livid, staring at Chinyu fiercely. He is Yamanaka Feng's father and Danzo's student. This time he took the initiative to take on this task just to clear Yamanaka Feng's name and throw dirty water on Chinyu. I never thought that Chinyu would go straight to the point as soon as he appeared. Looking at Chinyu who looked fearless, Yamanaka Ryuya snorted coldly and said, "You are just a chunin, it's not your turn to deal with such things. Yamanaka Feng and Aberme Tajin are our people in the route. If they commit a crime, of course, our route will deal with it." Namikaze Minato and others couldn't help but frown when they heard this. It is unjustifiable for one's own people to deal with one's own people. Haha, it seems that the route is right in this matter. Whether it is a traitor or not, you still have the final say. Chinyu smiled warmly and said, "In this case, shouldn't I handle my own affairs?" "Boy, what are you talking about?" Yamanaka Ryuya shouted sternly, "Are you questioning the fairness of our route and Lord Danzo? This is a serious crime of contempt for the high-level officials of Konaha. Come on, catch him." The 4 root ninjas who had originally stood out from the crowd looked at each other and stepped out again. Facing this scene, Yu's smile became even wider, and he said, "It seems that the bigger the fist, the harder the truth. Then don't blame me for being unkind." As soon as the voice fell, the lightning arc on Yu's body crackled. The next moment, like a ghost, he disappeared from the spot. When he appeared again, he had come to Yamanaka-ryu-ya. What a fast speed! Whether it was Moonlight Knight or Uchiha Fugaku, their expressions changed drastically. Not to mention Yamanaka-ryu-ya, who was facing Yu. He had never expected that Yu would suddenly attack him under such pressure from a high-level person. Without any fancy moves, he reached out and grabbed his neck in an instant. "Boy, you are looking for death!" Yamanaka-ryu-ya shouted angrily. However, he was secretly happy in his heart. As long as Yu attacked him in public, the false accusation would be completely confirmed. However, when he tried to control his body, he looked at the pair of blood-red eyes, and his expression changed drastically. "Can't move." Yu smiled playfully. He had already used the hypnotic eye characteristics of the Sharingan to bind Yamanaka-ryu-ya's body. If his consciousness had not been left behind, he would have sunk into the realm of illusion. For a person, there is nothing more terrifying than not being able to control his own destiny. "Uchiha Yu, what are you going to do? Let me go quickly. I am the leader of the delegation." Yamanaka-ryu-ya shouted anxiously. Yu didn't take it to heart at all, and said with a smile, "I am representing myself. I hate you very much, so go to hell." "Yu, please show mercy," Heibun Minato urged. Unfortunately, the dark flame suddenly surged up and instantly spread over Yamanaka-ryu-ya's body. The scorching heat and the piercing pain helped Yamanaka-ryu-ya break free from the shackles of the illusion. Before he could react, Yu threw Yamanaka-ryu-ya out of the cave with his backhand. Bang! Yamanaka-ryu-ya fell heavily to the ground, and without thinking too much, he quickly rolled on the ground, intending to annihilate the black flames on his body. However, all this seemed pale in the eyes of Mao Yukengwu and others. Bai was powerless. "Save me, why can't this flame be extinguished? Hurry up and use water escape, those who are proficient in water escape, hurry up and save me." Yamanaka-ryu-ya roared hysterically. The four root ninjas looked at each other and performed water escape ninjutsu one after another. Water escape water wave. Water escape water spring. Water escape water dragon bullet. Water escape water whip. Looking at the last two root ninjas, even the water dragon bullet and water whip were used. Yu was really impulsive and wanted to ask them if they had a grudge against Yamanaka-ryu-ya. However, accompanied by water escape ninjutsu, it hit Yamanaka-ryu-ya's body. The dark flames, as black as ink, still showed no signs of extinguishing. This weird scene made people feel a chill rising from the soles of their feet. "No, Yu, let me go, I'm just doing things for Danzo, it has nothing to do with me, I don't want to die." Yamanaka-ryu-ya was desperate, struggling to crawl towards Yu. Unfortunately, everything seemed pale and powerless. Amaterasu, with water vapor on her body, burned more vigorously. Instantly swallowed up Yamanaka-ryu-ya. With screams, everyone fell into an ice cellar. I have a deeper understanding of Amaterasu. Unless you are proficient in the art of sealing, or don't let the black flame get close. Otherwise, once it hits, no one can save it. When the screams dissipated, Yamanaka-ryu-ya in the black flame turned into ashes directly. The smell of burning in the air made people feel nauseous at the same time. Looking at Yu, there was a little more awe and fear. He killed people with black flames without saying a word. Moreover, once he took action, he still couldn't help. This was also a despair for others. As for whether he still had the confidence to provoke, I'm afraid the premise is to weigh himself. Chapter 29: An existence that cannot be provoked. The huge cave was filled with a burning smell. Everyone looked at the thin figure, and a trace of inexplicable fear flashed in the depths of their pupils. He killed Yamanaka-ryu-ya, who had the strength of a jonin, in one move. This kind of means is probably at least cage level strength, right? Do you still want to catch me? Yu looked at the four ninjas of the Anbu route. The four root ninjas' faces changed drastically in an instant, and they shook their heads hurriedly. "No, we are just following orders." "Yu, they are also helpless." Namikaze Minato hurriedly dissuaded him. In their eyes, if Yu went on a killing spree, it would be a nightmare. "Humph, go back and tell Danzo not to provoke me." If I go crazy, even I am afraid of it. Chinyu snorted coldly. The 4 root ninjas fled as if they had been pardoned. Minato, hey, I want to talk to Chinyu alone. Uchiha Fugaku suddenly spoke. Moonlight Hei's expression froze, and he was about to say something, but was stopped by Minato Namikaze. Brother Fugaku, it's wartime now, you should be careful. Don't worry, we will be back soon. Uchiha Fugaku looked at Minato Namikaze gratefully, and then looked at Chinyu. Uncle Fu. Chinyu rolled his eyes helplessly, of course he knew what Uchiha Fugaku was thinking, and said, let's go out and talk. As Uchiha Fugaku and Chinyu left, the inexplicable depression in the huge cave still did not dissipate. Do you want to ask me why I didn't stop it just now? Minato Namikaze looked at Moonlight Hei. All the Konaha ninjas froze, and their faces were full of question marks. Moonlight Dark Knight nodded and said, Minato, with your speed and strength, it should not be difficult to rescue Yamanaka Raya in time. I also want to know why you didn't help him. Do you hate Danzo? There are many political parties in Konaha. However, in the final analysis, there are only Danzo of the Hawk faction, the 3rd generation of the Appeasement faction, and the Uchiha clan whose position is undecided. And Namikaze Minato came from the command of Jiraiya, the disciple of the 3rd generation of Hokage, and obviously belonged to the same faction. No, Moonlight Senior, you underestimated Chinyu. His strength and talent can be described as terrifying. No matter whether the difficulty is A level or S level ninjutsu, what attribute changes are. As long as he makes a move, it only takes half a day to learn it. If you are faced with a young man with such terrifying potential and the route under Danzo, what choice will you make? After the voice fell, the ninjas in the field froze. Moonlight Dark Knight was even more shocked. Senior Moonlight, I hope you won't delay Konoha's big event because of some small things. Now is a critical moment in the war. Any variable will make Konoha fall into an irreparable situation. Namikaze Minato glanced at Moonlight Gale. He had heard a little about his hatred for Chinyu. Moonlight Hei's face sank and said, Minato, I will know how to behave. That's the best. I'll go out and take a look. Namikaze Minato left these words and turned away. Dad, didn't you say that you would help me teach Chinyu a lesson? With your strength, it's easy to deal with him. Moonlight Gale was full of resentment. Shut up, I know how to behave in this matter. Moonlight Hei glared at him and waved to signal other ninjas to go down and rest. In the huge cave, only Uzuki Kangyu and Inuho were left. Kangyu, I want to know your evaluation of that kid. Remember, this is about the evaluation of Uchiha Chinyu by the top leaders of Konoha. Moonlight Hei said. Mao Yu Kangwu and Xuanfeng looked at each other and said, don't provoke them. This simple reply caught Moonlight Dark Knight off guard, and he subconsciously looked at Inu Feng. Don't mess with me. The answer that came out was so sudden that Moonlight Dark Knight's expression froze. Boom! A violent explosion sounded suddenly in the cave. The next moment, a hurricane rushed in like a tide. The sudden scene made Moonlight Dark Knight and others change their faces drastically, and they jumped over without thinking too much. 10,000 meters away, there was a deserted clearing in the forest. Uchiha Fugaku followed Chinyu. Looking at the thin figure in front of him, his expression condensed and disappeared out of thin air. Instant body technique. Uchiha Fugaku suddenly appeared behind Chinyu, and the kunao in his hand flew down and stabbed directly into his back. Dang! Chinyu blocked it with his backhand. Uchiha Fugaku's expression changed, and he turned his right foot and kicked Chinyu's head like lightning. At the same time, his right hand touched his waist, and 3 shurikens flew out of his hand. In a moment, the triple attack completely blocked Chinyu's upper, middle, and lower roots. Uncle Fu, your test is too boring. Chinyu rolled his eyes helplessly. A crackling sound came from his body, and he immediately entered the chakra mode. Under the violent lightning flash, Chinyu retreated more than 10 meters away like a ghost. At the same time, Uchiha Fugaku's right foot attack instantly missed. 3 shurikens wrapped with special metal wires collided with each other and flew towards Chinyu again. Fire escape dragon fire technique. Uchiha Fugaku's hands flew, and he had extraordinary combat experience. With the hot chakra in his mouth, he rushed directly along the steel wire and rushed towards Chinyu quickly. The blazing flames turned into 300-meter-long fire dragons, showing a fierce posture. Chinyu, we uncles and nephews haven't fought for a long time. Our Achiha clan is best at fire escape ninjutsu. Let me see how much you have improved. Achiha Fugaku said solemnly. I only know how to use the fireball. Chinyu rolled his eyes helplessly and said, forget it, although the level difference is 2 levels, it's better to let you see it and give up. The inexplicable words made Achiha Fugaku startled. The next moment, looking at the seals in Chinyu's hands that were flying like wheels and beyond people's sight, his face changed drastically. No. It should be said that even his eyes were about to burst. Fire style, great fireball technique. Chinyu's seal suddenly stopped, and the hot chakra accumulated in his mouth was swallowed out instantly. The heat wave was like a tide, and the blazing flames condensed instantly and turned into a huge fireball with a diameter of tens of meters. No. It should be said that it was the sun. The trees along the way collapsed, and the 3 fire dragons seemed extremely small in front of the fireball like the sun. The short distance of 100 meters, but they collided in the blink of an eye. Boom! The fire dragon was crushed in an instant, and the fireball with a diameter of tens of meters only paused for a while. The next moment, it attacked Achiha Fugaku in a crushing posture. Achiha Fugaku thought that he was the patriarch of the Achiha clan and had mastered the fire ninjutsu to perfection. He never thought that Chinyu would use the fireball as an S-level ninjutsu as soon as he made a move. Chapter 30 C-level ninjutsu uses forbidden techniques. The hot air wave hits you in the face, making you feel dry in the mouth. The ground along the way collapsed and burned, and the scorching heat even melted the rocks. Looking at the fireball that was rapidly enlarging in his pupils, Achiha Fugaku's eyes suddenly widened. Manjakaya. Sharingan. A light blue light suddenly appeared on Achiha Fugaku's body. The illusory skeleton man quickly condensed. This is Susanoo. Boom. The fireball instantly hit Susanoo's body. The hot fire wave exploded instantly like a frenzy, sweeping out in a crushing posture. The trees along the way were broken in half, and the blazing flames rose into the sky. The huge explosion power directly covered an area of 1,000 meters in radius. Brother Fugaku, what happened? Minato Namikaze arrived first. Feeling the blazing fire waves, he turned his hands and formed a water-style seal. Water-style, water dragon bullet. Roar! 3 water dragons condensed out of thin air, and one of them smashed directly into the endless sea of fire. The oncoming fire waves were instantly extinguished. At the same time, Achiha Fugaku rushed out of the sea of fire, and his Manjakaya Sharingan had already returned to its normal form. Water style, great waterfall technique. As a large amount of chakra rushed out, it instantly submerged the entire earth. The blazing fire waves were directly annihilated, and a large amount of water mist was evaporated. Wind style, great tornado. Minato Namikaze continued to attack. As the hurricane swept through, the water mist covering the sky and the earth finally disappeared. Minato, what happened? Moonlight Black Knight hurried over. Looking at the scorched trees within 1,000 meters, he said anxiously, could it be that Chinyu wanted to escape and used some forbidden technique? Dad, it must be like this, you quickly join forces with Lord Minato to catch Chinyu. Moonlight Gale agreed in a hurry. But he was soon frightened by the figure falling in front of him. What's wrong, are you saying bad things about me? Chinyu glanced at Moonlight Gale and smiled warmly. Moonlight Gale couldn't help but grumble, and took a half step back, tripped, and fell to the ground. On the ground. Hey, Minato, don't misunderstand me, I'm just testing Chinyu's strength. The explosion just now was caused by the great fireball. Achiha Fugaku followed. After the voice fell, the expressions of the people present froze, looking at the scorched trees within a radius of 1 kilometer, their faces full of confusion. Fugaku, you are wrong, I heard from Mao Yu that Chinyu knows some forbidden techniques. This large-scale attack method should be the work of forbidden techniques. Moonlight Hei couldn't help but say. As soon as these words fell, the other ninjas didn't speak, but the expressions on their faces had betrayed them. In their eyes, the great fireball technique is only a C-level ninjutsu in the fire style. The Achiha clan is proficient in the fire style and can exert the power of the great fireball beyond the level. But to reach this S level, or even the level of forbidden techniques, it is obviously impossible. It is indeed a huge fireball. I just saw it with my own eyes. However, the size of this huge fireball is a bit large. The diameter is probably about 60 to 70 meters. Namikaze Minato glanced at Achiha Fugaku and nodded in agreement. The scene was dead silent, All the Konaha ninjas looked at each other in bewilderment. Even Moonlight Dark Knight's expression turned pale. If anyone else said this, they would never believe it. But the person in front of them was Namikaze Minato, and the gold content of his words was completely different. A sea-level huge fireball, using the power of forbidden techniques. Can these special jonins and even jonins survive? Okay, if there is nothing else, I still want to talk to Chin-yu, is there any problem? Uchiha Fugaku had never expected it. Just a simple test would cause such a big storm. Go, be careful. Namikaze Minato nodded in agreement. Can we not talk? Chin-yu rolled his eyes helplessly. However, seeing Uchiha Fugaku's stubborn face, Chin-yu had to turn around and lead the way. Watching the two figures go away, Namikaze Minato glanced at Moonlight Knight, did not stay any longer, and turned back to the base. Chin-yu's strength exceeded his cognition one after another. He had to report what happened here to the third Hokage as soon as possible. Dad! Moonlight Gale struggled to get up. Shut up! Moonlight Knight shouted sternly, a waste, you can't even bear a look. I'm asking you now, you didn't kill Chin-yu, did you? Moonlight Gale was stunned at first, and then said excitedly, Dad, you haven't arrived yet, how dare I do it to him? Don't worry, I have thought of many ways. As long as Dad takes action, I will definitely make him regret offending me. Snap! A crisp slap suddenly sounded. Moonlight Gale was stunned and covered his burning cheeks. Shut up, you useless bastard! I warn you! Don't attack Chin-yu! That will cost the family! Moonlight Dark Knight shouted angrily. This time, it seems that the Uchiha clan has produced a more terrifying existence than the instant body Shisui. After these words fell, the expressions of the Konaha ninjas present changed drastically. If the ninjas who made a name for themselves in the ninja world in the previous generation of Konaha were Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade, there are also the 8 colors of Konaha. Then, the contemporary ones with outstanding strength and at the top of the tower are the Golden Flash Namikaze Minato and the instant body Shisui. The next one is the existence of Ino Shikacho and others. In Konaha, the rise of Uchiha Shisui has made many people feel the crisis. Now there is another more terrifying Uchiha Chin-yu. I am afraid that the pattern of the entire Konaha ninja village will change. Humph, you are so kind. If you can, even if you can't befriend Uchiha Chin-yu, you can't be his enemy. After saying this, Moonlight Knight turned around and left. Moonlight Gale was stunned. No. It should be said that the Konaha ninjas present were no exception. They never thought that one of the 8 colors of Konaha would say such a thing. Thousands of meters away, on a rock, Chin-yu stood in the wind, and Uchiha Fugaku stood behind him, with a hint of solemnity on his face. Ask if you have anything to say, Uncle Fu, don't hesitate. I didn't expect that you, Uncle Fu, would dare to open the Manjakaya Sharingan in public. Uchiha Fugaku's expression stagnated. He didn't expect that his secret would be revealed by Chin-yu in an instant. After opening the Manjakaya Sharingan in the Second Ninja World War, Uchiha Fugaku never used it in front of outsiders. He knew clearly that this power could protect the Uchiha clan. It will also push the Uchiha clan to extinction. Chapter 31 The Existence of Uchiha Madara. Thinking of the forbidden fireball just now, Uchiha Fugaku smiled helplessly. I thought I had hidden it well enough, but I didn't expect you to hide it deeper than me. Not only did you open the Manjakaya Sharingan, but you also have such a superb talent that you can perform ninjutsu to this extent. However, I want to clarify one thing, which is related to the survival of the Uchiha clan. Chin-yu will not explain Uchiha Fugaku's misunderstanding. You can't grab Uchiha Fugaku's hand and persuade him earnestly. The original Uchiha Chin-yu is dead. He came from across time. With the help of the one-key full-level system, I opened the Manjakaya Sharingan for several days. If these words were really said, I'm afraid Chin-yu would be regarded as a mental patient. Are you asking me if I have seen Uchiha Madara? Chin-yu looked at Uchiha Fugaku. At this moment, a trace of surprise flashed across his face, and his pupils were full of disbelief. Although these changes in expression were quickly hidden by Uchiha Fugaku, they still could not escape Chin-yu's eyes. From the changes in Uchiha Fugaku's expression, Chin-yu inferred that the original work did not explain why Uchiha Fugaku opened the Manjakaya Sharingan. I am afraid that most of the reasons came from Uchiha Madara. Perhaps, from the beginning, Uchiha Madara wanted to overthrow Konoha's borrowing target, not Uchiha Obito. Instead, it was Uchiha Fugaku. After helping Uchiha Fugaku open the main Jikaya Sharingan, Uchiha Fugaku's pupil technique was too powerful, and the old and weak Uchiha Madara could not control it at all, and finally got out of his control. Later, Uchiha Madara would shift his target to Uchiha Obito. Then step by step, the spearhead of revenge was first directed at the Uchiha clan. Let Uchiha Obito join hands with Danzo and let Uchiha Itachi exterminate the clan. You really know the existence of Uchiha Madara. Did he also help you awaken your Sharingan? Uchiha Fugaku suddenly became anxious. Chinyu patted Fugaku on the shoulder and said, "Uncle, don't worry. My main Jikaya Sharingan was awakened naturally. I don't need his help at all. Besides, do you think that I dare to kill Yamanaka Ryu and become a puppet of that old immortal?" Looking at Chinyu, who was neither big nor small, Uchiha Fugaku glared at him and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. For Chinyu's domineering behavior just now, even he felt a little thorny. It is indeed unlikely that Uchiha Madara wants Chinyu to surrender. "Chinyu, I am relieved to hear you say that. I won't ask about your affairs, but don't tell others about Uchiha Madara. That guy is crazy," Uchiha Fugaku said in a deep voice. "However, with your appearance, I think he will find you soon, and then I hope you will say what you said today." In Uchiha Fugaku's eyes, it is rumored that Uchiha Madara was killed by a serious injury in the Terminator Valley with the first-generation Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Afterwards, the first-generation Hokage also had too many old injuries in his body and eventually died of complications. When Uchiha Fugaku saw Uchiha Madara appearing alive in front of him, his heart was indeed full of shock. But in the face of the temptation of power, he finally boarded this ship of no return. "Uncle Fu, don't worry, I'm not like you." Chinyu rolled his eyes, looked at the forest below, and said, "This world is very big, have you ever thought about taking the Uchiha clan away from Konaha?" "Chinyu, what are you talking about?" Uchiha Fugaku was stunned. After quickly scanning the surroundings, he said in a hurry, "You mean to defect with the whole clan, which will only completely trigger conflicts, and no ninja village will never allow it." In Uchiha Fugaku's eyes, he placed all his hopes on Minato Namikaze. As long as he becomes the fourth Hokage, with the friendship between him and Minato Namikaze, he will find ways to ease the relationship between Konoha and the Uchiha clan. Now Chinyu suddenly came up with this idea, and in Uchiha Fugaku's eyes, it is very likely to represent the extreme ideas of the younger generation. "I know you place your hopes on Minato Namikaze, but instead of letting your fate be in the hands of others, it is better to hold it tightly yourself," Chinyu said lightly. He just accidentally crossed into this body and did not have deep feelings for the Uchiha clan. But he did not want to watch them die, so he said this. Uchiha Fugaku's expression changed and he fell silent. After a long time, he said, "I don't want the Uchiha clan to bear the stigma. Chinyu, you are still young and don't understand what righteousness is." "Righteousness?" Chinyu laughed dryly and said, "This thing can crush people. However, if you say so, I won't meddle in other people's business. If the people of Konoha don't provoke me, I don't want to get into trouble. But, if he provokes me, don't blame me for not remembering the old friendship." Looking at Chinyu with a calm face, Uchiha Fugaku felt a little strange in his heart. If the previous Chinyu gave him the feeling of cowardice and insignificance, then the current Chinyu gave him the feeling of a sharp blade. And it was a double-edged sword. "Okay, let's not talk nonsense anymore." Chinyu patted Uchiha Fugaku on the shoulder and said, "Uncle Fu, as the head of the clan, if you have the opportunity, contact Shisui, he has also opened the main Jikaya Sharingan. Also pay more attention to Itaki. If they can grow up smoothly, they will definitely become the top-notch strong men in the ninja world." After saying this, Chinyu turned and left. For a moment, only Uchiha Fugaku was left on the rock, and he fell into silence. If he had fought with Chinyu just to find out Chinyu's background, then now he has become even more confused. He had noticed Uchiha Shisui. He also suspected that he was the contact of Uchiha Madara. But he never expected that Uchiha Shisui would also open the main Jikaya Sharingan at this age. Moreover, Uchiha Madara did ignore Itaki, who had just shown his edge. "Chinyu, who are you? Why are you hiding so deeply? Is it for the position of Konoha Hokage?" Uchiha Fugaku couldn't help but talk to himself. After Chinyu and Uchiha Fugaku separated, he couldn't help but frowned. Chinyu had already expected Uchiha Fugaku's choice. Moreover, the current Uchiha the Shiha clan can be said to have too many parasites. Let alone the targeting of Konaha ninja village, some of the younger generation alone have a thug mentality. They often use the identity of the guard team to collect protection fees or have some bad behavior. Uchiha Fugaku has been disciplined, but it is a deep-rooted thinking that has evolved into a bad problem. To a certain extent, it is impossible to change the thinking of some clan members. Even if Uchiha Fugaku really defected with his entire clan, I am afraid these people will never miss any opportunity to retaliate against Konaha. Once that time comes, Konaha will have an excuse to annihilate the Uchiha clan. Chapter 32 Moonlight Knight's Decision. Chinyu, have you finished talking? In the cave, Namikaze Minato looked at Chinyu who had returned and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. No. It should be said that the people present, including Moonlight Knight, are also betting here. Betting on whether Chinyu will defect and leave Konaha Ninja Village. After all, after seeing it with his own eyes, Chinyu could use even sea-level ninjutsu as a forbidden technique. Clearly understand what Moonlight Black Knight said. I would rather be a stranger than an enemy. What's wrong, do you think I will run away? Chinyu glanced at Minato Namikaze. Don't worry, there is no one in this world that I am afraid of. Looking at the confident Chinyu, this remark seemed a bit arrogant, but no one dared to refute. Minato Namikaze smiled bitterly and shook his head, saying, of course I know. However, the attack of the Mist and Cloud ninjas has been defeated by you, and they dare not touch this place in a short time. So, the base will be taken over by Moonlight Black Knight, and you and I will set off to return to Konaha Ninja Village. If you have any objections, you can raise them. As soon as the voice fell, everyone's nerves tightened and they all looked at Chinyu. Is it the emergency of Shinryuken Bridge? Chinyu only knew the approximate time of the war, and did not know the details. If the Battle of Konakan Bridge is really urgent, that means the Third Ninja World War is about to end. How do you know? Namikaze Minato's expression froze. Guess, do you believe it? Chinyu patted Namikaze Minato's shoulder. When will we set off? Tomorrow morning. Namikaze Minato heard this and showed a relieved expression. What they are most worried about is that at this sensitive time, Chinyu will misunderstand the reason why he urgently summoned him to Konaha. That's no problem. Chinyu agreed to go back to Konaha. The first purpose is to covet those forbidden techniques, and the second is that Obito is preparing to turn dark. Then Lin will soon become the target of the Mist Village, acting as a weapon of Jinchuriki and destroying the peace of Konaha. If it can be used properly, Chinyu will have the opportunity to find the three-tailed beast, tame it, and act as a chakra cash machine. I'm hungry, let's go out and eat something first. Namikaze Minato said. He took the lead and left with a group of ninjas. Chinyu was not willing to lag behind and quickly followed. Dad, are you really going to let me go back with Uchiha Chinyu? Yu Guangji Feng's face was full of anxiety. Aren't you worried that he will attack me halfway? Thinking of the horror of Uchiha Chinyu, Yu Guangji Feng also felt regretful. For a mere woman, he offended an existence that even his father was extremely afraid of. If Chinyu didn't die, it would be a nightmare for his whole life. Don't worry, I have thought of a way. He hid so deeply, and at the critical moment, he defeated the Cloud Ninja and the Mist Ninja, proving that he still has his heart for Konaha. Yu Guanghe said in a deep voice. If you sincerely apologize, and I give him the treasure in the bottom of the box, I should be able to resolve these minor frictions. Moonlight Gale was startled at first, and then hurriedly said, Dad, that thing is the key to our family's survival. Isn't this too much? No. Moonlight Dark Knight shook his head and said, if he accepts it, it will also bring opportunities to our Moonlight clan. Besides, I have made up my mind. I hope that after this incident, you can grow up completely and understand who can be provoked and who cannot be provoked. Moonlight Gale was silent for a long time, and after a long time, under the gaze of Moonlight Dark Knight, he nodded in agreement. Let's go, it's getting late, it seems like a campfire dinner outside. Outside the stronghold, the canyon that was originally easy to defend and difficult to attack. After 2 shocking battles, it was completely razed to the ground. 70 or 80 Konaha ninjas sat here. There was a huge fire in the middle, illuminating the night. The flames jumped with the wind, causing the temperature to rise a lot, which seemed a bit depressing. The atmosphere in the field was not much different. Many Konaha ninjas looked at Chinyu subconsciously, and they seemed very restrained. Ahem, I got 3 old goats nearby. Let's eat roasted lamb tonight. Mao Yukengwu coughed dryly, intending to break the depression in the field. However, looking at the Konaha ninjas who were still indifferent, obviously afraid of Chinyu, and afraid of accidentally touching the reverse scale, they kept silent, and smiled bitterly. I'm leaving tomorrow, let me cook a meal for you. Namikaze Minato also intended to break the depressing atmosphere in the field. Just as he stood up, he was stopped by Chinyu. I have also studied food, let me do it. Chinyu patted Namikaze Minato on the shoulder. Under the astonished eyes of everyone, he walked out. As a ninja, it is necessary to hunt 3 wild goats. It's not difficult. Moreover, one of them has scars on its horns, which are bent and coiled, showing a majestic posture. It seems that it is for food replenishment during the war. Mao Yukengwu didn't even let go of the head sheep. Chinyu, can you do it? Mao Yukengwu couldn't help asking. Chinyu rolled his eyes. Don't ask if a man can do it. If a man can't do it, women don't like it. Who has a chakra knife? Lend it to me. Puff. The sound of snickering sounded in many corners of the scene. Namikaze Minato also shook his head helplessly and laughed. Only Mao Yuxian and Shizuan, the 2 little girls, were confused. Dad, what does Chinyu mean by what he said? Mao Yuxian asked. Mao Yukengwu's cheeks turned red, and he glared and said, Little girl, why are you asking so many questions? Just stay aside obediently. Seeing Mao Yukengwu scolding, many people who were holding back their laughter laughed directly. Looking at Chinyu who broke the atmosphere, Minato Namikaze and Uzuki Kengyu were very surprised. Chinyu, I didn't expect you to be humorous. If we talk about whose chakra knife is the best here, it should be mine. Moonlight Night came with Moonlight Gale. Just heard these words. Without any hesitation, Moonlight Night took out the short knife on his thigh and threw it out. Chinyu certainly understood what Moonlight Night was thinking, and did not refuse, but took it back. The chakra short knife was drawn out, and the light blue blade, under the infusion of chakra, glowed with blue fluorescence. However, at the moment when Qin Feng changed the nature of the lightning system, the arc was as bright as fireworks. This chakra knife is pretty good. Chinyu said with a faint smile. Moonlight Night smiled and nodded in agreement. This is the key to open the freezing point of the relationship. If you like, I can give it to you. Chapter 33 The Gourmet Delayed by Ninjas. If you like, I can give it to you. Moonlight Hei stared at Chinyu. As soon as these words fell, the expressions of the people in the field could not help but stagnate. As one of the 8 colors of Konaha, Moonlight Hei, taking the initiative to lower his status to please Qin Feng, this was beyond their expectations. I appreciate your kindness, and everyone is hungry, so don't waste time. Chinyu shook his head and refused. Moonlight Hei's expression stagnated, and his face was a little embarrassed. Senior Moonlight, don't mind, Chinyu has same Hata and Thunder Blade in his hand. Your chakra knife is good, but it is difficult to enter Chinyu's eyes. Uzuki Yujao explained in a low voice. The sword of the 7 mist ninjas. Moonlight Hei was surprised, and then heard the exclamation in the field. Chinyu's eyes glared, and the Manjakaya Sharingan instantly unfolded. He grabbed the dead wild goat with his left hand and threw it into the air. The chakra short knife in his right hand was slashing with lightning and was about to cut it. Everyone was just dazzled and waited for them to react. The goat was easily dismembered by Chinyu. If one really had to use a word to describe this scene, only the idiom Pao Ding dissecting an ox could do it. In an instant, the 3 goats were directly cut into pieces of meat of different sizes, falling into the soup pot with a diameter of 2 or 3 meters with blood. When he saw Mao Yukengwu bringing back 3 wild goats, Chinyu decided to make a Chinese delicacy, handheld mutton, to shock this group of natives who only eat ramen and barbecue. Moreover, this handheld mutton, after being cut by Chinyu's lightning, completely locked the gravy, and then boiled in a bloody state. The taste was even more delicious. What kind of delicacy is this? The cooking method is so strange. Tisk, you don't even see the point. He used the chakra attribute change and the Sharingan to dismember the goat. His gestures were skillful and his speed was incredibly fast. This skill is not comparable to that of ordinary people. This must be a professional butcher who was delayed by the ninja. Everyone in the field was stunned. Especially Achiha Fugaku. He never thought that Chinyu would use the legendary Manjakaya Sharingan to be the key to the butcher. If Uchiha Madara knew, he would probably spit out blood. However, when Achiha Fugaku saw Chinyu frowning, a more absurd idea emerged in his mind. This guy, he is not going to use fire escape. As soon as these words fell, everyone in the field was stunned at first, and they had already seen the seal in Chinyu's hand flying and falling. Fire escape, sparks. The hot chakra, as Chinyu swallowed and spit out, instantly made the mutton cooked in warm water boil. Of course, if an outsider saw this scene, he would definitely exclaim that it was bizarre. However, the people present were ninjas, and they almost gaped their eyes at Chinyu's precise chakra control ability. If the amount of chakra was too small, the spell would fail. If the amount of chakra was too much, the whole pot of mutton would be fried. Now Chinyu was able to boil the mutton just right. Looking at the scene, even Minato Namikaze might be inferior to him. Soon, as the water boiled, Chinyu poured out the blood in the whole pot, then added clean water and continued to cook. A handful of plump wild onions picked from nearby, a handful of peppercorns, and a piece of pine wood that Chinyu had already prepared, were directly covered when the fragrance filled the air. As long as a handful of salt was added when it came out of the pot, it would be a delicacy on earth. Bring me a stone. Chinyu gestured. Mao Yukengwu did not dare to hesitate, and quickly brought a large stone with a smooth surface. Watching Chinyu buried in the fire, when it was burning hot, the fat of the goat was on top. The dough was wiped with a sizzling sound. The dough that was originally used to make ramen was directly spread on the stone. After scalding it from front to back, the sheep oil sizzled and sprinkled with a handful of fat green onions again. A large green onion pancake was directly completed. At that time, just cut the mutton into slices and roll it up to eat. That would be even more delicious. Chinyu made hundreds of green onion pancakes at once, and it seemed that the time for the mutton was almost up. The moment the lid of the pot was opened, the smell of mutton filled the air. For a moment, the surroundings were quiet. Chinyu looked back and found that Mao Yukengwu and others had already widened their eyes and surrounded him. They sniffed and swallowed their saliva at this nest of mutton. If they were not afraid of Chinyu, they would have rolled up their sleeves and started to grab it directly. Chinyu rolled a glance, rolled 7 or 8 mutton fillings by himself, and squeezed out of the crowd under the eager eyes. You guys do it yourself, I've already demonstrated the method. Chinyu said this. The hungry wolves around him, who had been hungry for a long time, suddenly jumped up. Let me go first, you bitch, you squeezed me out. Ulan, don't forget, you call me brother, hurry up and let me go first. Tisk, in this case, even if you are my mother, I won't let you. No, leave some for me, otherwise I will fight you. Facing this kind of Chinese food, the aroma of various spices colliding together not only conquered the sense of smell, but also the taste buds. Chinyu looked at the chaotic situation, shook his head helplessly, and came to Mao Yuxian and Shizuan. Eat it, it tastes good. Haha, it seems that I, an old man, have ruined the atmosphere a bit. We don't have the treatment of Minato. Mao Yukengwu couldn't help but glance at it a few times and joined the snatch. Thank you, Chinyu. I didn't expect you to make such a unique delicacy. It would be a blessing for anyone to marry you. Inyaho held 2 scallion pancakes in his mouth and 3 in his hand. It was obvious that he had fought hard to snatch them. While speaking, he did not forget to wink at Uzuki Yujao and Shizuan, making the 2 girls' cheeks redder. He had to lower his head and eat silently. Me too. Namikaze Minato looked at the scallion pancakes handed over by Chinyu, and took it unexpectedly. Chinyu, if you go back to Konaha and open a gourmet restaurant, I'm afraid there will be no Ichiraku ramen. I'm really surprised. You have always been so inconspicuous, and suddenly you become omnipotent, which makes me a little uncomfortable. Uchiha Fugaku also agreed with this remark. Chinyu shook his head and smiled, this is interest. You have been playing the pig to eat the tiger for a long time, and it's time to be the dragon to eat the tiger. Namikaze Minato and Uchiha Fugaku were stunned. After looking at each other, they fell into silence. Since Chinyu was unwilling to reveal too much, they would not ask too much. After the meal, the atmosphere was obviously open. The Konaha ninja, who was originally wary of Chinyu, looked at Chinyu with a little more kindness. This is probably the so-called miracle of socializing at the wine table in China. It's getting late, I'll go back and rest first. Qin Yu patted the dust off his body and left first. Everyone present nodded to Qin Yu's departure. But no one noticed the departure of Moonlight Night and Moonlight Wind. Chapter 34 I have learned it. The cool breeze in the night made people feel inexplicably cold. Qin Yu did not go back to the cave to rest directly. He turned around and came to the dense forest not far away, and stopped suddenly. I have followed you for so long, it's time to meet you. Two figures flashed out in the darkness in response. With the help of the mottled moonlight, it was Moonlight Night and Moonlight Wind. As expected, the disciple is better than the master. This way, he can also discover my existence. Moonlight Black Knight has the ability of transparent escape. Under this rare bloodline boundary, he became the most powerful silent killer in Konaha. I thought that he could use this to gain the upper hand, but he didn't expect to be discovered by Qin Yu in an instant. You have been showing your goodwill to me in public just now, and now you are following me. There must be something going on. Qin Yu looked back at Moonlight Gale. Your Moonlight clan's transparent escape is good, but how can I not discover you with this burden? Moonlight Black Knight smiled helplessly. He is known as the 8 colors of Konaha, but compared with him, Moonlight Gale is indeed a little far behind. Moreover, compared with the terrifying young man in front of him, there is a world of difference. Qin Yu, don't get me wrong. I followed you this time to resolve the grudge between you and Moonlight Gale. Moonlight Black Knight said straight to the point. In addition to our bloodline limits, the Moonlight clan is best at swordsmanship, and the Konaha 3 Moon Dance is our family's most powerful swordsmanship. The outside world compares me with Konaha White Fang Hotaki Sakumo because of this swordsmanship. Qin Yu was also a little surprised by Moonlight Dark Knight's actions. However, after owning Same Hata and Thunder Blade, Qin Yu did think about learning some swordsmanship. Otherwise, it would be a shame for Qin Yu to only know how to chop and slash with the ninja sword in his hands. Originally, Qin Yu thought about going to Hotaki Kakashi after returning to Konaha to see if there was any way to get Hotaki Sakumo's swordsmanship. He never thought that someone would take the initiative to deliver it to him. Qin Yu, I don't ask for anything, as long as you can protect Moonlight at a critical moment. Guang. Jai Feng, let's write off the previous things, and I will teach you the Konaha 3 Moon Dance. Yu Guanghye said anxiously. Qin Yu frowned, glanced at Yu Guangjai Feng who was nervous, and said, forget it, I don't want the things I get in exchange for threatening with a young boy. Seeing Qin Yu who turned around and was about to leave after saying this, Yu Guanghye's expression froze, and he hurriedly said, Qin Yu, don't get me wrong, this sword technique was intended to be taught to you from the beginning. Looking at Yu Guanghye who performed the instant body technique and appeared in front of him. It was the first time that Qin Yu knew that this father's love was great. For this trivial matter, even the family's most precious sword technique was given away. However, this was exactly what Qin Yu wanted. Qin Yu, please accept it, otherwise Ji Feng will not be at ease for the rest of his life. Moonlight Knight said in a hurry. There are only 2 ways to make an enemy of a strong man. The first is to kill this strong man. The second is to live in fear all day, worrying that this strong man might be in a bad mood one day and think of this incident, and deliberately kill him. What's more, facing Qin Yu, Moonlight Gale obviously only has the first choice left. If you don't want something that is delivered to your door, I'd better obey your order and accept it first. Qin Yu spread out the scroll with his backhand. Looking at everything recorded on it, the sound of the system prompt sounded in his mind. Found, S-level swordsmanship, Konaha Sanryuou, can the host reach the maximum level with 1 click? Immediately reach the maximum level. Qin Yu did not hesitate at all. Ding dang. Congratulations to the host, Konaha Sanryuou has reached the maximum level. After feeling the memory of Sanryuou in his mind, Qin Yu put away the scroll and handed it back to Moonlight Knight. Qin Yu, what's wrong? Moonlight Dark Knight was stunned. In his eyes, it only took Qin Yu 1 or 2 minutes from the time he took the scroll to now. You don't think this scroll is fake, do you? When a person takes the initiative to flatter, the biggest worry is being misunderstood. Now Moonlight Dark Knight has this mentality. Even the family's most precious things have been given away, if people doubt it again. This is full of frustration. No, I have learned it, and there is no use for me to keep this scroll. Qin Yu said lightly. Looking at the serious Qin Yu, Moonlight Knight and Moonlight Gale could not help but be stunned. As the descendant of the Moonlight clan, Moonlight Knight's talent was so great that it took him a year to learn the swordsmanship of Konaha Sanrikumoku. Moonlight Gale's talent was slightly worse, but it also took him more than 2 years. However, the two of them were also known as the most talented heirs besides the first generation of the clan leader who created Konaha Sanrikumoku. As one of the 8 colors of Konaha, Moonlight Knight was even more known as the one who carried forward Konaha Sanrikumoku. They have always been proud of Konaha Sanrikumoku. However, now that Chinyu opened his mouth, he told them that it took him 2 minutes to learn Konaha Sanrikumoku. This was too convincing. Don't you believe it? Chinyu said with a faint smile. Moonlight Hei was startled at first, but then he agreed reluctantly. He taught Konaha Sanrikumo to Chinyu in order to resolve grievances and make a good cause. If Chinyu did not learn it, all his efforts would be in vain. Moonlight Hei did not want to provoke Chinyu, but in this case, he could only bite the bullet. In order to avoid hurting people, let's use branches instead. Chinyu stretched out his right hand in the air. 2 3-foot-long branches fell directly into the hands of the two. Chakra turns into silk thread, this is the foundation of the puppet master. Moonlight Hei's expression changed slightly. Once again, he was surprised by Chinyu's powerful chakra control ability. That's enough, let's get started. Chinyu didn't care. The moment he looked at Moonlight Hei, he took a step forward. Moon Shadow? Moonlight Dark Knight's expression suddenly changed. Without time to think, he turned around and stabbed behind him. Puff! Although the branch in Moonlight Dark Knight's hand was just an ordinary branch, it was like a sharp blade in his hand. Along with the sound of breaking through the air, there was a surge of chakra. The whistling sound of wind wrapped around the branch, increasing the cutting force by several points. At the same time, the branch directly pierced into Chinyu's body. However, this knife did not splatter blood, and Chinyu who appeared behind him gradually became distorted and illusory. I'm behind you. The familiar voice sounded again. Moonlight Dark Knight's face changed drastically. Sun and Moon returned Shadow Strike. This is a move from Konaha's 3-day moon dance. Use afterimages and clones to confuse the enemy and take the lead in attacking. Once a mistake is made and a fake target is attacked, that will result in a fatal blow. Originally, Moonlight Knight thought Chinyu was joking. But now it seems that Chinyu can not only perform Moon Shadow, but also Sun and Moon Return Shadow. This is completely beyond his cognition. Chapter 35 Betting Right. Sun and Moon Phantom Slash. Moonlight Knight roared, clenched the branches with both hands, and infused with chakra. Turned around and stabbed Chinyu directly. As soon as the attack started, light and shadow bloomed immediately, turning into afterimages all over the sky, giving people an inexplicable sense of oppression. Sun and Moon Blood Wheel Slash. Chinyu was not afraid at all. This Sun and Moon Phantom Slash was real in the virtual and virtual in the real. The best way was to break it hard. The moment the chakra was infused into the branches, a dazzling light bloomed, and the next in a moment, he slashed towards Moonlight Dark Knight. With one slash, he turned into a round moon blade and slashed down at the afterimages in the sky. Boom! The two attacks collided with each other, and under the backlash of the air wave, Moonlight Dark Knight staggered back. Looking at Chinyu, Moonlight Dark Knight was full of disbelief. Dad, he really performed the 3-day moon dance? Moonlight Gale asked hurriedly. Asshole, as a direct descendant of the Moonlight family, can't you see it like this? Moonlight Dark Knight shouted angrily, you must practice more after you go back, otherwise we will lose face for the Moonlight family. It's okay, I'll go first. Chinyu threw away the half branch in his hand. The previous battle was just a test. Moreover, to perform the real 3-day moon dance sword technique, you need a good chakra knife. Only when the chakra conductivity is strong can the chakra be better condensed and the attributes be changed to enhance the power of the swordsmanship. Among them, there is the so-called Iron Country in the ninja world. They have chakra, but what they develop is not the so-called ninjutsu, but how to integrate chakra into the swordsmanship. Among them, Mifune of the Iron Country is an existence that has honed the swordsmanship to the level of the shadow. However, with the successive wars, many so-called samurai have been eliminated. Moreover, in the face of the so-called struggle between major powers, the Iron Country has always maintained a neutral attitude. As a result, there are fewer and fewer samurai, and the opportunity for the exquisite swordsmanship to spread has also become less. You go back first, I still want to guide the wind. Moonlight Knight did not continue to keep him. The talent that Qin Yu has shown now is far beyond his imagination. Regardless of whether he has mastered the secret of the 3-day moon slash, this amazing learning talent is worth his bet. At this moment, he understood why Minato Namikaze, Uzuki Kangyu, and others valued Qin Yu. Willing to offend Danzo, the tyrant. Senior Moonlight, are you okay? Namikaze Minato suddenly appeared. Moonlight Hei, who was worried, was surprised and shook his head and said, Minato, I'm fine, I just exchanged experiences with Qin Yu. Dad, is this still an exchange of experiences? You have taught him the 3-day moon dance. Moonlight Gale couldn't help but curled his lips. However, it can't be blamed on Moonlight Gale for exposing this matter. Originally, there were very few people who could practice Konaha's 3-day moon dance. Among them, Moonlight Gale was considered a leader and was hailed as a little genius. Now that a demon Qin Yu suddenly appeared, his so-called little genius halo might have become a supporting role in an instant. Stop talking. Moonlight Hei glared. Namikaze Minato smiled and shook his head and said, Senior Moonlight, don't blame Hei too much. Your bet is not wrong. Moonlight Hei was startled and said, Minato, do you also think that Uchiha Kainu will achieve great success in the future? No, I don't think so. Namikaze Minato shook his head. Moonlight Hei was stunned for a moment, and just when he thought he had bet on the wrong horse, Namikaze Minato's voice sounded again. I think Uchiha Kainu has not shown his true strength. Minato, what are you talking about? Moonlight Hei was surprised. In the information he learned, Uchiha Kainu defeated the Cloud Ninja and the Mist Ninja alone. Moreover, he also defeated the Ab combination, and at the same time, he was recognized by the next generation of Raikage of the Cloud Ninja village. This is a great honor for any ninja. However, now Namikaze Minato told him that Kainu is still paddling. This gap is too big. Now I just hope that Danzo doesn't do anything stupid, otherwise we Konaha might face a great enemy. Namikaze Minato said with a twinkling look. In the early morning, just after the sky was bright, Qin Yu and his 4 companions left the base. Since Shizun was the only medical ninja in the base, she could not evacuate with Qin Yu. However, with Moonlight Dark Night, one of the 8 colors of Konaha, and dozens of newly added ninjas as the foundation, the defense of the base has been improved by 1 or 2 levels. In case of any problems, it can also support Namikaze Minato to support. It can be said that Namikaze Minato, who knows the Flying Thunder God technique, is a mobile support backup. Originally, Mao Yu Xian also planned to stay in the base to support Mao Yu Kengwu. Unfortunately, Mao Yu Kengwu obviously has selfish motives. Not only because of losing the bet, but also because of Qin Yu's huge potential. Their Mao Yu family did not have a high status in Konaha. What if Qin Yu really takes power in the future and becomes a big man in Konaha? As Qin Yu's woman, Mao Yu Xian's status has also risen. Even if we take a step back, just based on Uchiha Qin Yu's powerful fighting power in these 2 battles and his protective character, Mao Yu Xian will never be treated unfairly or underestimated as Qin Yu's woman. It is precisely because Mao Yu Kengwu holds this idea. The ninjas with daughters in the base are planning to come to the door to sell their daughters. Last night, Qin Feng's door was almost knocked through. So, as soon as the sun rose, Qin Yu hurriedly packed up and left early. When Mao Yu Kengwu sent him out of the base, he put his arm around his shoulders and showed an expression that you know. That look and expression seemed to be eager for Qin Yu and Mao Yu Xian to have something happen on the way, so that they could return to the village to make a fait accompli. This behavior made Qin Yu complain that the surnames in the Naruto world matured early. However, looking at Mao Yu Xian, who was 12 or 13 years old, that figure was obviously already of a considerable size. Konaha inside. In the huge Hokage office, the 3rd Hokage had a gloomy face. He looked at Udaten Koharu and Mizuto Kato and said in a deep voice, Danzo violated our agreement and issued an order privately to let Yamanaka Ryuya challenge Uchiha Kainu. Sarutobi, did you get Minato's report? What was the result? Mizuto Kato said in a deep voice. Yamanaka Ryuya is in Danzo's hands. His strength has already reached the level of elite jonin. He is also proficient in binding techniques. Did Uchiha Kainu suffer a loss? Udaten Koharu rarely showed a smile and nodded, that kid hid too deep. If we can use this to hit him, it may not be a bad thing. Chapter 36 Danzo's Decision. Koharu is right. Before Uchiha Kainu's purpose is clear, this kind of beating is inevitable. It is the best thing to have Danzo act as a clown. Mizuto Kato-en nodded in agreement. Asshole, are you all old and confused? The third Hokage suddenly scolded. Don't forget Minato's report, try not to force Uchiha Kainu to rebel, otherwise he will become our Konoha's #1 enemy. The inexplicable words made Mizuta Minyan and Yudin Koharu look stiff. Sarutobi, what do you mean, what happened between Yamanaka Ryuya and Uchiha Kainu? In their eyes, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen has always been a peaceful person. Emotions have never fluctuated so much, and now something is wrong. He is dead, killed by Uchiha Kainu in one move. The third Hokage took out a scroll and threw it to Mizuta Minyan, saying, this is the information sent by Minato, you take a look first and think of a countermeasure. Yamanaka Ryuya was killed by one move. Mizuta Minyan's expression changed. He quickly opened the scroll and checked it. As time went by, his and Yudin Koharu's expressions became more and more gloomy. In their eyes, Yamanaka Ryuya is proficient in the art of mind switching, and has received non-human training in the root. He is good at binding and perceptual ninjutsu. If the two of them fight, with Yamanaka Ryuya's powerful perception ability, he must first detect the changes and movements of the other party. However, the description on the scroll now says that Yamanaka Ryuya has not reacted yet, and he was bound by the illusion, and then burned to ashes by the inextinguishable black flame. Although they have not seen the scene of the battle, but the description between the lines alone has already made their spines cold. According to Minato's description, Uchiha Kainu has only shown a certain degree of strength so far, and he has a heaven-defying ability to learn ninjutsu, which may be related to his special Sharingan. The third-generation Hokage said in a deep voice. Minato once mentioned that Uchiha Kainu always hated trouble, so he had to take action against Zangzu this time, and he also repelled the large forces of the Cloud and Mist ninjas. He even killed the same Hada Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Demon and the Black Hokage Rega of the 7 Mist ninjas. Only a few people in our Konoha can achieve such a record. At this point, the third Hokage looked at Yudin Koharu and Midaman-en. Now tell me how to decide. Midaman-en and Yudin Koharu's expressions changed. Originally, in their eyes, Uchiha Kainu was just a kid like Uchiha Shisui. This kind of person is easy to deal with. As long as you use the family to threaten him a little, he will do it obediently. However, now Uchiha Kainu has not only been lurking for more than 10 years, but also burst out with such powerful strength when he takes action. He even dares to kill Danzo's men. This is fearless. Humph, you guys are really going backwards. Danzo suddenly pushed open the door of the office. Hokage-sama. The two guards stationed at the door had complicated expressions. Back off, I knew he would come. The third Hokage waved his hand. In Konoha, Danzo is a special existence, and the route he established is independent of the Anbu under the Hokage. In a sense, the existence of the route does not belong to the power structure of the Hokage. Therefore, Danzo often privately sends members of the route to monitor the entire Konoha village. Even the Hokage's office is no exception. Humph, Sarutobi, you are really going backwards. You can't even deal with a little kid. I don't think you are suitable to be the Hokage and take on this important task. Danzo came with a cold face. If I hadn't kept a backup plan in advance, I'm afraid you would have made a decision now, and I don't know. Danzo, don't get me wrong, Sarutobi doesn't mean that. Mito Kato-en spoke to dissuade him. He knew the character of his old classmate very well. Humph, Mito, it seems that you also think that the third generation's idea is correct. I am really disappointed. Danzo sneered. Now Konoha is in danger, and all countries dare to intervene and bully our Konoha. It's all because of your cowardly nature. If you had listened to me earlier and used iron-fisted means to deal with them, Konoha would not have to open 3 major battlefields at the same time. This. Mito Kadokawa's expression stagnated, and he shook his head and sighed. Danzo, don't get me wrong. Everyone is here for Konoha to become stronger, even Sarutobi is no exception. If you have any opinions, just say it, so that we can discuss it. Danzo, Mito is right. If you have any opinions, just say it, and discuss it. The fruit is good for Konoha, I can agree. The third Hokage said solemnly. Xiao Chun didn't speak until she went to bed, but her expression showed her agreement. Hey, no need. Danzo snorted coldly and said, since that Uchiha Chinyu is so variable, it is a disaster for us Konoha. And don't forget, if the Achiha clan knows that there is such an unruly person in their clan, it will definitely increase their arrogance. Therefore, I have sent people to deal with him. The low voice caused the expressions of the third Hokage and others to change drastically. They were just discussing how to appease Uchiha Chinyu and use it for the Konaha ninja village. Now Danzo has secretly sent people to deal with Chinyu. This completely subverted Namikaze Minato's plan. Danzo, are you crazy? You have attacked Uchiha Kainu again and again. You are forcing him to defect. The third Hokage shouted angrily. In the unlikely event that Uchiha Chinyu escapes from the village, with his current strength and record, any village will be willing to extend an olive branch. When the time comes, he will become the sharp blade that murders our Konaha ninja village. You will be the most responsible person. After going to bed, Koharu and Mito Kadoyan's expressions couldn't help but change. This was the first time they had seen Hiruzen Sarutobi, who had a peaceful personality, get so angry. Moreover, in the eyes of Sarutobi Hiruzen, he felt indebted to Danzo for getting the position of the third Hokage. That's why the root, this institution that is outside of the control of the Hokage, has been allowed to exist. However, now the third Hokage is furious with Danzo because of what happened to Uchiha Kainu. This is enough to show how much the third Hokage values Uchiha Chinyu. Danzo, I'm warning you now, call them back quickly, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. The third Hokage shouted in a deep voice. Chapter 37 The Poison of Precocious Thoughts. The huge Hokage's office fell into an inexplicably depressing atmosphere. Faced with the anger of the third Hokage, Koharu and Mito Manabu turned pale. However, he was also dissatisfied when faced with Danzo's private actions. Humph, Sarutobi, you are no longer as energetic as you used to be. Danzo snorted coldly, his attitude obviously softening. All along, no matter what he did in private, Sarutobi Hiruzen could see through it. He also sought the position of Hokage several times, but was still defeated by Sarutobi Hiruzen. If it was for old feelings and the original intention was for the good of Konaha, I'm afraid the roots would no longer exist. Don't worry, the people I sent this time are not from Konaha, but some wandering ninjas. No matter what the outcome is, they will not know my identity. Danzo said solemnly. In case of failure, Uchiha Chinyu will only misunderstand that it was done by other ninja villages. After all, his sharpness has been revealed in recent times. After leaving these words, Danzo turned around and left. Looking at the closed office door, the third Hokage couldn't help but rub his swollen temples. Sarutobi, what are you going to do now? Mito Kadoyan couldn't help but ask. When he went to bed, Koharu still didn't speak, just stared at the third Hokage. They knew very well that Danzo's words were already the biggest compromise. As for the final result, it only depends on the decision of the third Hokage. This guy Danzo is really a headache. The third Hokage sighed helplessly. Send someone to inform Minato that there are wandering ninjas in the Land of Fire, and tell them to be careful. In the eyes of the third Hokage, Danzo's starting point was for the safety of Konaha. What's more, now they just know that Danzo uses certain means to get in touch with wandering ninjas. No one knows who these wandering ninjas are. So it is impossible to stop the wandering ninja. The only way was to notify Namikaze Minato to increase vigilance. If Uchiha Chinyu can come back alive, this is a kind of strength. If he was assassinated in the middle, it would be his fate. Sarutobi is right, and this is the only way to do it now. Mito Monahan nodded in agreement. Now that the situation in our country of fire is turbulent, the speed of the Earth country's attack and deployment has also changed. It seems that this tug-of-war that has lasted for 2 years is about to end. As soon as Minato arrives in Konaha, he will be allowed to lead his team to the Land of Earth for the final mission. Outside world. As soon as Danzo left the Hokage's office building, Yamanaka-ho and a Barame Taken appeared from the darkness. Danzo-sama, are things going smoothly? Shanfeng couldn't hold back his anger. You must avenge my father. Yamanaka Ryu is also Yamanaka-ho's father and Danzo's most capable subordinate. After hearing that Yamanaka Dangerous was killed at the hands of Uchiha Chinyu, Yamanaka Ryu also volunteered to take action, planning to vent his anger. What they never expected was that not only did this bad breath not come out, but they also lost their lives. Feng, don't worry. The wandering ninja I contacted this time is a small family in decline. There is also a monster that has existed for a long time. If he takes action, no matter how powerful that kid is, he has always been so low-key. He must lack a lot of combat experience. Danzo sneered. Shanfan's expression froze and he said, Lord Danzo, are you talking about the monster that has appeared in major battlefields recently and carried out bounty assassinations? Abarame, who had been silent until now, heard the words, and her expression suddenly changed drastically at this moment. Like if Danzo really asked that legendary man to take action, then what awaited Uchiha Chinyu was definitely a dead end. It would take at least 4 days for Konaha to reach the base even if they were rushing at full speed. Because Minato Namikaze was eager to return to Konaha to check the battle situation, he performed the Flying Thunder God technique on the way and left early. Although Minato Namikaze also mentioned that he could perform the Flying Thunder God technique to take them away together. But Chinyu refused. The Flying Thunder God technique is actually not much different from the space jump of Sasuke's later Samsara Eye. However, Sasuke can also use the Samsara Eye to open the space door in all directions. Minato Namikaze can only jump through the Flying Thunder God technique seal. And with the number of people transferred, the consumption of chakra and mental power will be greatly increased. Even the distance of space jump will be shortened. So Chinyu still refused. Chinyu, there is a post station ahead, why don't we take a rest here? Moonlight Gale asked weakly. Along the way, Moonlight Gale kept his distance from Chinyu. But the days of rushing on the road were indeed a bit too much for him, although it was only 20 miles away from Konaha. He still couldn't help but make this suggestion. Chinyu, this place is close to Konaha's alert position, why not take a rest first? Mao Yuxian wiped the sweat from her forehead and showed a trace of fatigue. If Mao Yukingwu knew that he was eager to come back and let Mao Yuxian and Chinyu have something unknown. All the time was spent on rushing on the road, I'm afraid I don't know what expression he would have. Chinyu stopped first, landed in front of the post station, looked at the caravan inside, and showed a playful smile. Let's go, it's quite lively here, maybe there are some unexpected surprises. The inexplicable words made Mao Yuxian startled, but Moonlight Gale had already run in. Boss, hurry up and bring me a pot of tea and 3 servings of meatballs. As soon as Moonlight Gale shouted out, he remembered that this time, Moonlight Dark Knight had asked him to focus on Uchiha Kainu. Looking at Uchiha Kainu who walked in quickly, he hurriedly said, I ordered the meatballs for you. Looking at Moonlight Gale who looked frustrated, Chinyu smiled and shook his head, saying, You can eat this, I'm not hungry. Guest, tea and meatballs are here. An old man with a withered face walked out of the kitchen. Young man, I advise you to try it. The meatballs in our post station are always visited by passing caravans no matter how far away they are. If you have tried it once, you will definitely come back again in the future. It really tastes so good. This is the first time I have heard of it. Mao Yuxian's eyes lit up. They are not as perverted as Chinyu, and it is their first time to go on a long-distance mission. After this long journey, their stomachs have been rumbling. Now, hearing the old man bragging like that, he couldn't help but pick up the meatball and stuff it into his mouth. Okay, don't eat this meatball, everyone is looking at you. Chinyu suddenly grabbed Mao Yuxian's hand. The sudden action made Mao Yuxian startled, and then her cheeks turned red, and she said, Chinyu, there are many people here, take your hand back quickly. Looking at Mao Yuxian with a little girl's expression, Chinyu rolled his eyes helplessly. This speed of thinking is too fast. It seems that the precocious thinking in the world of Naruto is poisonous. Chapter 38 The Assassin Full of Money Smell. Do it! A loud shout suddenly sounded. The originally old shopkeeper became extremely sharp in the next moment, and directly reached out to grab Mao Yuxian. Uzuki Yujao was stunned. She had never thought that the old man in front of her would hide so deeply. At such a close distance, there was no place to hide. The old man saw this scene and his face showed joy in his eyes, as long as he caught a hostage. Then, it would not be difficult to deal with 2 young chunins. Heavy flow. The crackling sound of lightning arcs suddenly sounded. The fist wrapped in lightning seemed to explode even the air. Bang! The old man was directly smashed hundreds of meters away. Wherever he passed along the way, whether it was a wooden board or a big tree, it was broken in half. When he hit a rock wall, he barely stopped his body, spit out a mouthful of blood, tilted his head and died. In the post station, the dozen merchants who wanted to attack suddenly looked dazed. The intelligence and mission they received were just to deal with 3 chunins of Konaha. Among them, even the golden flashing Namikaze Minato, who made people tremble with fear, left in advance. In their eyes, this mission is a hot commodity. Chief, who is he? It seems different from the intelligence. A wandering ninja couldn't hold back. The leader was a middle-aged man dressed as a businessman. He looked at Chin Yu with a little more treacherous. Humph, just a little faster. Don't forget, we are all out this time. As long as we take this kid's head, the reward we get will be enough for us to survive the war. Our clan is fighting for survival. Yes, we are fighting for survival. More than a dozen wandering ninjas instantly echoed. Wandering Ninja, the leader of the wandering ninjas, stared at Chin Yu and shouted, "Let's fight quickly and decisively. Don't let that guy get the reward before us." When the wandering ninja leader thought of that guy who exuded the stench of money and the breath of danger, his spine was still cold. It seems that another extraordinary person has come. Chin Yu smiled warmly. Since you are not the main course, you are not qualified to be questioned. As soon as the voice fell, the floor under Chin Yu's feet cracked. The next moment, it disappeared out of thin air like a ghost, and appeared again in front of the wandering ninja leader. Raise Nan. This is Chin Yu's weakest means of attack at the moment. Under the infusion of chakra, it was instantly rolled into a ball. Without any fancy, it hit the wandering ninja head on. No. The pupils of the wandering ninja leader suddenly shrank. This is completely different from the Chunin he knew. Boom. At the moment when the Raise Nan fell, the leader of the wandering ninjas hurriedly raised his hands for defense, and they broke. The huge impact force threw him out. He smashed the beams directly and fell heavily on a tree 100 meters away. He was even more miserable than the wandering ninja who pretended to be an old man just now, and he couldn't even spit out blood. His chest was sunken and he died. He's dead, the clan leader is dead. Escape, let's escape quickly, otherwise our Fuma clan will be exterminated. The roar of fear echoed in the scene. The wandering ninjas present had no time to think about it and fled in all directions. Chin Yu, you should chase them quickly. These wandering ninjas dared to commit crimes outside the Konaha village. If they meet other people who are inferior to you in strength, it will be unfortunate. Mao Yuxian was anxious. After the shock just now, she quickly came to her senses, drew out the chakra knife, and stood guard on the side. At the moment, she was not surprised that the wandering ninja leader was killed instantly by Chin Yu. Chin Yu, go ahead, I will help you protect Xian. Yu Guangji Feng said in a hurry. This is a good opportunity to take credit. However, seeing Yu Guangji Feng's legs shaking like a twist, the confidence of this statement has obviously become a little insufficient. No need, they can't leave. Chin Yu looked at the forest not far away indifferently. Just as the wandering ninja leader said just now, this time a difficult character came. Ah! A scream suddenly sounded. Mao Yuxian's face changed, and said, Chin Yu, is it Lord Minato who came? In Mao Yuxian's eyes, Namikaze Minato has the Flying Thunder God technique. This is still the outskirts of Konaha village, and there will inevitably be patrolling Anbu or sentinels nearby. The sound of the battle just now was enough to alarm Konaha. As long as Minato Namikaze knew the situation here, he could reach the place with a Flying Thunder God technique in just a few miles. What is that? Moonlight Gale's expression changed drastically. However, before he could react, Chin Yu's right foot was like lightning, directly knocking Moonlight Gale away. At the same time, Chin Yu took Mao Yuxian into his arms and quickly dodged to the side. Bang! The place where the three people were standing was instantly pierced. The soil flew down, and the two arms connected by the black meridians were directly caught in the air. Chin Yu took Mao Yuxian and landed 7 or 8 meters away. As for Moonlight Gale, he obviously did not have such a personal service. He fell directly outside the post station, looking at the strange hands emerging from the soil, his face turned pale. If Chin Yu had not acted in time just now, he would probably have fallen into this big hand. It's you, a guy full of money. Chin Yu looked into the forest. The two hands that stretched out from the soil suddenly tensed up and turned over the soil directly, showing it to everyone. A figure covered in a cloak and whose appearance could not be seen clearly walked out slowly in the forest. However, just after walking out of the forest, behind him, there were black blood vessels with fangs and claws, and each of them had a corpse hanging on it. These were the wandering ninjas who had just escaped. Chin Yu, who is this person? Too scary, isn't it? Mao Yuxian's face turned pale. If the wandering ninjas that had just appeared were ordinary enemies, then the person in front of him was a pervert. Moreover, he instantly killed the 17 or 18 wandering ninjas who had escaped. This kind of record is not something that ordinary ninjas can do. Have you heard of Takaguni village? Chinyu looked at the enemy in front of him with interest. He never thought that he would meet Kakuzu, a member of the Akatsuki organization in the future, not long after he came to the world of Naruto. Takigakuer. Uzuki Yujao was stunned for a moment, and said, I heard that there was a rebellion in Takigakuer 20 or 30 years ago. The high-level people of Takigakuer, which was originally powerful, were massacred overnight, and eventually declined and hid behind the waterfall to recuperate. Chapter 39 Let's make a bet. Is it the Takigakuer that has the tailed beasts? Moonlight Gale was also surprised. With a sullen look, he couldn't help but say, Chinyu, you won't tell me that he is the rebel who massacred the high-level people? Yes. Chinyu smiled and nodded, saying, I didn't expect to meet you so soon, Kakuzu. As soon as these words fell, Uzuki Yujao and Moonlight Gale looked pale. This is an S-level rebel who almost destroyed the village. In terms of strength, it is comparable to the cage level. All along, no matter how hard the 5 major ninja villages tried, it has always been difficult to capture an S-level rebel. However, one appeared in front of them now. Isn't this a nightmare or something else? Chinyu, are we going to escape? Moonlight Gale was anxious. This place is only a few miles away from Konaha. As long as we hold our strength, we should be able to rush back to the sealed gate quickly. When that time comes, the people stationed will support us. Facing Kakuzu's origin, Moonlight Gale's fighting spirit disappeared instantly. Gale, shut up. Mao Uxian scolded coldly, looking at Chinyu who was still smiling, and said in a deep voice, don't grow other people's ambitions and destroy Chinyu's prestige. Look at Chinyu's expression, he doesn't even have the slightest fear. It's possible that he can deal with this S-level rebel. But, why would this S-level rebel target us? Unlike Moonlight Gale, Mao Uxian, as a little girl, is more meticulous. Since Chinyu called the man in front of him a bounty hunter with a lot of money. The wandering ninja family just now also talked about the bounty. Does this mean that they are being rewarded? Chinyu, are we being targeted? Mao Uxian said anxiously. Chinyu smiled and patted her shoulder and said, it seems that you are not stupid. We are being rewarded, and the person who did it is really generous. It takes at least 20 to 30 million taels to make Kakuzu do it. What? Mao Uxian and Yu Guangjifeng's faces suddenly changed. They are ninjas, and they also make about 100 taels a month. After a year, 2,000 to 3,000 taels is already very good. Now according to Chinyu's guess, 20 to 30 million taels can be used for a bounty. The person who issued the assassination order is definitely not an ordinary person. Chinyu, are you saying that someone in Konaha village wants to kill us? Mao Uxian couldn't help but probe. Over the past few days, nothing happened between Mao Uxian and Chinyu. However, facing Chinyu's doting, no matter what the relationship was, Mao Uxian couldn't help but care about it. It's to kill me, you are just implicated. Chinyu smiled lightly and said, if you are afraid, you can leave first. He won't chase you. Your life is worthless. Seeing Chinyu, who still wanted to joke at this time, Mao Uxian glared at him and said stubbornly, Chinyu, I won't leave. I believe you can definitely defeat him, Jifeng, don't you think so? Yu Guangjifeng just had the idea of retreating in his heart, and before his footsteps could react, he heard these words. Facing Mao Uxian's gaze, he nodded with a bitter face. Boy, are you done? After absorbing the chakra of these wandering ninjas, Kakuzu suddenly raised his head. Those black blood vessels not only did not retract, but instead bared their teeth and claws, which was shocking. Kakuzu, you are still full of money. Why don't we make a bet? If you win, I will give you my head. If I win, you will become my subordinate. Chinyu said with a smile. This bet is very cost-effective. If you win, you can kill me, but if I win you don't have to die, and you can become my subordinate. Don't you think it's honorable? The small voice made Mao Uxian and Yu Guangjifeng look confused. Is this the rhythm of recruiting an S-level rebel ninja? Once it is spread out, it will be too shocking. Boy, you are really good at talking. I haven't met an interesting kid like you for a long time. Kakuzu untied his cloak, revealing a body that seemed to be connected. The black blood vessels were exposed, which made him look even more disgusting. Especially when he spit out the blood vessels that looked like a handful of straw, like the tongue of a poisonous snake. It only added a few points of inexplicable depression. Looking at Chin-yu, who always looked the same, Kakuzu smiled grimly and said, "I didn't expect that you, a little brat, would look the same when seeing me like this. I agreed to the bet you just proposed. I really hope you can become my bounty, and I also hope that you can hold out for 4 or 5 more moves under my hands, otherwise I will be very bored." Chin-yu's rise was only a short period of 7 or 8 days. Even the people in Konaha Ninja Village didn't know all about it, let alone a wandering ninja like Kakuzu. What's more, in Kakuzu's eyes, a mere Konaha Chunin could not make any big waves. "Don't worry, I will make you suffer and happy." Chin-yu suddenly laughed. Kakuzu's expression sank, looking at Chin-yu who seemed to be indifferent to the pressure on him. He completely wiped out the last bit of patience and shouted coldly, "Boy, I hope you can still laugh after a while." Thunder escape dark thunder. A thunder escape mask immediately flew out from Kakuzu's back, and when he opened his mouth, lightning flashed and splashed, like a raging tide, striking Chin-yu head-on. "You guys step back, the battle is about to end," Chin-yu said with a faint smile. Mao Uxi Yan and Yu Guangji Feng's expressions changed drastically, and they didn't have time to think about it, and quickly pulled back. They had seen Chin-yu's methods with their own eyes. Now they dared to say such words, and they were definitely not exaggerating. However, when they thought that the one in front of them was an S-level rebel ninja, they had confidence in Chin-yu's strength, but whether they could resolve the battle so quickly was probably another matter. As they spoke, the short distance of dozens of meters was just a blink of an eye under the attack of dark thunder. When Mao Uxi Yan and Yu Guangji Feng stood firm on their toes, the incoming attack had already landed on Chin-yu. Boom! The lightning exploded, like thunder across the sky. Everything in the post station should beta sound was crushed by the violent lightning arc, stirring up a large amount of sand and dust. "Damn kid, dare to underestimate me, today I will make you die faster." Kakuzu snorted coldly. The fire mask on his back instantly emerged. Fire escape head hard work. The blazing sea of fire spewed out of his mouth. After absorbing the chakra of more than a dozen wandering ninjas just now, the range of the sea of fire obviously reached 20 to 30 meters. It directly enveloped the entire post station. However, before Kakuzu could react, the rising sea of fire suddenly turned like a whirlpool. The next moment, the flames in the sky were blown away. Chapter 40 solved by 2 balls. Buzz buzz buzz. A sharp and piercing sound of air suddenly sounded. Looking at Chin-yu who walked out slowly in the remaining sea of fire, and the wind escape raised Nan shuriken in his hand, which was spinning rapidly like a small comet. Kakuzu's face changed drastically. What kind of wind ninjutsu is this? It can change the form and attributes to such a degree. I must not be hit, otherwise I will die. Chaotic thoughts flashed through Kakuzu's mind. But when he looked at Chin-yu, a trace of greed flashed in his eyes. In these chakras, he felt a strange purity. If he could take his heart for himself, would he also learn this powerful ninjutsu through this? The greedy thought just emerged. The next moment, Kakuzu's pupils suddenly contracted. The ground where Chin-yu stood collapsed and sank like a spider web. Kakuzu only felt a flash in front of his eyes, and a flash of lightning had already struck across the sky. When he saw it clearly again, the attack was already close at hand. "Your Meatball Express has arrived, please sign for it." Chin-yu smiled playfully. The wind ninjutsu raised Nan shuriken in his hand smashed directly into Kakuzu's chest. Buzz! There was a sharp sound of air vibration, and there was a pause. The next moment, an extremely powerful hurricane force erupted. The moment the sharp and piercing sonic boom sounded, the air wave that swept away was simply rising into the sky. Everything within 100 meters, whether it was rocks or trees, was instantly shredded. At this moment, Kakuzu felt as if his whole body was cut by countless sharp blades. If it weren't for the earth escape heart to strengthen his body's defense, ordinary attacks would not be able to penetrate it at all. I'm afraid he would have died now. Now he only needs to sacrifice a heart to survive this wave of attacks, and then wait for an opportunity to sneak attack while pretending to be dead. In this unexpected situation, kill this weird kid. However, just as this idea sprouted in his mind, the scene that came into his eyes the next moment made Kakuzu almost spit blood. Looking at the ball with lightning raging in Chinyu's hand, his scalp was numb. A wind escape spiral ball has made him doubt his life. Another lightning rays Nan shuriken. Then his earth escape body might not be able to resist at all. Moreover, now under attack, he can't move at all and has become a target. Facing his own fake death, Chinyu still wants to whip the corpse. This cautious and unexpected powerful means. For the first time, Kakuzu doubted whether he was wrong to be full of money. No, don't kill me. Have you forgotten our bet? I can surrender to you. Kakuzu hurriedly woke up from his fake death. Chinyu smiled playfully and said, now it's up to me. Try the lightning ball. As soon as the voice fell, Chinyu did not pause at all, and turned the arc with his backhand, and threw out the lightning rays Nan shuriken like a thunder ball. No! Kakuzu screamed. The lightning rays Nan shuriken collided with the wind escape in response. The lightning was like a raging tide, directly submerging Kakuzu. One after another, the madly compressed lightning arcs, like countless sharp needles, pierced Kakuzu's body. Under the change of lightning restraining earth attribute, Kakuzu's defense was completely useless. Boom! The thunder explosion lasted for more than half a minute before it disappeared between heaven and earth. Looking at the ruins full of scars, there was a body full of holes, like a rag. Moonlight Gale and Uzuki Yujeo were confused. Is this still the S-level rebel ninja that makes people tremble? Is it still the heaven-defying existence that slaughtered all the high-level people of Takigaku? As soon as he appeared, he released 2 ninjutsu, and was directly solved by Chinyu's 2 balls. This is too shocking. Boy, you don't keep your promise. In the ruins, Kakuzu raised his head with difficulty. The 4 masks behind him had collapsed, proving that he had survived the 2 balls just now, which directly ruined his 4 lives. Moreover, even the last mask had a crack. If the attack just now lasted for another 7 or 8 seconds, I'm afraid that Kakuzu would have ended up in the ninja world. What's wrong? Don't you give up. Chinyu smiled warmly. Kakuzu's expression froze, and then he roared angrily. Boy, you die. The soil under Chinyu's feet was instantly turned over, and the thousands of blood vessels formed by his 2 arms. Like countless attacks, they stabbed directly at Chinyu. The attack was so close, and it was overwhelming, giving people a feeling that there was no escape. However, facing all this, Chinyu seemed to be completely unconcerned, and his smile became even more intense. A bloody illusion, the body instantly enveloped the body. Thousands of blood vessels, like rain hitting banana leaves, directly bounced off by Susanoo. Looking at this figure that suddenly appeared, like a figure, Kakuzu's expression froze. By the way, I still have water escape, earth escape, and fire escape balls that haven't been rolled yet. Do you need to taste them? Chinyu smiled playfully. If Danzo saw that his trump card that he had high hopes for and could kill Chinyu was actually teased like a baby, I'm afraid that like Kakuzu, he would even want to die. No, you killed me, you killed me. Kakuzu roared with a ferocious look. Danzo, I knew you were up to no good. Uzuki Yujeo and Moonlight Gale were stunned. They had just guessed that this assassination might be related to Konaha. But it could also be that the Mist Village and the Cloud Village suffered a great loss at the hands of Chinyu. A bounty was specially offered in the black market to let Kakuzu assassinate. However, now that Kakuzu has pointed it out himself, everything is different. No matter who comes from the outside world, they will never be afraid. But the current assassination comes from Konaha. This is a stab in the back. How can it not make people feel chilled? Haha, if you tell everything, then you are a good child, right? Chinyu laughed dryly and said, don't worry, I won't kill you. You are a rare strong man. If this ninja world is missing you, it will lose a lot of color, and I like your true nature full of money. As soon as the voice fell, the Susanoo covering Chinyu's body dissipated instantly. As for the thousands of blood vessels outside that were still eyeing him, it seemed that he didn't care at all. Aren't you afraid that I will kill you? Kakuzu couldn't help asking. Chinyu smiled playfully and said, isn't this basic trust, or I think you can't kill me. Kakuzu's expression froze. If someone else said this, he would definitely not accept it. But after seeing Chinyu's powerful methods with his own eyes, a dignified S-level rebel, actually lost to 2 balls. This is a complete nightmare. I give up. Kakuzu gave this answer after holding it in for a long time. Those blood vessels lurking in the soil were quickly retracted. Seeing the dignified S-level rebel, really surrendering, Moonlight Gale and Uzuki Yujao were stunned on the spot. From assassination to surrender, the gap is too big. Chapter 41 The next target. The huge ruins looked extremely messy. Kakuzu, a dignified S-level rebel, lay in it like a salted fish. If Danzo saw that the bounty hunter he regarded as an ace had become a lapdog in front of Chinyu, I'm afraid it would be difficult to accept. Don't worry, you will know later that this decision is correct. Chinyu patted Kakuzu's shoulder. Now that you have 4 hearts destroyed, I just happen to have a very good goal. If you can get it, your strength will definitely soar to a higher level. If he had not seen Chinyu's powerful means with his own eyes, Kakuzu might not believe this. But after enduring the torture of the 2 balls, Kakuzu now wants to become stronger. From then on, he stood up in front of Chinyu. What power are you talking about? Kakuzu grabbed Chinyu's arm. Feeling the strength coming from his 5 fingers, Chinyu couldn't help but laugh. This world is most afraid of people without ambition. If you ask, how can a person become stronger? That is to infinitely magnify their ambitions. For example, Achiha Obito reversed from the last place to the big boss behind the scenes. This is the best interpretation. You should have heard that the opportunity to trigger the Third Ninja World War was because of the disappearance of the Sand Village, the third Kazekage. Chinyu looked at Kakuzu. He has been working in the dark for many years, and people outside may not know about this. As a bounty hunter, he will have more intelligence channels. In Kakuzu's world, there is nothing that money can't solve. I know that this matter has caused a lot of trouble, but I don't know who did it. Kakuzu shook his head. The third Kazekage has a bounty of 100 million taels in the black market. Is it really not you Konaha who did it? No. Chinyu shook his head. I asked you to find someone. After finding him, you try to take the heart of the third Kazekage from him. With iron sand, your strength will rise to a higher level. Kakuzu's earth grudge can obtain this chakra attribute change by plundering other people's hearts. Iron sand, like the dark thunder of the cloud ninja. They are all special mutation attributes, different from the blood limit. Others may not be able to get this power, but Kakuzu is an exception. There is just one thing Chinyu can't figure out, why in the original work, it can obviously become a very strong ninjutsu. A good hand of cards is often played badly. Is this the legendary plot kill? Feeling the change in Chinyu's eyes, Kakuzu smiled helplessly and sat up straight with difficulty. Boss. I know you will definitely think that with such a powerful secret technique as the Earth Grudge, why do you still look for some special people to take over the body? It's not that I don't want to, but I can't do it alone. Chinyu is actually very good at Kakuzu's helplessness. His fame is nothing more than being sent by Takigaku to assassinate the first generation of Hokage. Standing in the distance, he released a shuriken. After that, he was frightened by the look and ran away with his tail between his legs. Takigaku was afraid that the truth would be revealed, so after Kakuzu came back, he directly accused him of a false crime. Kakuzu was so angry that he directly seized the secret technique of earthly resentment. The overall strength of Takigaku was already not good. In the later period of the original work, a jonin could beat a village. Facing the existence of a monster like Kakuzu, they were completely a target. Do you know the whereabouts of the third Kazekage? Kakuzu couldn't hold his temper. Moonlight Gale and Uzuki Yujao in the distance were stunned at first and were about to step forward. Chinyu's Manjikaya Sharingan turned in vain and hypnotized the two in an instant. Qin Feng didn't disbelieve Uzuki Yujao. But he didn't want to implicate her and be monitored by Danzo and the Anbu. If she was forced to confess, it would be even more undesirable. Seeing Chinyu hypnotize Uzuki Yujao and Moonlight Gale with a casual glare, he was surprised and finally realized something was wrong. Boss, your Sharingan is the same as Uchiha Madara, right? On that day, there were only 2 people in the ninja world who could make Kakuzu flee with a glare. The first was the first Hokage. The second was Uchiha Madara. As a survivor of the First Ninja World War, Kakuzu was not unfamiliar with Uchiha Madara. About the same. Chinyu did not hide it. If you want someone to work for you wholeheartedly, if you can't even intimidate him, how can he work for you? Let's get back to business first. Chinyu brought the topic back and said, you have a lot of connections in the black market. Go find a man called Scorpion of the Red Sand. If you find him, ask him to give you the heart of the third Kazekage. He needs a lot of materials to make a human puppet, and he has to keep the person alive before he can make the transformation. The biggest special thing about human puppets is that they can have the ninjutsu of the original person in his lifetime. Although the puppet core is also needed, for Chinyu, it is good for Kakuzu to get the iron sand. However, it would be good if Scorpion of the Red Sand could be recruited. Moreover, it is possible to find Orochimaru and breed him, which would be the best of both worlds. Are you talking about that kid? Kakuzu's expression froze. Chinyu raised his eyebrows. Do you know him? Of course I know him. Kakuzu nodded. This kid likes to make puppets very much. Sometimes he would buy some corpses that were not yet dead from me, and would also give me bounties to let me catch some living people. I didn't expect that he would be so crazy that he would attack the third Kazekage. That's the leader of his village. Chinyu was helpless instantly. He didn't expect that the people he wanted to recruit were all money-grubbing. The other was heterosexual. It seems that the Akatsuki organization is full of weirdos. However, how could they walk on the same road if they were not from the same path? Since you know where he is, then you should set off first. There are a few root ninjas who have just arrived over there. You should be able to deal with them, right? Chinyu glanced at the woods not far away. The 3 root ninjas who had just arrived and were hiding inside for surveillance changed their expressions drastically. There was no time to think about it, and they hurriedly planned to withdraw and retreat. The purpose of their coming this time was to monitor the battle between Kakuzu and Chinyu, and then go back to report to Danzo. However, they never expected it. They thought it would be a protracted battle, but they didn't expect it at all. After hearing the explosion, he rushed over, but the battle was over. Boss, don't worry, they can't get out of my palm. Go find that guy. I'd better change some hearts first. Kakuzu smiled grimly. In the dense forest, dark blood vessels shot out instantly. Like a big net, it covered the 3 root ninjas. Chapter 42 Back Alive. Ah! 3 screams suddenly sounded. Soon they stopped abruptly. With the help of the Mangekyou Sharingan, Chinyu saw that a large area of blood vessels shot out from the ground without any warning, directly piercing the bodies of the 3 root ninjas. As the blood was swallowed, the originally weak Kakuzu gradually recovered his breath. The 3 hearts were dug out and directly hosted by Kakuzu. Feeling the slightly recovered physical strength, Kakuzu secretly breathed a sigh of relief and finally stood up. Boss, I'm leaving first. Does Danzo need me to deal with him? A trace of murderous intent flashed across Kakuzu's face. Danzo's intelligence error this time almost cost him his life. If it weren't for Chinyu, he would have finally decided to recruit him. I'm afraid he would have become a cold corpse now. No need, don't worry about this matter, I'll handle it myself. Chinyu patted Kakuzu's shoulder. Let's go. Kakuzu was startled and said, Boss, don't you need to do something to me? If I just run away, you'll lose more than you gain. In Kakuzu's eyes, there are many spies and undercovers in various countries. For safety and confidentiality, each of them will use some illusions, secret techniques, forbidden techniques, etc. to remotely control. Originally, the most difficult thing for Kakuzu to surrender was to endure the pain of being controlled. No need, it feels inconvenient to use small tricks on you. Chinyu said with a smile. Besides, I believe in my personal charm. If I show my domineering power, the whole ninja world will tremble. This statement seems to be a joke. However, Kakuzu's ear, but his expression could not help but change. After seeing Chinyu's powerful means with his own eyes. And like Uchiha Madara, the blood moon eyes symbolize disaster. He knew that this young man was probably not aimless. Kakuzu took a deep breath, sorted out his thoughts, and said, Boss, I'm leaving first. I will contact you as soon as possible if there is any news. Watching Kakuzu leave, Chinyu walked to Mao Uxian and Yu Guangji Feng. Release. With a flip of the seal in his hand, Yu Guangji Feng and Mao Uxian woke up from their coma. Chinyu, why did I fall asleep? I seemed to have a dream just now. There are S-level rebels coming to assassinate us. Mao Uxian rubbed her hazy eyes. When she saw the ruins in front of her, she was stunned. This is probably not a dream. Let's go, it's almost time. If we continue to stay here, I'm afraid Konaha will send someone to find us. Chinyu rubbed Mao Uxian's head. When Chinyu used the Mangekyou Sharingan just now, he didn't do nothing. Mao Uxian came back to his senses and glared. Qin Yu, you can't always treat me as a little girl and rub my head, okay? Compared with Qin Yu, Mao Uxian is of similar age. However, in terms of height, Qin Yu is already 1.7 meters, which is obviously taller than Mao Uxian, who is more than 1.5 meters. Not only can you see the top of the head, but you can also comfortably touch the head to kill. In front of the Konaha seal gate. Because Achiha Qin Yu suddenly appeared, he defeated the Cloud Ninja and the Mist Ninja with a strong attitude. As a result, the top of Konaha paid great attention. No. It should be said that even the younger generation in the Achiha clan was shocked. I thought that the emergence of Achiha Shisui had already overwhelmed the entire era. Not long ago, even the Achiha clan leader's kid showed his talent and was praised as a little genius when he just entered the ninjutsu school. Now suddenly there is a genius who has been bullied for more than 10 years and is lurking. This gap is a bit difficult to accept. It is for this reason that the Achiha clan also sent out a guard team to wait here. Facing them, there are also Namikaze Minato and the rare Danzo. A few minutes ago, after Namikaze Minato finished dealing with trivial matters, he returned to Konaha and unexpectedly found that Danzo, who had always been elusive, appeared in front of the city gate. When he was surprised, his heart was also hanging. Thinking of what happened in the base, Danzo's appearance here was obviously a weasel paying New Year's greetings to the chicken. No, it's past the agreed time. I'll go and see. Namikaze Minato took a look at the Chunin stationed at the gate and couldn't help but take action. Hehe, Minato, you just came back, where are you going now? Danzo was obviously staring at Minato all the time. At the moment of forming the Flying Thunder God technique seal, he hurried forward to interrupt. Danzo, the 3 Chunins I led have exceeded the agreed time. I am worried that something might happen, so I want to go and take a look. Minato Namikaze said in a deep voice. There was a hint of coldness between his words. Minato Namikaze was also dissatisfied with Danzo's successive attacks on Qin Yu. However, Minato Namikaze had no reason for Qin Yu and others' lateness, and it was not easy to refute directly. Hehe, Minato, you are worthy of being the hot favorite for the next Hokage, and you are even safe in doing things. Danzo was still laughing. In his heart, he silently calculated the time it would take Kakuzu to deal with Qin Yu. Looking at the impatient Minato, Danzo smiled even more. In his eyes, the longer the delay, the greater the chance that Minato would wait to collect the corpse. 15 minutes have passed. With the strength of the S-level rebel ninja and the help of the Fuma ninja, it is not too difficult to deal with a mere Chunin. Even if this Chunin has a secret, it is no exception. Danzo, you are not deliberately stopping me from saving people, are you? Namikaze Minato's expression darkened. Originally, he was the leader of the team. If Qin Yu and others encounter any problems, he will be blamed. Minato, your words chilled my heart. Danzo said this, but his smile became brighter. You know, everything I did was for Konaha. Besides, I don't know what you are talking about. I just saw that it was very lively here, so I came here to join in the fun and see who you are waiting for here. Danzo smiled and shook his head. However, judging from your expression, the chance of not waiting is probably not great. Then I will go back first. I hope that the little friend in your eyes can arrive safely. 15 minutes have passed. The monitors he sent out did not send out a notification signal. In Danzo's opinion, Qin Yu and others were doomed to die. It was precisely because of this reason that it was no longer useful to stay here. Minato, why are you here? Qin Yu's voice suddenly sounded. Danzo's steps, as well as the smile on his face, froze directly. Chapter 43 Tit for Tat. Qin Yu, nothing happened to you on the way, how could you be delayed for 15 minutes? Namikaze Minato showed a happy look. However, when he looked at Danzo, there was a hint of provocation. The moment before, he kept saying that it was impossible, and now Qin Yu suddenly appeared. This slap was a slapping sound. Nothing happened, we were just tired and resting. Is there anything wrong? If not, I'll go back and rest. This scene immediately made the guards standing not far away agitated. Did you see that? That useless Uchiha Qin Yu is actually on good terms with Minato Namikaze. Their relationship seems pretty good. This Konaha is really quick to win people's hearts, no wonder he can become a popular candidate for the next Hokage. The guard team member in the lead. He was obviously a thin man with hostility flashing in his pupils, about 20 years old. Chinyu remembered that this one seemed to be called Achiha. He had a double Megatama Sharingan. Before Achiha Shisui rose to power, he was hailed as the rookie of the Achiha clan in a hopeful existence. Unfortunately, at the moment when Achiha Shisui became famous overnight, Achiha Shi was directly turned into slag in seconds. Now another Achiha Chinyu appeared. I am afraid he would feel dissatisfied. However, Chinyu did not take all this to heart. In this world where strength is respected, there is nothing that cannot be solved with fists. If it doesn't work, then hit him again. You are Achiha Chinyu, it is true that heroes come out of youth. With so many obstacles along the way, you can successfully arrive at Konaha village. It seems that the legend is true. Danzo turned around and said with a smile. However, the half-smile expression gave people an inexplicable sense of depression. According to Chinyu, this guy was smiling but hiding a knife. Thank you for your concern. It seems that there was really no trouble except for a few flies along the way. Qin Feng smiled warmly. Or, is it that I am too lucky, or is it that some of Danzo's subordinates are too unlucky, so they got lost and can't come back? At this point, Chinyu met Danzo's sight without any hesitation, and his smile became more brilliant. Danzo, do you think the guard dog that bites people indiscriminately should be killed? Don't let me see those two beasts, otherwise I will not show mercy to anyone. As soon as the words fell, Chinyu's pair of Manjakaya Sharingan began to spin in vain. Then, the huge pupil power exploded like a tidal wave, sweeping away in a gust of air. However, this breath came and went in a hurry. It soon disappeared. What a powerful pupil power! Danzo's expression froze. However, when he looked at Chinyu, there was a hint of greed in the depths of his pupils. Danzo loved and hated the Achiha clan. He hated the Achiha clan, but loved their Sharingan. Moreover, from the intelligence, it was known that Chinyu's eyes were obviously different from the Sharingan of ordinary clan members. Now that he had seen it with his own eyes, Danzo was more certain that this pair of eyes was definitely similar to the Manjakaya recorded by the second Hokage. Most importantly, the power of the pupils that had just burst out was so strong. If it wasn't measured by the Manjakaya Sharingan, it would be absolutely inexplicable. Achiha Kainu, you are indeed different from others. Even the legendary eyes can be awakened. Perhaps you will surpass Achiha Shisui and become a peerless genius in the clan. Danzo pointed it out directly. Achiha Ishii and other members of the security team couldn't help but change their faces. As members of the Achiha clan, they are very happy that a strong man has appeared in the clan. But who doesn't want to be the one who is strong? Now the former tail end has become the peerless genius in Danzo's mouth. He also awakened the legendary Sharingan. This kind of treatment is enough to twist people's hearts. Haha, Danzo, you are really a joker. Maybe I am not as good as you compared to you. Chinyu laughed dryly. If you have nothing to do, I still have to report on my work. Yes, I almost forgot about this. Namikaze Minato quickly took over the conversation. The third Hokage and the two Konaha consultants have been waiting for a long time. Let's go and report first. Xian, Jiafeng, you go back and rest first. You are also tired during this period. Don't walk around. Moonlight Gale heard this, as if relieved, looked at Chinyu, thanked him quickly, turned around and left. Mao Uxi Yan was a little reluctant, but feeling the atmosphere in the field, she also knew that it was not suitable to stay now. After looking at Chinyu worriedly, she also turned around and left. For a moment, the huge city gate had an inexplicable sense of oppression. Minato, let's go. Chinyu patted Minato Namikaze's shoulder. Don't keep the third generation waiting for too long, Danzo-sama, if you like, you can continue to stay here, maybe you will wait for your wish. After saying this, Chinyu took the lead and walked towards the Hokage building. Minato Namikaze smiled bitterly. However, he also disagreed with Danzo's approach. Now that Danzo can suffer a loss, Minato Namikaze is too happy to wait. He will not protect Danzo's weak heart. Watching Chinyu and Minato Namikaze leave, Uchiha Ishii left with the guard team with a gloomy face. Danzo-sama, are you still waiting? It's time for me to change shifts. The Chunin guarding the sealed gate asked weakly. Get out of here, are you qualified to ask Danzo-sama? Yamano Feng flashed out from the dark. Behind him was a bear Meitagen, and the two looked unhappy. Danzo didn't say anything. He was still thinking about what Chinyu said just now. Although it was a little obscure, when he thought of the Sharingan he had collected with great effort on his arm, and the secret deal with Orochimaru, he felt that he was seen through. As the founder of the root, Danzo or a high-ranking official of Konaha. Whether it is intelligence or strategy, Lien Chinfo asked himself that even the third Hokage could not compete with him. However, this time, not only did the assassination fail, but even a little kid could not see through him. For the first time, Danzo understood what it felt like to be unfathomable. Danzo-sama, didn't you ask the S-level rebel ninja of Takigaku to kill Uchiha Chinyu? Why is he fine? Yamanaka Feng couldn't hold his temper. When he thought of Yamanaka Ryuya's death, he wanted to tear Chinyu alive. Feng, don't be nervous. Could it be that the kid changed his walking route and Kakuzu missed? A Baramatajan said in a deep voice. Otherwise, with the character of this kid, if Kakuzu really missed, he would definitely attack violently now. Danzo nodded silently to this. Go find some people, contact Kakuzu, and check the post station at the same time. I want to get the results within 30 minutes. Don't worry, Danzo-sama. I'll go now. Yamanaka Feng lost his temper. After saying this, he turned around and rushed out of the sealed door. He now wanted to verify what a Baramatajan said. However, another thought flashed through his mind from time to time. Chapter 44 Show you the Sharingan. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Udaten Koharu and Mito-Kato-en, closed their eyes and rested without saying a word, which made the huge office more inexplicably depressed. Sarutobi, do you think he will come? Mito-Kato-en suddenly spoke. Udaten Koharu also looked at the third Hokage. After these words fell, the scene fell into a brief silence, and the third Hokage said, I believe in Minato, and I believe he will definitely come. If he can't even get through these dangers, how can he repel the Cloud Ninja and the Mist Ninja? Even AI in the combination admits his strength. Udaten Koharu and Mitaman-en's expressions froze. This answer was obviously not what they expected. Sarutobi, are you thinking too simply? Mitaman-en said. Soon, an Anbu ninja appeared in the office like a ghost. In addition to the Fuma clan, we found the bounty hunter information handed over to Danzo, and there is also Kakuzu who attacked the first Hokage in the past and killed the high-level officials of the Takigaku village. The Anbu ninja took out a scroll. Is it him? Mitaman-en and Udaten Koharu's faces changed. However, a trace of relief flashed in their pupils. The slightly old cheeks of the third Hokage showed a slight change of expression. Inform Minato Namikaze and ask him to come see me immediately. The third Hokage was a little calm at first about Minato Namikaze and Chinyu's importance. However, after learning that Danzo had actually found such a monster to kill him, he completely lost his temper. Sarutobi, you have mobilized too many troops. If that kid dies, he dies. We don't have to worry too much. Don't forget that this is wartime and a critical moment. Udaten Koharu suddenly spoke. Mitaman-yan nodded in agreement. Koharu is right. It's a good thing for Konaha to have less trouble. Seeing that the two major advisors of Konaha gave such an answer, the third Hokage's expression froze, and he chose to quickly open the door and prepare to go in person. Hokage, I brought Chinyu here. As soon as the third Hokage opened the door, he saw Minato Namikaze and a slightly unfamiliar face. Is it him? Mitaman-yan and Udaten Koharu's expressions changed, and they couldn't help but stand up. Looking at Chinyu standing side by side with Minato Namikaze at the door of the office, his expression was a little dazed. In their eyes, Chinyu was too young. Only 14 or 15 years old, he had the strength to repel the Cloud Ninja and the Mist Ninja alone. This was something that even they could not match. If he grows up, his future strength will be unimaginable. Are you Uchiha Chinyu? The third Hokage secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Come in and take a rest first, you are different from what I expected. Seeing the third Hokage let go of the door, Chinyu walked in without any restraint. Minato Namikaze was startled, touched his nose helplessly, and followed closely behind. Humph, impolite brat. Udaten Koharu snorted coldly. However, as soon as the words came out, they met Chinyu's eyes. The moment the four eyes met, the scarlet blood color quickly spread in Chinyu's pupils. The 9 Megatama Sharingan suddenly turned, exuding an inexplicable smell of disaster. Ah! Udaten Koharu's expression changed drastically. Boy, you dare! Mitaman-yan's figure flashed, and he quickly appeared beside Qin Yu, his right hand turned into an eagle claw, and he grabbed Qin Yu directly. Sealing technique water chain binding. A mysterious curse formation, with Midaman Yan's right foot as the center, quickly spread out. At the same time, 4 chains condensed by water condensed out of thin air and quickly wrapped around Qin Yu's body. However, as soon as this attack came out, Midaman Yan felt that the world was changing, like the movement of the stars. Illusion solution. The third generation Hokage shouted in a hurry. Midaman Yan suddenly woke up, and while panting, he found that the water chain binding he had just cast had actually wrapped around his limbs. Udaten Koharu, who was standing next to him, was sweating profusely. Qin Yu, what are you doing? Mizuto Minion shouted angrily, come here, catch him immediately. The furious roar echoed in the office. However, none of the Anbu ninjas around appeared. Don't get excited. I know you want to know what kind of eye technique I have. I just demonstrated it a little bit just now. Qin Yu smiled warmly. The illusion hypnotic eye, as long as there is a brief eye contact with me, you will be hypnotized instantly. Of course, if a ninja is strong, determined, and experienced in combat, such a simple hypnotic eye will not work on him. Solution. Qin Yu's 9 Megatama Sharingan faded, and the illusion was instantly lifted. The Anbu hiding around fell into the office one after another, and there were 8 of them. Moreover, the aura exuded by each of them was that of a master of nerves. Boy, are you mocking us for being hypnotized? Midaman Yan's face sank, and he shouted angrily, come on, catch him for me quickly. The 8 Anbu present were stunned, and after looking at each other, they looked at the third Hokage. They were the Anbu directly under the Hokage, and they only listened to the orders of the Hokage. Utain Koharu and Midaman N were high-ranking officials and consultants of Konaha. But it was absolutely impossible to let them act. Back off! The third Hokage waved his hand. The 8 Anbu ninjas disappeared without any hesitation. Utain Koharu and Midaman N's faces changed. Sarutobi, what do you mean? He attacked the high-ranking officials of Konaha and made trouble in the Hokage's office. He should be punished. Utain Koharu shouted urgently. Midaman N didn't say anything, but when he thought about how he had just been caught in an illusion and was bound and captured by the water whip he had cast, he was a little embarrassed. Okay, Qin Yu just demonstrated it a little bit just now. I will handle this matter, and you don't need to say more. The third Hokage said without doubt. Besides, I am the Hokage. If you are not injured, just shut up. Udaten Koharu and Midaman N's faces changed. They knew that Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was always a conservative faction, would only show such toughness when deciding the fate of Konaha. After looking at Qin Yu, Midaman N snorted and said, since the Hokage does not need us to be present, then as Konaha consultants, Koharu and I will leave first. I hope the third Hokage will not do anything that endangers the foundation of Konaha, otherwise we don't mind going to the daimyo. Chapter 45 The Decision of the Third Hokage. Leaving behind these threatening words, Midaman N and Udaten Koharu turned around and walked out of the Hokage's office. When they left, their murderous eyes were so eager to eat Qin Yu alive. Okay, Minato, close the door. The third Hokage did not take their words to heart. As the Hokage of Konaha, the third Hokage still has a high reputation. If you let Midaman and Udaten Koharu get scared, how can you do anything big? Hokage, if you end it like this, it seems that the 2 consultants will run to Danzo's camp. Qin Yu spoke first. As soon as Minato Namikaze closed the door, he felt a headache. He had already expected that Qin Yu's unruly character would definitely make things complicated. He never thought that as soon as he arrived at the Hokage's office, he would directly confront Udaten Koharu and Midaman. What made Minato Namikaze even more unexpected was that the hypnotic effect of the Mangekyou Sharingan would be so powerful. Even the 2 high-level consultants of Konaha were caught off guard and were directly hit. Achiha Kainu, you are really hiding very deeply. With your mind and courage, I really don't know how to describe you. The third generation Hokage smiled and shook his head. You have such a strong power, but you have hidden your edge for more than 10 years. I can call you a demon. Qin Yu smiled and said nothing about this evaluation. After all, I can't tell the third Hokage that I traveled through the army and just took over the body of this short-lived ghost, and then turned on the plug-in to become powerful instantly. Moreover, now the third Hokage has personally made up excuses for him, so why not Qin Yu do it? Seeing Qin Yu smiling and not speaking, the third Hokage frowned and changed his way of speaking. Chin-yu, I want to know why you did this, and why did you suddenly take action after hiding for so long? Is it because you don't want to see the past lost, or don't want to see other people die? Or, you have other people you value and don't want them to die? At this point, Namikaze Minato couldn't help but look at Chin-yu. Moreover, he nodded secretly to the third Hokage's straightforward questioning. At least, during this period of contact with Chin-yu, Minato Namikaze was very clear about Chin-yu's character. Chin-yu, remember, any answer will affect whether you can stay in Konaha village. Of course, I hope that you, like Minato, will become a powerful new force in our Konaha village. The third Hokage couldn't help but add another sentence. Looking at the solemn third Hokage, Chin-yu smiled warmly. I have no interest in the position of Hokage, and I don't have a sense of belonging to the competition between your factions. However, I don't like other people sneaking around. If you don't like me, you can just come over. In other words, if you are not afraid of death, I don't mind killing one by one, or killing two by two. Chin-yu's smile became more and more brilliant. After a pause, he said, I just want to be my salted fish. Salted fish? Minato Namikaze and the third Hokage were stunned. They obviously couldn't figure out what such a fresh and refined adjective was. Chin-yu, what is a salted fish? Namikaze Minato couldn't help asking. The third Hokage heard this, and even the Anbu in the dark showed a hint of urgency. After all, from what Chin-yu said just now, his attitude will shake the safety of Konaha. Salted fish means having time to bask in the sun, basking in the front, and then basking in the back. Chin-yu explained while touching the tip of his nose. For this kind of life, in the eyes of the previous life, this is a symbol of a successful person. Imagine that when others are at work, you are basking in the sun and on the beach. From time to time, there is a big beautiful girl wearing less cloth, helping to turn over and apply sun oil from time to time. Isn't that life still a salted fish? Namikaze Minato was stunned. No. It should be said that even the third Hokage and the Anbu hiding in the dark have become stiff. This salted fish life is too ridiculous. Chin-yu, is your request really that simple? The third Hokage lost his temper. If you want, I can promote you to an elite jonin, and publish your achievements, so that you have the same power as Minato. Even the ninjas in the Anbu were surprised by the sweet offer from the third Hokage. Minato Namikaze has long been regarded as the successor of the next generation of Hokage, and his identity and status are completely unique. Now the third Hokage has proposed this condition as soon as he opened his mouth. That probably means that Chin-yu is qualified to compete for the position of Hokage. No need, being a Hokage is such a troublesome thing. I don't want to age prematurely, and my hair will turn grey. If I'm not careful, I will have to sacrifice my life for the village. This kind of fearless spirit should be left to Minato. Chin-yu said without any concern. If there is nothing else, I will go back and rest first. After saying this, Chin-yu turned around and left. Minato Namikaze saw this and his expression froze. He was about to dissuade him, but he saw the third Hokage shaking his head to stop him. As the office door closed again, the third Hokage pondered for a moment and said, Minato, what do you think? Is what Chin-yu just said about salted fish true? Thinking about Chin-yu's salted fish theory now, the third Hokage also had a headache. This is too ridiculous. Hokage, I think Chin-yu is trustworthy. Minato Namikaze said with a flickering expression. From the beginning, he clearly knew the situation of the Achiha clan. Not only did he not have any hatred, but when the Cloud Ninja attacked, he faced hundreds of Cloud Ninja and the combination, and he gave up the secret that he had hidden for more than 10 years and rescued them. This proves that Chin-yu's heart is still in Konaha. After repelling the Cloud Ninja, he knew that Danzo would definitely be angry with him because of the Yamanaka wind and a bear maze rooting. Not only did he not run away, he also broke the Mist Ninja's sneak attack again, and now he is following me back to Konaha. With the strength he just showed, who can stop him from sneaking away in the middle of the way? At this point, Minato Namikaze looked at the third Hokage. He knew clearly that no matter how much he said, the person who could really make the decision was still the third Hokage. Minato, I know your thoughts very well. The third Hokage said after a moment's silence, then the matter of Achiha Chin-yu will be handed over to you. I hope you can make him a sharp spear in the hands of our Konaha, shining as you do. The departure of the three ninjas is actually an important fuse for the Third Ninja World War. Chapter 46 All dead. A small voice echoed in the office. Namikaze Minato's expression stagnated and fell into a brief silence. In the Second Ninja World War, Hanzo of the Salamander gave the title of the three ninjas to Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru. It can be said that for a time, the three ninjas were in the limelight in the huge ninja world. The appearance of the three people on any battlefield is enough to dominate a battle. If it were now, with these three people on every battlefield, the three major countries would still need to think twice before offending the fire country. Unfortunately, Orochimaru's betrayal and Tsunade's post-traumatic sequelae, and Jiraiya's departure. For Konaha, it was a huge blow. If, now with the addition of Chinyu, a new force, to end the current Third Ninja World War, it would be the best. Hokage, don't worry. I have a good relationship with Fugaku. With his assistance, Chinyu can only be a salted fish at most. Namikaze Minato said at the end, thinking of what Chinyu had just said. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. The third Hokage also smiled bitterly and shook his head helplessly. With your words, I feel relieved. There is the latest news about the Konakan Bridge. I hope you can take the time to go there as soon as possible. The Rock Ninja has drawn a large number of elites. It seems that their fight with the Cloud Ninja is about to end. Outside, Yuditen Koharu and Mitoke Doen walked out of the Hokage building with a gloomy face. It's Danzo. Mitoke Doen raised his eyebrows. Let's go over and take a look. Yuditen Koharu left these words and walked over quickly. Why did you come down? Where did that brat go? Danzo was about to return to the Hokage building. Humph, that brat was too arrogant. He actually cast an illusion on us in the Hokage's office. But his eyes were too scary. I'm afraid he is proficient in illusion. Midaman Yan said angrily. Danzo, didn't you ask the S-level rebel Kakuzu to go and kill him? Why did he fail? Powerful illusion? Danzo's expression changed slightly and said, it seems that Sarutobi's intelligence network is still so powerful that they even know who I have found. I did find the rebel Kakuzu from Takigakure and the Fuma clan to go and kill him, but looking at the boy's expression, I'm afraid he secretly changed his route and escaped. Humph, I knew that he was just a coward who was afraid of death. How could he be the opponent of the S-level rebel Kakuzu? Mitoke Doen snorted coldly. This kid is too unruly. I'm worried that he can't be used by Konaha. Danzo, you should contact Kakuzu as soon as possible and try to solve it. Yuditen Koharu didn't say anything, but her expression showed what she meant. Looking at Yuditen Koharu and Mitoke Doen, who were originally standing in Sarutobi Hiruzen's camp, Danzo's face showed a smile. Don't worry, Sarutobi's decision this time has already endangered the foundation of Konaha. I will contact Kakuzu as soon as possible and try to get rid of that kid, but I think you should also think about the position of the next Hokage. For Danzo, this is his best chance to seize the position of Hokage. If there are two high-level people, Yuditen Koharu and Mitoke Doen, there is also evidence that Sarutobi Hiruzen's decision failed, then he has enough chances to win and compete with Namikaze Minato for the position of the next generation of Hokage in front of the daimyo. Mitoke Doen and Yuditen Koharu's expressions could not help but stagnate. They had already expected it. But they didn't expect Danzo to be open about the position of Hokage. Danzo-sama, Yamanaka wind is back. A barmaid tone suddenly spoke. Danzo glanced at Mizudaman and Yuditen Koharu, who were both hesitant, and said, you don't have to make a decision too quickly. I will let Yamanaka Feng contact Kakuzu and ask him to deal with Chinyu as soon as possible. Go back and think about it. Now is the critical moment of the war. The four major countries have attacked our fire country at the same time. The daimyo is already furious. All this is because of Sarutobi's so-called steady thinking and recuperation. If he had listened to my advice earlier and used iron-fisted means, he would have shocked the four major countries. Who dares to offend us when we are the only one in Konohagakure? Mizudaman and Yuditen Koharu fell into silence. Yamanaka Feng also hurried over, with hot sweat all over his head and a face full of anxiety. If he hadn't been panting, he would have been the first to lose his temper and speak. Feng, talk slowly. They are also in our camp now. Danzo smiled smugly and said, you go contact Kakuzu now. The target has returned to Konaha. We will try to create an opportunity for him to take action. This time, we must succeed, not fail. Failure, Lord Danzo, Kakuzu and the Fuma clan may have failed. Shan Zhongfeng didn't care too much. Danzo's smile suddenly froze, and his cheeks twitched as he said, Feng, what are you talking about, what exactly happened? In Danzo's eyes, no matter how powerful Uchiha Chinyu was, he could not compare with an S-level rebel ninja who had been famous for a long time and had slaughtered high-level people. Dead, all the elite of the Fuma clan were killed, and there were traces of large-scale battles in the post station. Shan Zhongfeng said with a sullen look. Among them, judging from the traces of destruction of some ninjutsu, the power reached the S-level. What? Whether it was Danzo, Mitamonen, or Yuta and Koharu, their faces changed. Although Chinyu was a group of three, they did not believe that the two newcomers, Gekao Gale and Uzuki Yujao, could perform such a powerful ninjutsu. As for, if this so-called S-level ninjutsu came from Kakuzu, then Chinyu would definitely not be able to come back alive. After all this scrutiny, it was proved that this S-level ninjutsu was probably from Chinyu. If he could come back alive, it meant that the S-level rebel Kakuzu, who they had high hopes for, might have fallen. Thinking of this, Mitamonen and Yuta and Koharu's faces turned pale. Just now they were still confronting Chinyu. What if they were accidentally caught in an illusion and the third Hokage did not rescue them in time? Chinyu would suddenly attack. What awaited them was probably certain death. Mito, Koharu, don't forget what you promised me. Danzo was anxious and quickly returned to the topic. Xiao-chun, the weather is very good today, and we haven't had a cup of coffee for a long time. Mitamonen suddenly said. Yuta and Ko-chun nodded and said, well, it feels like we haven't been together for a long time. Looking at the two people who left after leaving this nonsense, Danzo's face was extremely livid. Asshole, asshole. Danzo's face was full of resentment. This should have been his closest chance to the position of Hokage. However, now even Kakuzu was killed by Chinyu, which was beyond his expectations. Danzo-sama, what should we do now? Yamanaka Feng couldn't hold his breath. Now even the S-level rebel Kakuzu can't kill Uchiha Chinyu, are we going to watch him swaggering in Konaha? Feng, don't be impulsive, Danzo-sama will have a way. Abarameitajin hurriedly dissuaded him. However, he said this, but he couldn't figure it out for a moment. Even a person like Kakuzu couldn't deal with Chinyu, who else would dare to take action? Don't worry, I have a good candidate in mind. Chapter 4 Chapter 7 You are not confident enough. The Uchiha clan's base is located in the northwest corner of Konaha Ninja Village. It is close to the edge of the village and there are mountains, giving people a feeling that it is easy to defend and difficult to attack. However, for Konaha, it is easier to guard the gate of the Uchiha clan. This way, they can always be on guard against the defection of the Uchiha clan. After leaving the Hokage building, Chinyu walked towards the Uchiha clan's base. After 2 lives, Chinyu has become cautious. However, there is still a kind of attachment to this place from the soul. This may be the only thing left to Chinyu by the previous soul. Qin Feng looked up at the simple gate not far away, on which the Uchiha clan's emblem was engraved. Whoosh! The sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded. Chinyu raised his eyebrows, threw out 3 shurikens with his backhand, turned into a black light, and rushed straight to his side. Clang clang clang! 3 metal collision sounds suddenly sounded. The shuriken was directly deflected. Fire style, great fireball technique. A slightly childish voice suddenly sounded. Chinyu rolled his eyes helplessly, looking at the huge fireball with a diameter of 4 or 5 meters, his hands quickly flipped and formed a series of seals. Water style, water dragon bullet technique. The water dragon suddenly rose and collided directly with the huge fireball. Boom! A thunderous explosion sounded, and the water mist rushed into the sky. Itaki, that's enough. If you want to fight, wait until next time. Chinyu passed through the wind and waves of the explosion like a ghost, appeared behind Itaki, and pressed his shoulder. Itaki was surprised. He was still forming seals with both hands quickly, but he didn't expect Chinyu's speed to be so fast. He even caught a little of his. At only 6 years old, you have opened the single Megatama Sharingan. Itaki, you are really amazing. Chinyu patted Itaki on the shoulder. Even Uchiha Chinyu in his previous life was very protective of this cousin. Moreover, Uchiha Itaki usually took care of this cowardly and introverted cousin. Brother, you are really good at hiding. Uchiha Itaki turned around with a little displeasure on his face. Chinyu touched the tip of his nose helplessly and said, I just don't want to cause trouble, but I can't avoid it this time, so there is no way. Aren't you in the ninja school? Are you skipping classes with a shadow clone? Uchiha Ataka's expression froze, and it was obvious that he was stabbed in the sore spot. Brother, don't tell my dad. Uchiha Ataka said anxiously. For Uchiha Ataka, who had just entered the ninja academy. At that time, he was still a naive and romantic young man. It was just after graduating from the ninja academy that his personality gradually became silent. At the same time, the more things he came into contact with, the more things he shouldered. In the end, the death of Uchiha Shisui led Uchiha Ataka to completely enter a dead end of thought. Don't worry, your dad doesn't bother me, that's good enough. Chinyu patted Uchiha Ataka's shoulder. He looked at the woods not far away, raised his eyebrows, and directly performed the instant body technique. Brother. Uchiha Ataka just opened his mouth, and before he finished speaking, he saw Uchiha Chinyu disappear out of thin air. What a fast lightning instant body technique, faster than Shisui's. Uchiha Ataka's expression froze, and he hurriedly followed. As soon as he stepped into the grove, he heard a cry for help. Chinyu, I'm sorry, I've caused you trouble. Mao Uxian held a chakra knife, her pretty face was dirty, and there was a trace of fatigue. I just wanted to bring you some food, but I didn't expect him to say that I was good at the key points of the Uchiha clan. At this point, Mao Uxian lowered her head in grievance. Don't take it to heart. Chinyu shook his head, looked at the three people who stopped Mao Uxian, and his face darkened slightly. If he remembered correctly, the leader of the team was one of the vice-captains, Uchiha Ishii, who was once known as a little genius, and 2 followers. However, later, due to the sudden appearance of Uchiha Shisui, he was overwhelmed. Chinyu, is this your friend? Have you forgotten that people who are not from the Uchiha clan cannot set foot within 500 meters of the guard station? Uchiha Ishii laughed teasingly. This time, he deliberately made trouble just to make Chinyu succumb to his men. Uchiha Ishii, I remember that there is no such rule in the guard team. My father would never set such a rule. Uchiha Ataka spoke first. Hurry up and let the people go, otherwise it will violate the clan rules. Because the Uchiha clan has always yearned for the position of Hokage. Unfortunately, every time in the vote of the number of people, they will lag behind. After all, the number of people in the Uchiha clan is not small, and it is considered a large clan in the ninja world. But compared with the entire Konaha ninja village, there is no comparison at all. Therefore, for this position of Hokage, Uchiha Fugaku made a lot of preparations. Unfortunately, a genius Namikaze Minato appeared in the same era. When Uchiha Fugaku hit his main Jikaya Sharingan, the two were not comparable at all. Humph, now that the Fugaku clan leader is not here, then I am the rule. Uchiha Shi said in a deep voice. In fact, we are all from the same clan. As long as you listen to me in the future, this time she trespassed into our guard team and let it go. Otherwise, don't blame us for torturing now. Uchiha Ataka's face changed slightly, and he looked at Chinyu with a little more hesitation. Itaki, don't leave this muddy water, just stand aside and watch. Chinyu patted Uchiha Ataka's shoulder, looked at Uchiha Shi and said, is there no room for negotiation? Uchiha Shi was stunned at first, and then coldly he smiled and said, I forgot to tell you that I was just appointed as an elite jonin. Do you think there is room for negotiation on this matter? Elite jonin. Chinyu smiled warmly and said, no wonder you dare to change the rules without authorization. It turns out that you have been promoted to an elite jonin. There don't seem to be many elite jonin in Konaha. At this point, Chinyu's smile became even more intense, and the next moment his words became a little colder. Unfortunately, you are a little bit lacking in confidence. As soon as the voice fell, the arc on Chinyu's body crackled. Bang! As the ground under his feet suddenly shattered, the whole person was like a flash of lightning, passing by in the blink of an eye. A distance of dozens of meters was just a blink of an eye. When Uchiha Shi and others reacted, Chinyu had already appeared in front of them. Heavy flow. Chinyu's 5 fingers on his right hand suddenly clenched, without any fancy moves, and directly smashed into Uchiha Shi's abdomen. Chapter 48 Encounter with the 3 Ninjas. Boom! Like a thunderous explosion, all defenses seemed pale and powerless under the splashing of lightning. The powerful impact immediately caused Uchiha Shi to fly backwards like a cannonball. With the dull sound of collision, the tree was directly cut in half. The sudden scene and Chinyu bathed in the lightning made the remaining two little followers change their faces drastically. Without time to think, they quickly took out the kunao and stabbed Chinyu directly in the chest. However, facing this scene, Chinyu seemed to be completely unaware. Bang! The moment the two black kunao pierced his chest, they were directly bounced away under the thunder. What kind of monster is this? The two followers turned pale, and just as they took a step back, their huge fists quickly enlarged in their pupils. Bang! The two figures flew backwards like cannonballs. He fell heavily on two big trees. Blood splattered, and he fell to the ground and couldn't get up. This is too strong. Uchiha Ataka's expression was stagnant and full of disbelief. He learned about the changes of his cousin from Uchiha Fugaku. However, according to Uchiha Ataka's understanding, this change is at most the level of a jonin or an elite jonin. When he saw Uchiha Shi and the other two lackeys appear just now, he thought about restraining them. He never expected that Chinyu would kill Uchiha Shi, an elite jonin, with one move. Are you not injured? Chinyu rubbed the head of Mao Uxi Yan, who was still in a daze. If you are injured, I can help you heal a little. When he was at the base, Uchiha Chinyu did not miss the opportunity to let Shizun teach medical ninjutsu. Now his palm fairy technique and fine injury extraction technique have been maxed out with one click. I'm fine. I broke the lunchbox I brought for you. Mao Uxi Yan said disappointedly. Let's go eat Ichiraku ramen. Chinyu shook his head helplessly. Is this okay? Mao Uxi Yan was stunned, but her cheeks were flushed. In her eyes, this was not much different from the so-called date. And the kid over there, if you don't mind. Chinyu looked at Uchiha Itaki, who was confused. Itaki is only a little over 6 years old now, and graduated from the ninja school at the age of 7. So he only opened a single Megatama, and his strength is at most a little stronger than a Chunin. Is this your brother Uchiha Itaki? Mao Uxi Yan obviously heard of this little genius, and said quickly. Of course I don't mind, Itaki is really cute. Mao Uxi Yan pinched Uchiha Itaki's cheek. If people in later generations knew that God Itaki was treated like this, I don't know what expression they would have. I don't actually have to go. Uchiha Itaki reacted in a daze. Don't you want to know how deep your brother hides? Mao Uxi Yan said with a playful smile, if we join forces, we may be able to squeeze out his secrets. And, don't you want to know how he defeated the Cloud Ninja and the Mist Ninja by himself? After listening to this, Uchiha Itaki hesitated for a moment, bit his lip and agreed. Let's go. Chinyu rolled his eyes helplessly, turned around and led the way. Along the way, the presence of the little beauty Mao Uxi Yan attracted a lot of attention. Especially seeing Mao Uxi Yan walking with the people of the Uchiha clan, there was more or less disgust on his face. Chinyu didn't take all this to heart, but he didn't expect that Konaha's hostility towards the people of the Uchiha clan was so deep. Welcome. A girl of 12 or 13 years old came out. Ayam, ask the guests to sit down first, I'll make the ramen, and then I can serve the dishes. The sound of hand beating came from the inner kitchen. I want a char siu ramen. Chinyu sat down casually. This is the most mysterious Ichiraku ramen restaurant in Naruto, which is jokingly called by Naruto fans. Some people also imagine that the real identity of Uncle Ichiraku is the most mysterious Otsutsuki hand killer hiding in the Konaha ninja village. I want char siu too. Uzuki Yujeo agreed hurriedly. In her eyes, only eating the same thing with Chinyu can be called a date. I want it too. Uchiha Itaka said helplessly. However, the two soon entered the exchange meeting. When Uzuki Yujeo mentioned Uchiha Chinyu, who used the thunder release Kirin to kill hundreds of cloud ninjas in seconds, Uchiha Itaka looked at Chinyu with a hint of shock and awe. Handa, give me some char siu ramen. A slightly tired voice came from outside the door. Chinyu raised his eyebrows and saw a man with silver hair and a huge scroll sitting next to him. Jiraiya-sama, I didn't expect you to come back at this critical moment. Handa walked out of the kitchen with a hint of joy on his face. Handa was an ordinary businessman in Konaha and only knew the general situation of the war. However, who would not worry when they knew that the 3 major battlefields were opened at the same time? Jiraiya, as a famous existence in the Second Ninja World War, was a reassurance for Konaha. Hand, you are still the same. Jiraiya tore open the chopsticks, looked at the snacks that Hand gestured to Icarus to bring, and shook his head and said, I came back this time just to report the intelligence to the third generation, and I will leave soon. The war will soon be decided. Han's expression changed, and he quickly made a gesture to Jiraiya to stop talking and said, Master Jiraiya, there are juniors here, you can't talk about this information casually. By the way, don't drink this time. Last time, Master Jiraiya said a lot of information. If it weren't for the timely arrival of Master Hokage, I would have become a sinner. Han took the sake on Jiraiya's table. Well, it's really not suitable to drink this time. Jiraiya surprisingly didn't argue with Han this time, but looked at Chinyu instead. Han was not a stupid person. He saw the clues in an instant and took Icarus back to the kitchen. Ramen will be served in 10 minutes. Got it. Jiraiya knew that this was a handwritten reminder. Looking at the boy in front of him who seemed to have recognized him early in the morning, Jiraiya sighed faintly. I didn't expect that Minato asked me to come back for you, a little kid. I heard that you defeated the Cloud Ninja and the Mist Ninja alone. This strength is infinitely close to the level of Kage. Looking at the entire Konaha, there are very few people who can defeat you. Uzuki Yujao and Achiha tactfully did not speak. Seeing that one of the three dignified ninjas gave such an evaluation to Achiha Chinyu, he was also shocked. Chapter 49, Obtaining the Summoning Technique. Master Jiraiya, you are too kind. Chinyu smiled. I was just planning to be a salted fish, just like you, writing pornographic books. This life is so free and easy. If I hadn't been caught as a soldier, I wouldn't want to make such a fuss. At this point, Chinyu sighed helplessly, unfortunately, I am soft-hearted and kind, and I still can't help but take action. Looking at Chinyu who didn't care, Jiraiya was stunned at first. These words were not much different from what Minato Namikaze mentioned. Unfortunately, this is not the result Jiraiya needs. Chinyu, you should know very well that sometimes, once you are exposed, you can't go back to the past. Many times you still need to make a choice. Jiraiya said in a deep voice. This time, I came back just to know what you think will be the result of Konaha in this Third Ninja World War. The decisive battle of Shinryuken Bridge is about to begin. In this case, the biggest variable is Uchiha Chinyu. With the strength he showed, he can completely fight 1 against 1,000. If he ran away in the rear of Konaha, it would be a huge disaster for Konaha. Don't worry, I just want to go to the battlefield. Chinyu smiled calmly and said, Konaha will win the battle at Konakan Bridge. Jiraiya obviously didn't expect Chinyu to agree so readily. However, this just solved his and Konaha village's worries. Rather than leaving Uchiha Chinyu, this variable, in Konaha Ninja Village. It's better to let Chinyu and Namikaze Minato go to the battlefield together. This can at least stabilize the rear. But I have a condition. Chinyu suddenly spoke. Jiraiya couldn't help but be startled and said, What conditions do you have? As long as it doesn't endanger the safety of Konaha, I can agree to it. Don't worry, don't always treat me as a threat. I said that I would rather be a salted fish than show up in public. Unfortunately, people are afraid of being famous and pigs are afraid of being fat. I have no choice. Chinyu laughed dryly. Originally, Chinyu was a little disappointed that he didn't see the summoning scroll of Miyaboku Mountain on Namikaze Minato. I never thought that Jiraiya would come to me on his own initiative. It would be a waste if I didn't kill such a fat sheep. Are you planning to use the spirit summoning technique? Jiraiya raised his eyebrows and said, Minato mentioned to me that you want to sign a spirit summoning contract with the toads in Miyaboku Mountain. There is no problem with this, but I want to remind you that you must not do anything bad to Miyaboku Mountain, otherwise I will take back your contract. As the Toad Sage of Miyaboku Mountain, Jiraiya has many special rights. Among them, entering and leaving Miyaboku Mountain and merging with the 2 great sages are 2 of them. Don't worry, I'm a good person. Finish the ramen first, and then we will sign the contract. Chinyu smiled and looked at the hand that came out. The fragrance of the ramen has spread. Seeing that Jiraiya and Uchiha Chinyu did not conflict, the hand could not help but feel relieved. Ramen is here, Master Jiraiya, this is sake. Why are you asking me to drink again? Aren't you worried that I'll get drunk and talk nonsense again? Haha, Master Jiraiya, don't you have 3 little ghosts around you? They can just take you back. This meal of ramen, Uchiha Itachi and Uzuki-san didn't say anything, and she ate very fast. Seeing their eager faces, Chinyu knew that they clearly wanted to see the signing of the summoning contract. In Naruto, there are very few people who can sign a summoning contract. Moreover, even if they can really sign it, the strength of the summoned beasts signed by many people is not strong. Compared with the strongest wet slippery forest, Longchi Cave, and Mayaboku Mountain, it is far behind. As for these 3 contract places, they are also famous in the whole ninja world because of the rise of the 3 ninjas. Now Qin Yu can actually sign a contract with Mayaboku Mountain, which is a proof of being a strong man. We're done, thank you for the hospitality. Mao Yuzian and Achiha Taka said in unison. Feeling the hot eyes of the two, Qin Yu's appetite was not great. Moreover, when he thought that he could try to get the sage mode after signing the summoning contract, Qin Yu felt an inexplicable urgency in his heart. You 3, stop staring at me. I'm not in the mood to drink anymore. Jiraiya was helpless, patted his wallet and said, I'll pay for this time. It's rare for me to come back to Konaha, and I have to waste money on you little brats. It would be great if I could spend it on those older girls. When he thought of these young ladies taking a hot spring bath, Jiraiya's face showed a trace of nostalgia. Let's go. Don't say you are a Sunin when you go out. You look like a pig brother. It's embarrassing. Qin Yu rolled his eyes and took Uchiha Itachi and Uzuki Yujao away first. Boy, what nonsense are you talking about? You are still young and don't know what the world of adults is. Why don't I lend you the intimate paradise to see? This can help you open up a second worldview. You don't have to be a salted fish all the time. Your life will also be colorful. After Jiraiya paid the bill, he hurriedly chased after them. When the 4 left, a figure flashed out in the dark and walked quickly to the route. Under the guidance of Uchiha Itachi, Qin Yu finally came to a slightly secluded basin outside the village. Looking at the deserted surroundings, there were many straw men tied up in the open space in the middle for practicing shuriken, and traces of attacks scattered on the ground. It seems that Uchiha Itachi's identity as the king of skipping classes is not nonsense. I didn't expect that the Uchiha clan had 3 geniuses this time. They were less than 7 years old, but they were able to practice shuriken techniques to this extent. Jiraiya has been a tail-ender for half his life. But now that he has mastered the fairy technique, he can definitely be called the strongest among the 3 ninjas. This may be the counterattack of the hard-working genius. Boy, why don't I take you as my disciple and you go wandering with me? Jiraiya said unexpectedly. Uchiha Itachi was startled, then shook his head and said, No need, I want my brother to guide me. Let this monster. Jiraiya glanced at Uchiha Qin Yu and said, It's easy to be traumatized if you follow this kind of monster. If you follow me, I can give you another kind of enlightenment. You should know that this world is very big, and some things are very cool, like entering heaven. As long as you try it, you will never want to leave. Looking at Jiraiya who started talking nonsense, Qin Yu rolled his eyes helplessly and said, Jiraiya, if you want to cause trouble, go back and cause trouble to Minato. Now Shinryuken Bridge is in danger, let's finish the serious business first. You kid, you are just a wooden lump, no wonder you even ignore the little beauty next to you. Jiraiya curled his lips. However, he still took off the contract scroll on his body neatly. Boy, this is the contract scroll of Mayaboku Mountain. Only after signing the contract on the scroll can you summon the toads of Mayaboku Mountain. Jiraiya spread out the scroll. It clearly lists the people who have signed contracts with Mayaboku Mountain in the past, including the name of Kaguya Atsutsuki's son Hamura. Boy, if you have other summoned beasts, then cancel the contract first. The toads of Mayaboku Mountain have a bad temper. If they know that you are cheating, it will be a disaster. Chapter 50 Summoning Technique Full Level. Jiraiya, don't worry, I have a bad temper too, I hope the toads won't provoke me. Qin Yu said with a smile. You are so arrogant. Jiraiya rolled his eyes and said, Wait a minute, don't cry and ask me for help. Bite your index finger first, then leave your name on it, and then I will cast a spell. Once the contract is signed, you can't betray Mayaboku Mountain casually, otherwise you will become stone. At the end, Jiraiya did not forget to remind. Looking at the scroll spread out, Qin Yu bit his finger, and the moment the blood flowed out, he quickly wrote his name on it. When Qin Yu's hand was withdrawn, Jiraiya quickly formed seals with both hands, and finally lit up with 5-color light, and pressed directly on the scroll. White steam was steaming, and the seal in Jiraiya's hand instantly merged with Qin Yu's signature, turning into a mysterious sealing spell. When these lights dissipated, Qin Yu felt that there was an inexplicable connection with the other space. Okay, the contract has been successful, you can try it, but I advise you to be cautious and don't embarrass yourself. Jiraiya put the scroll away and carried it on his back again. Oh, I haven't learned the hand seals for the summoning technique yet. Can you teach me? Chinyu thought of an important question. He had been a loser for more than 10 years in this body. He couldn't even recognize all the ninjutsu, let alone such a high-level summoning technique. You still don't know the hand seals for the summoning technique? Jiraiya was a little surprised. After all, he returned to Konaha village to find out after learning about Minato Namikaze's message and knowing that there was no other genius in Konaha village who had been dormant for more than 10 years except Chinyu. Now Chinyu told him that not knowing the art of summoning was indeed beyond his cognition. Seeing Chinyu shaking his head again, Jiraiya sighed and said, "Okay, I'll show you, but there is a 90% chance that you will fail if you perform it once, so don't take it to heart. Watch it, don't blink, Jiraiya, the sage of Myaboku Mountain." Jiraiya came on stage with a rap on his lips, bit his right hand on his mouth, and his hands flew up quickly like wheels. When the last seal fell, Jiraiya slapped his right hand on the ground. Summoning art. The spider web-like seal unfolded instantly, surrounded by white mist. A figure about the size of a meter appeared in front of everyone. This is a toad wearing armor on both hands. It is a bit similar to the toad summoned by Jiraiya when he fought against Kisame and Achiha Itaki in the original work. Is this the summoned beast? Uzuki Yujo's eyes lit up and said, "I heard that as long as the contract is signed, summoning a summoned beast on the battlefield means that the combat power will be doubled. Moreover, the summoned beast is a partner that will never betray." Chinyu also complained a little about this in his heart. If Wan Shi knew, he would definitely grin. Eat people, eat the master. Wan Shi never jokes. Brother, are you sure? Uchiha Itaka couldn't help asking. Chinyu patted Itaka's head and said with a smile, "Do you want to see my joke too? I'll try my best, maybe I will succeed." As he spoke, Chinyu communicated with the system in his body. Ding dang, it is found that the host has learned the summoning technique. Do you want to reach the maximum level with one click? Immediately reach the maximum level. Chinyu gave the order. Ding dang, congratulations to the host, the summoning technique has reached the maximum level. A stream of information about the summoning technique poured into Chinyu's mind, giving him a feeling of sudden enlightenment. Chinyu, if you still don't have confidence, you can go back and contact them first, and there is no need to rush. Jiraiya patted Chinyu's shoulder and said with a smile, "You don't have to be discouraged. No one is as talented as me." The first summoning was successful. Looking at Jiraiya who was familiar with him, Chinyu rolled his eyes and said, "It was the first time that I summoned randomly and successfully reversed myself and summoned myself to Myaboku Mountain. You and I are different." Jiraiya was stunned. This was his secret. In addition to the third-generation Hokage who knew a little bit, he also boasted to Tsunade. No. He also showed off in front of Orochimaru. It seems to be written in the Intimate Paradise. The more Jiraiya thought about it, he found that it didn't seem to be a secret at all, so he just ignored it. Boy, you are really arrogant. I hope you can still laugh after a while when you see the tadpoles without legs. Uzuki Yujo on the side also waved her little pink fist at Chinyu, obviously to cheer him up. As for Uchiha Itaki, he remained silent, with a cool look on his face, but his eyes looking at Chinyu also had a hint of urgency. Who? Chinyu exhaled a deep breath. The blood on the index finger of his right hand had not dried yet. With a wipe of his palm, his hands flew up like wheels. Jiraiya, who witnessed this scene, couldn't help but change his expression. Originally, he thought that Chinyu would be very awkward even if he really learned it for the first time. However, the agility of the hand seal in front of them completely overturned their cognition. Spirit summoning technique. When the last hand seal was completed, Chinyu slapped the ground with his backhand. Feeling that 80% of the chakra in his body was extracted like a tidal wave, his expression couldn't help but change. Bang! A powerful sound suddenly sounded, and under the white mist, 3 huge figures like small mountains condensed out of thin air. The air waves brought by the summoning rolled back, making Uzuki Yujo and Uchiha Itaka feel like they couldn't open their eyes. However, compared with them, Jiraiya almost popped his eyes. Looking at Gamabunta, Gamaken, and Gamahiro, who were summoned at once and were known as the 3 most powerful fighters in Myaboku Mountain, Jiraiya was full of disbelief. Jiraiya, what happened? You didn't go to participate in the Third Ninja World War and meet some tough guys, so you summoned the three of us at once. Gamabuntair held a pipe in his mouth, puffing out smoke, and said, "This will cost a lot. At least find thousands of kilograms of insects, otherwise don't think about getting rid of us." Gamaken and Gamahiro couldn't help but look around. However, in their perception, there was no danger at all. There were only two stunned people and Jiraiya who looked confused. "Jiraiya, you should speak up too. There is no danger at all. You can summon us casually, but you can't just send us away casually." Gamahiro couldn't help but speak up.